I'm here to lead us through this trading rally. Green, red, what are we going to get? I'm leaning a little bit more on this green side. Let's get after it. Let's get that chicken dinner. It's time to come live trading with Benzinga. Hit the like. You guys excited? Looks like we got ourselves the Bulls taking control. Let's talk all about it right here, live trading. Got Zunaid, Ryan, let's get towards it.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Those words have been dancing around my head all night. Oh, it's Vegas lore, that phrase.
All right, let's get after it here. We're going to get into the live trading action. Let's bring on the boys in a second. Ryan's getting on in here, but I got Zunaid already in the house. What's going on, guys? How we doing?
Good, man. Happy to be back. Just kind of already started my trading morning, if you will, and hopefully.
Whoa! You got ahead of the game.
I did. Let me go and share my charts here to start things off.
Yeah.
I'm long on the future side here at 40.95.50, looking to take profits at 40.99.50. Stop loss will be 40.90.50 to the downside. So we're almost there. We're about $20 in the money with two contracts. And of course, everyone and their grandma is looking at this trend line here, where you already kind of see a little bit of resistance happening. Let me go ahead and zoom out. So, that's the kind of trend line break that everyone's been looking at. Great rally yesterday after the Fed minutes conversations and things like that. But now we kind of go ahead and see if this trade works out or not. And of course, keep an eye on that trend line. I'm thinking 41.10 or so is kind of where you can face a possible rejection or resistance rather. So keep an eye on that. So that's what I've got on the futures. Again, we're about maybe, what is that? A point exactly from getting our profits locked in. I've also got a position here in, let me switch over, in NEO. I went ahead and went long 200 shares at 10.12. I'm looking to take profits at 10.37 with a stop loss of low a day, or market, pre-market low of about 9.87 or so. So that's what I've got in terms of positioning on what I've already got trades with. Let's go and check out the futures here, or excuse me, the SPY. You've got pre-market highs that are already above yesterday's highs. So we can kind of mark this high right here. So I am going to go ahead and grab a pretty cute amount of puts, I would say, at the 410 level, if we can go ahead and get there, because I expect it to be a little bit of resistance. And if we can, I'd give it about 50 cents, give or take, when it comes to the SPY around that 410 area. But that's what I've got. Again, if you go and look at this trend line here, we went ahead or we're actually above it at the moment. And so we'll see if we can go ahead and come back, test it. And actually, so interesting. On the daily, it looks like we're above it, but here it looks like we're below it. So I'm not quite sure what's going on there. But with the whole number being, looks like I just got filled on something. But with the whole number being 410, I expect a little resistance. And it looks like it's actually my take profit on the future side that went ahead and got activated. So we locked in a quick $40 in the morning. And that's always a good little start to the day. Let's go ahead and check out Tesla here. Tesla, $200. That's going to be an area of resistance, in my opinion, just simply because the whole number, it's not like it's anything magical there. But speaking of whole numbers that are resistance, if you go ahead and take a look at Google's chart yesterday, and, I am a little annoyed because yesterday I missed a decent amount of the rally because I was getting gains in the gym and not gains in my wallet. And that was quite upsetting because I left and I, saw the comments came out at like 1:30 or whatever. But I usually don't like to trade till the market digests things, so 30 minutes afterwards. But then I had to go to the gym.
Better
so when
question
I come
is,
back, what?
Better question is, gym at 1:30?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Mitch.
Let's get him. Let's get
Hey,
him.
man.
I'm not trying to blame anyone else. You went to the gym
Listen.
during the most important time of the day.
I know. But it's one of those things where, like, I have, like, a personal trainer, so, like, I couldn't be like, hey, man, sorry, Fed minutes. He'd be like, okay.
Bro,
well,
Fed minutes, bro. Do you even know the Fed, bro?
Exactly.
I told him, do you even Fed?
That sounds rough. Personal trainer, all types of other shit. Damn, Zunaid, you really roughing it yesterday.
Well, look, when you take a look back at this rally, bro, the opportunity cost is painful.
Yeah, man. I hope you got some good gains there.
I was going to say,
I did. I do feel sore, but my wallet feels sour. So it's not quite great. But anyway, the reason I bring it up is because when I look at charts like this, where It's a beautiful rejection off of 100. On Google, it's like, man, I really, really should have been paying attention to these levels and this, that, the other, whatever. But now, speaking present tense, we'd like for Google to come on back down. Around $100 is where I'm looking to go ahead and take the shares, and then maybe give it about 50 cents or so. So I'm expecting the $100 resistance that finally broke out to act as support if it does want to come down $1. And here is 4010, or excuse me, 4100 being tested on the futures, FYI, for those that are keeping track of that. But yeah, Tesla 200, we talked about that. Apple, you've got the 149 pre-market high, but again, that 150 level, how are we going to behave when it comes to 150? You can see it started to get a little, where'd it go? It started to kind of break through it, not really providing a clear picture. However, if you continue to look left, you see here it was resistance, here it was support, and then resistance, finally broke through, and then you had a little bit of back and forth around that level. So let's see how clean of a break we can get on the 150s. I'd expect to go short just to kind of scalp it real quick. And then let's go ahead and take a look at NVIDIA. Don't really have anything personally for me here, so I'm going to move on from that one. Was it 79 or was it $80 that I've seen resistance often on NVIDIA? Let's go ahead and take a look. Where is it? Where is NVIDIA? Looks like it's right about 79.21. So keep an eye on that. If we break that, we could get a test of 80. But don't have the best picture there myself. Coming back to Baba, we took an L on this one, or at least I did, when I tried to short Baba, and they just ripped my shorts off. So it wasn't fun. Went ahead and lost money on that trade, but now we kind of have levels set. And then you've got, let me go ahead and go to the 5-minute. You've got this resistance area right here around 88.56. And of course, you've got the 89.67 area there as well. So $90, the closer I can get a short to 90, the better, in my opinion. But obviously, you're going to open a little bit red here on the Chinese stocks. Taking a look at ENPH. This one was a trade that we took a while back, but I'm going to go ahead and get this off my watch list because it no longer matters. And then let's go ahead and take a look at Meta here. Wow, what a beautiful run from the $100 range. Where is the $100 range for this one? So since it went ahead and tested support here on the 9th in less than a month, it's up a solid 18-19% here in the pre-market. Let's go ahead and take a look. Lastly, I believe we talked about XPEV, but yeah, I am in here at 10.12, looking to take profits at 10.37, stop loss 9.87, and lo and behold, that whole number rejection of 4,100 is on point in the futures as that's coming down. So I'm glad we locked in some gains, and that, my friend, is all I've got for us. Yes, it is. It is your cue. Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure. You seem to be all over the place now, so I'm just not sure. I have to make sure.
That's okay.
Love you, Zunaid. All right, let's go ahead and get my screen up here. First thing we're going to start with is Mullen. Chat's popping off here on Mullen. I don't know why. We know that this is kind of a junky stock. Nothing's changed. It's still garbage. But we do have a news catalyst here today. Mullen Automotive shares are trading higher after the company announced it closed the acquisition of electric last mile solutions assets. Cool. They got more assets. I wonder how good they are. I don't really know. I'm bringing this up because the chat talks about it a lot. I definitely will not be trading this today. Looking like we're kind of popping back into another range. I mean, look at this 15-minute chart. Trend is not good.
No, at all.
Maybe the bottom here is 18, 19 cents. Maybe we do curl. If you trade this, good luck. It's up here today on kind of a fluffy PR or a fluffy news piece. I don't trust it at all. Sorry. Hate to be negative on it, but I've donated more money to this crummy stock than I care to admit. So I'm not going to trade it. Good luck if you all trade it. All right, let's get back to some other stocks here that seem to be more in play. First one here is going to be Armed. Well, actually, it looks like I clicked on the wrong one. Oh, it's still loading it. Okay, I must have clicked too fast. Sorry. Armed. So this stock, we've actually traded this stock before. This has been on the scanner before. We did have catheter PR this morning. I'll spare you the details. If you want to know, you can go ahead and read that. But the market appears to like this PR as Armed is trading up here and on really, really heavy volume. So Here we go. I think that this could actually get going here. One of the things we did do is we put a high in at 347, come all the way back down to the first pre-market high of about 317. We're kind of sitting there. So really, first thing that I need to see is to have this level hold. One of the things we've seen with some of these kind of smaller names is that they actually run right out of the gate and then immediately reverse. So I'm going to be patient. We're going to see if this actually ends up holding or if this trades back down to 3 in the 296 level. If we take a look at the 15-minute chart, you can see we actually did this 347 level that we stopped at today is not random. This was former resistance back from about the middle of November and was actually former support going back to the end of October. So this 347 level is going to be pretty crucial. One of the reasons why I think if we curl back up here on RMED, we're likely to test that again. No idea if it breaks, but I'll be ready for that if that happens. So this is what we're looking at here on RMED. Next one here is going to be PYXS. That's Papa Yellow X-Ray Sandy. This is Pyxis Oncology. Can't recall ever trading this one before. And if anyone else has traded this, let us know. Anyway, we do have a catalyst here, announces FDA clearance on 2 IND applications. So again, I need to actually go through that PR. I haven't done that here yet. I pulled a Zunaid and woke up late. So one of the things that I'm going to be doing is I just kind of charted some of the levels. I need to go through that PR. I'm going to do that here as soon as we stop, but I'm not actually going to trade this unless it really sets up for me. What I'd love to see is a move through 169. Nice. And then possibly a test of 195 or $2 if the stock can really get going. Again, we'll do the same thing here, kind of take a look at a 15-minute chart. Doesn't really look like a coincidence that we stopped at this 195 level. Seems that this, let's call it 190 to 2, offers some pretty significant resistance for the stock. So before we take it for a long, right from where it's at, we really want to clear that area out. And it actually would be better if we cleared that area out and then back tested that area and held. That would that give us some more confidence for holding this if it does continue to trade up. So we shall see. Next here is going to be GOEV. And you can see GOEV, there were a ton of lines. So let's start with a zoomed in view. I basically added 2 lines here today. I added the obvious support line that I've seen from the pre-market session here at 133 and pre-market top at 142. You okay?
Yeah, sorry. Nope, we're good.
Stuff. Yep. I get it. Some mornings are I'm trying to get support with Amazon right now. So I'm about to break something too. So I totally understand. Anyway, on GOEV, if you click back to the 15-minute chart, you can see that this level was not random either. And in fact, all of these other lines have been here from the last time that we've traded GVO. This is a relative volume scanner favorite. This often gaps up in the morning, and it looks like we're doing that here again. So as far as a particular trading plan, I just have no interest in this at all until we get above 142. If we don't get above 142, even if we come back down to 120 and start to curl, I'm not a buyer of it. You can see every time I really want to break one of these and move back up as opposed to continuing this downtrend. It's great that we've seen a curl here so far, but even the last time when we kind of popped, the rest of that day we just bled down and it was a slow grind back up. This is not the type of trade I'm looking to get into. I'm looking to be able to get in and get out and take some profit here today. So if I don't get that set up on GOEV, I'll just simply pass. Next one here on the list was TMF, and this is actually a treasury levered ETF. So we've talked quite a bit about some of these ETFs and how great they are for trading vehicles, especially if there's nothing else going on in some of the stocks that you look at. This is one I've never traded before. I've never bought or sold this one. I have no idea how it trades. I know we're talking about some of the different rates right now. This is gapping up. So I think today, one of the things, I probably won't trade this, but one of the things I will do here is actually watch this. I want to get a feel for how this one moves. I feel like I have a pretty good feel on things like SQQQ and TQQQ and SOXL and SOXS, even SMH, some of those other ETFs. I feel like I have a pretty good feel for those, but I have no feel for TMF. So until I can actually watch how this is going to behave and respond to different things in the market, it. I probably won't trade this. And then last, we have Ape. This actually wasn't on the list when I first went through this here this morning. Looks like it is popping now. Same thing here, really, with Ape. This really hasn't been a good trade. I've never really understood this from the beginning. I know it gets a lot of people excited, so be aware it's popping up here. Maybe we're going to see some more talking about this, but this, to me, this is a no trade. This is nothing going on here. I'll stick to something a little bit more predictable. Now, that's all I got. I did want to shout out, I think Jay Rice was talking about an Apple downgrade. Zunaid, I did get a little, I did join a little late here today. Did you cover Apple in your normal rundown here today?
Besides the obvious of 150, that's it. But please provide more insight.
Yeah, okay, so let me know what that was. Apple downgrade at Piper today. Okay, so interesting. I don't think I even see that in here. Let me go check on that, Jay. Or was this Was this last night? Was this a rating last night that got moved today? Anyway, I'll go check that for you. Oh no. The top line, Ryan. Come on. Apple estimates cut at Piper on China COVID issues. That is going to be something to watch, right? What's going on in China with all of the COVID stuff is going to be something to watch. I know there's some optimism right now about it. There's been optimism in the past that's been kind of squashed. So just keep that in mind. We'll watch those headlines. We'll watch how it actually affects things. But I don't think anything's a given at this point. Other than that, I don't really have anything else in terms of preparation. I'm going to be waiting pretty much for the market to open, and then we're going to be monitoring all the different relative volume plays.
You've got FinTwit and folks talking about TOPS, ticker TOPS.
Yep,
Is that one on the minute? Yep. That's kind of popped up to 4 here. Let's see if that ends up acting as resistance. And of course, 450-ish is yesterday's high. So keep that on your radar if that's a type of ticker you like to play. It is not personally for me. Coming back to this trade here for me on XPeng, ticker XPEV. Told you guys we were long here at 1012, looking at lock-in gains at 1037. We're currently about 14 cents in the money, but obviously we're looking for about another 14 cents. CRM is going to be another one since I was just taking a look at random stocks. And it's got that 150 look. Look at that. Just a beautiful 150 level held. And then just kind of chopped around till the Fed. And then afterwards, just a nice springboard along with the other stocks there as well. So now that we're kind of opening lower like quite a few other stocks, we'll see if it wants to go ahead and test that 150 with a possible resistance area. I am a little hesitant to go ahead and, matter of fact, some news they had earnings. That's what it was. Would you look at that? They had earnings yesterday. So after a nice little pop, there's the drop. So matter of fact, now I feel a little more comfortable going short at this 150 level. So let me go ahead and get my, we'll go short right about there. We'll sell that. We'll risk about $50 on both sides, and we'll see if we can go ahead and make some money. But that's my entry and my sells on, CRM. Here on Salesforce. We've got about 7 minutes till the opening bell. CNBC says a new bull market has started.
I was just reading that. Did this actually happen? I have CNBC on, but I don't have the volume on, so I didn't hear what they were saying. Did they actually say this time, or are you trolling them?
Yeah, and I saw the CRM co-CEO leaving. I appreciate that, K-Chat. But we'll see. By the way, I did have some other trades that I did go ahead and put on, so let me walk through them. I've got Facebook here, just kind of, attempting to lose $50 at a time, if you will. You have the levels here that were resistance. I believe they could come back and act as support. So I'm looking to go long Facebook at 117.05, looking to take profits around 117.55 with a stop loss of 116.55. Then I'm going to look to go long Facebook at 116.03 with a take profit of 116.53 and a stop loss of 115.53. Just looking left, you can see you had resistance, broke, support. You had resistance, broke, held at support, continued to the upside. Matter of fact, the best level to attempt this is probably going to be 215. So you know what? Now that I'm talking out loud about this, I'm going to go ahead and cancel that order. So if the 117 fails, it's probably the 115 where I'll look to go ahead and do it one more time. I believe I've got some other levels out there. I already talked about Google and the $100 rejection, or excuse me, the $100 bounce that I'm looking at here at the 100.05. And I'll have Mitch go through his stocks here in a moment. But key thing for me, what are we going to do around this trend line here? Are we going to go ahead and break above 41.05? Or or are we going to test it and reject and come to the downside? I'm not quite sure, but it should be a fun day now that we've got the Fed out of the way.
All right, what's going on, team? How we doing out there? Just getting set up here.
Well, apparently we're in a new bull market.
A new bull market?
Evidently, CNBC.
No more markets in turmoil.
Well, CNBC said it, so it's got to be true. Guy Johnson's reminding us here. The Dow's up 20%, so we must be in a bull market now. Probably go to new highs here.
That's how it is, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I to me it seems like all jokes aside, I can absolutely see us rallying into the end of the year. It's been kind of a rough year. I don't know that we rally right from here. It does feel like we're a little bit extended. Today is December 1st, so I do expect some inflows over the course of today. We'll see if the market actually closes green, if those inflows are enough, or we kind of reverse midday. I think that the lows that we put in here recently are going to get tested at some point next year. Maybe not in the last month of the year here. Maybe we do see that Santa Claus rally as we get closer to Christmas and New Year's. But I don't think that those lows are safe. I think at minimum we test them. We probably break them as we really kind of bottom out. So we'll see. Well, I've been wrong before. Maybe I'll be wrong again. We'll see.
Yeah, one of the things that I've been talking about is there was a couple of things that needed to happen, right? If we were going to see a change in the market. One was economic data turning. Two was the Fed giving us signs or anything towards getting towards a dovish sign. Well, there you have it. Now you got both of them. Where the market's at. Well, there you have it. Market's ripping, right? Well, that's one thing that I say we just focus on. It's keeping it simple. What the data's telling us, what the Fed is telling us. Simple as that. It's looking like we're closer towards the end. It's looking like we're in the late innings. Now, of course, this could all change, right? Because of what could happen next year if we go into a recession. But does this mean that right now in Q4, things are still looking for the upside? Yeah, still looks like the path of least resistance to the upside. Now, one thing I can clearly feel like, and I've been talking about this for a while now, is money managers. They were positioned in October. They got in this market in October. The big boys got in this market in October. And they've been riding this wave up. They've been talking up the markets. They've been talking about the books. They've been calling the bullish pivot from Powell. And now things are aligning with their vision of that bullish outlook. In my eyes, they're still looking to make some money for the end of the year because that's going to go ahead and make them look like they're not bad traders at all, right?
Yep. So you're talking about expecting markups in their portfolio, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
100%.
I could totally see that happening, and that would actually coincide well with the Santa Claus rally, wouldn't it?
Exactly. And then now, if you had, like, let's say some positions in October that are now up, let's say, who knows, maybe they're up 20, 30%. Wouldn't it make sense for you to kind of rebalance your portfolio towards those winners, cut those losers so you don't look like you have been dragging some losers, and get into some of those winners and rebalance the portfolios to make them look like you've been in the best stocks the whole year? Oh,
someone might need to cancel Mitch here. He's making too much sense this early in the morning.
I mean, hey, I got the sweater on for a reason, right? I'm here to lead the show. Let's go.
What sweater is that? Is that the Captain
Sergeant Pepper's Lonely
Sergeant Pepper.
Heart Club?
That's sweet. No, that's sweet. That's sweet.
That's sweet. A little.
It was 20 years ago today. Sergeant Pepper taught the band to play. They've been going in and out of style, but they're guaranteed to raise a smile.
Okay.
I introduced to you.
Mitch, you're something else, Mitch. I don't know what we would do without you.
Band.
Real quick, while Mitch is rocking out here, Opal, good question here. Opalsman, you think all the shorts covered yesterday? So real quick, we open in 30 seconds here. This is an interesting question. One of the things that we discussed yesterday in our happy hour show was the rally yesterday short covering, right? I know we had the Fed minutes, but it felt like short covering. And we've got some really seasoned, really experienced traders in there that have seen this before. And your question, Opal, really good one. Is it all done? Do we expect any more short covering that could help this extend this rally through today and then maybe even into tomorrow? So I think that this is a really good question. I don't have the answer yet, but let's see what happens here today. Good luck, everyone. Markets open. Tops
All
on
right.
the scanner immediately.
Yeah, that
So
450
pushing-
area is above. Did it halt?
Sorry, I was redoing my thing here.
Yeah, I got to
What
redo
halt?
my share in a second, but I'm going to try to
I
get
think
into some
tops
trades
halted.
right out the gates here.
The tops did not halt. It appears to
Oh.
be open.
Why can't I buy it?
Nope. Never mind. Excuse me. It did halt 458. Sorry, Zunaid.
That's all right.
You let me off the hook easy on that one. I thought for sure I was going to get dragged.
No. Looks like I did go ahead and get order filled on something, and that was on XPEV. My stop loss has hit. I have taken an L on XPEV.
Are you short or long?
I was long. We were in the money by about 17 cents, and then we ended up taking an L on that one.
All right, looking at some growth stocks to try to see if they get the lift today. Got to be really quick here out the gates here. If I'm going to make a decision to go long, at least in my eyes, I mean, focus on trying to get some pullbacks right out the gate. Unity did a nice little pullback to 39. It's already to 39.70s. Real estate leading us, basic materials, then utilities. What's on kind of the pullback? Defensive names. So be careful there. Kroger did have good earnings, so that shouldn't be doing too bad. But I'll keep my eyes on grocery stores. They're the leaders right now. KR is actually pulling back right now. Doesn't look too bad here off the bounce off 50.
Wissing saying a lot of Discord pumping on tops. Careful. So I'm not in any of the Discords here this morning. I can't confirm or deny this, but what I can say is I know exactly how tops trades, as I've seen this before. And Wissing is exactly right. There's a lot of that going on with this stock, so be careful. Appreciate the shout there, Wissing. One thing to note here about tops is that it was halted at 458. That is exactly what yesterday's intraday high is.
Looking for a pullback on AMD. AMD looking interesting towards 79. It just broke out there towards 79. Looking for the pullback to the VWAP, but it's looking like it's going to hold the 79 push. There's a push into the 79s, now 79.19s. Looking for some tech maybe to get the lift today. NVIDIA is near the VWAP. We're looking at that right now. Apple's actually went red here towards the open. That actually looks like maybe an opportunity here.
Let's see what we've got. I'm going to take a quick shot here on Netflix. Going to take the 310 calls expiring this week. My fill is about 320. As Netflix is
Apple
looking to
coming
break out
back.
yesterday's highs.
Already at VWAP. Amazon above VWAP. For some
All right.
pullbacks now. We're getting a nice little up move. We need some pullbacks.
The Netflix calls, I'm going to sell majority of them here at $4. I'm out. Got in at 320s, out at 4.
So first move up here in the market is up.
Yes.
Our first move here out of the open is up. And someone asked earlier about the inflows, IRA inflows, right? First of the month, every month. It has been this year. That's been the pattern so far. Looks like we're getting it again. But it doesn't matter right now. We'll see where we close.
Netflix, just a beautiful move to the
Got a
upside.
little bit of AMD.
Okay, so Armed looks like it's trying to bounce off 3. No position yet.
Where is... Oh, nice little VWAP test.
Armed breaking down here. This is why we didn't take it. Gangs of London, born. Do you guys watch the Gangs of London? I'm addicted. Best death scenes of any mob show ever. Oh man, I bet that's hardcore. No, never seen it.
Getting a hard pullback here on AMD. Willing to add on the pullback. Just got to be smart at the right levels. So I could see that we could come back into yesterday's range around the 78.20s. Giving it a chance to get into a little drop underneath the 30s here to add, but I'm already have a starter in AMD. 48s is my average right now, 78.48. Already getting a nice little push there on AMD. I wanted to, if it's going to push, it's probably get through 79. So looking to see if we get through 79 here. If we can get through 79, I can sell a quarter or half and then look for the breakout towards 79.25. AMD is the one I'm looking at.
Gonna quickly try to scalp CRM here. Salesforce, my fill is 144.46. Gonna take a stop loss at 143.66. Take profit around 145.25. Doesn't look pretty, but just for transparency, that's what I'm in at the moment.
Took some off there at the break towards the 79. I took it at 91. Didn't want to get picky. It's still a 40-cent little pop there, so I went and took that. Now going to look to see if it can hold the pullback and keep the breakout on AMD.
Carmen saying, anyone seeing a rotation out of value? No, I'm seeing you are.
Yeah, well, defensive names down. That tells me a little bit.
Because I was going to say what I've seen the rotation out of has been some of the high flyers and the tech names. Value names are, like I'm thinking like Campbell's Soup, Procter and Gamble, things like that. Like that's
so.
I don't.
What's down right now is discount stores. That's what's dragging.
Yeah.
So if you want to know what's dragging, farm products and discount stores, only two industries in the red in consumer defensives, and it's actually dragging the whole sector down. So that just shows you how much is getting dragged. One, Costco, Walmart, DG, bad earnings, but they are coming back. They're getting the dip bought. So just to kind of show that outlook, they're still red overall, but if you look at from the open, they're starting to come up. So be careful out there. Does look pretty strong on the markets today. We'll see what happens.
Snow and Snap moving right to the highs here out of the open too. Surprising to see some of those tech names. I did see Affirm down here earlier with some 14 prints.
Now for different style of value plays that are doing decent, look for like financials. Those recovered yesterday, even looking after they were looking ugly towards the open. Now they're starting to pull back a little bit. So JPM, that's probably the area that you can look to see if the value will break down. I'd look at those financials and industrials. Like BE is a clear example of that, of high flyer value name. We'll see if those come down. AMD pulling back really quickly here. Now back to 78 here. I'm glad I took that first profit, but got to be careful here. Can't let it break 78.
And so Okta up 20% here. Okta, remember, they had good earnings. That's the catalyst here. Interesting here for a trade. Let me throw my screen up here. Interesting here for a trade. So first of all, this is just to set the stage here. This is Okta. We're down from almost 300, about 293. This is one of those software companies that was just, way, way overpriced, in my opinion. We've really kind of sold off. It looks like we're trying to bottom here. Speaking of value, you tell me what you think it's worth. I can't, I don't know. I don't necessarily know what it's worth. What I will say here from looking at the chart, we had good earnings. So we've got this really nice catalyst. Now we're popping back up. We do have a pretty huge gap here. Ken Murray, you out there? Be interested to know if you'd trade Okta here through this gap. So gap starts here at 69.35. Looks like it closes at about 88. So looking at a pretty huge gap there, 17, 18 point gap here on Okta. Something to consider. I don't really like this. I don't really like the environment for this, but this is worth noting. We are popping here. We do have a good catalyst, and I would suspect that there are going to be traders taking a look at this gap that we're about to approach.
AMD did that pullback here. Now just keeping an eye on it here. It's battling. Could cut down through the 78. I shouldn't have let it go through my opening price there. I'm out there. That was a hard downturn there. Got out there really quickly.
Taking a crack at CRM again because who doesn't like losing money? Got filled at 143.09.
So, good question here. Guy saying, why is Costco getting hit so hard? And Zunaid, I'm sorry.
SPY coming down fast.
You're good.
Careful.
You're good.
SPY coming down fast.
Just interrupt me again. Say again, Mitch. I'm sorry.
Costco's pre-announcement. They gave some numbers yesterday.
Yep, that's exactly what I was trying to say as I was running over both of you. Costco wholesale shares are trading lower after the company reported November sales results. So that's what you got. That's why they're getting hit here today. As far as I'm concerned, we talked about this quite a bit. As far as I'm concerned, let it get hit, let it come in, turn this into a good value buy so that I can scoop it up hand over fist. I absolutely love the stock, love the store. I'll take any downturn like this. I'll use as an opportunity to add. Tops open now, 5 prints, new highs 508.
Nice. That's nice.
Spread is pretty wide there. It opens up by 10 cents at some point, so just be careful there, team. 10 cents at a $5 stock is pretty decent. If Tops is going to move, you can also look for some other ones to kind of get the lift. SBLK is the one that I'd point to, you guys. It's just starting to lift now through the 50 moving average. It already hit the VWAP. That's SBLK. That's
And
Starbuck.
Real quick, Guy, basically just going through the actual PR here that Costco released. I can't remember if you're a pro user, but that's right. Going to be right here in the news feed, in the press release feed. Looks like they reported net sales of 19.17 billion for the retail month of November. 4 weeks ended November 27, saw an increase of only 5.7% from 18.13 billion. So, and Tom saying Costco taking others down as well. Melanie, yes, the U.S. did win. That Iran game was several days ago. The next game is Saturday.
All right, looking around out there, starting to see that kind of hourly pullback level. So at this point, I'm just like, all right, well, we're not going to get the rip right out the gates. Got to look for maybe the 945 turn to the upside, or got to give it the hour to get through. I'm actually looking more leaning towards the whole hour. So what does that mean? I got to get through the 9 a.m. kind of hourly candle here. So I needed to close at 10 a.m. And then I think we're going to start seeing a little bit better outlook on stocks. I'm getting those big time frame pullbacks, which could be just washing out the day traders. So in that sense, I'm just going to be patient here and wait. Give it the hourly candle and then look for the move, because right now it just doesn't look like it's it. Starbucks with a nice little pullback there. That's interesting.
HZNP, remember this was an issue from yesterday. HZNP, we got a PR about potential buyout target. And 3 different companies interested in it. So one of the interesting things that's happening here on the daily chart is we are getting this floating island that I talk about quite a bit. We really only have 2 candles here, so it'll be very interesting to see where we finish here today. As we've discussed a number of times, in a perfect world, this would actually come in and test the bottom of the candle, so 98 before curling back up. Sometimes that doesn't happen. It doesn't actually reach the bottom. Sometimes it actually breaches the bottom of the candle before curling back up, so keep that in mind. We'll see, though. I will say, though, a break above the top of this candle here, that might be worth a shot. This candle here has a high of 102.71. It's only a point away from where we're at. So maybe if we break the top of that candle, possible swing long here on HZNP.
LAZR with a nice little move to the upside, above 8 now.
You know, it's an interesting one that kind of turned around for a little bit, but really never gave up the trend, is FedEx, Zunaid. Remember how we were talking about that and how we were looking for the gap fill? It's still pushing on the trend. And like, yeah, it pulled back for a little bit on the daily, but overall, it's still pushing for that trend.
Yeah.
And it holds the 9 EMA on the pullbacks on the daily beautifully. Just to kind of give you guys levels to look for on FedEx, that 9 EMA on the daily levels look beautiful. They just keep following the trend. SPY coming back here, guys. So we're getting a little bit of a lift here. It could be the 945 run. So I'm just going to be a little bit patient here. I do want to maybe jump in on some names, but I'm going to be a little bit patient versus trying to jump towards the gun. Amazon was one that I'm looking at right now. It's near the VWAP if you're looking for something that looks good right now. Apple is already pushing, tried to get towards 148.50. So that's trying to take lead. Tesla's one that I believe in today because it's the positive catalyst of the semi. Does this mean that it's going to run massively? Well, I think it could just run maybe for at least for today. I'm just looking at it on the intraday action, and it's already up there. We were talking about potentially a run for 200, and that was mentioned on Stock Market Movers yesterday. We're already at 198.
I see Carmen talking about ChargePoint. I'm watching for a turnaround in ChargePoint for the gain into earnings. We got the turnaround yesterday. Remember, I was trading ChargePoint. This was the trade yesterday, right here, right? This was the stop, the 1186, right? Buy at 1184, stop right around here. I was actually 1185, hoping for this 1186 break. Look what ended up happening later in the day, and this is the other thing that happens, right? You'll think you'll get one of these big breakouts. Remember, I was trying to get the actual break of 12. Stopped out because it really kind of came back in. But look what happened later in the day. We took out that 186 twice, right? We back tested it and took it out again. And then we ripped. And that 12 resistance that we could not get over that caused me to stop out on this yesterday, man, it didn't really stop this thing at all. We kept going as high as what, 1238. And now it looks like we're kind of building above. So for the next leg up here on ChargePoint, would love to see 1264 come down. But we'll see. And remember, it took several attempts to get some of these bigger levels down yesterday. Wouldn't be surprised if we see that again today. Some nice big volume here today in ChargePoint. Volume just doubled. Yeah, look at the size of the stick. This size, it might be hard to see on this chart because I'm not zoomed in. Look at the size of the stick right here. And that'll double your daily volume in a hurry.
Thinking about doing a scalp trade. I don't do these often, but I'm thinking about DraftKings here to the upside through 560s, going to 570. If the SPY is going to break out, maybe it gives me the lift here that I need. Daily Outlook has a nice little daily breakout too. Also on the daily, you can see here trend line break, trying to get towards 16 on the day. Some resistance into the 1580s, but I could see us pushing from 1550 to 1580s. It's not a bad little scalp. Let's see what happens here. Would have to keep it really tight off 1540s. But just wanted to put that out there before I get in it. Haven't gotten it yet, but just wanted to give you guys the outlook. Dun, dun, dun. This is one of those days. Got to pull the sleeves up. Let's go. Pinkies up. Let's get this, team.
Pinkies
you guys
up,
keep battling.
up. Mitch is ready to go. We got Bills Patriots tonight.
Oh, that is tonight.
That's a
Mitch
good game.
is ready.
All right, like this little pullback here on DraftKings. Gonna do it right now, guys. Gonna join the party here. Why I went there is I was able even to tighten up the risk even a little bit further. Remember, I wanted 50. I was talking 1550, 10-cent risk. I was able to get in there at 1548. That gives me an 8-cent risk. At least brought it down a little bit, right? Limited the risks now. I'll give it a chance. This is a go or no go trade. Let's see if we can just get that nice little push because it's kind of more of a scout. Want to see the SPY push here and get the nice little lift there towards 409.20s. We'll see if we get that lift.
I'm going to go short here on CRM.
CRM.
And then, of course, let's take a look at Netflix as that one's continuing to move to the upside. Looks like 312 is what I've got right there. So we're going to mark 312. If it wants to come back and test 312, maybe you get a little bit of a chance to buy it if you believe in the long side. But CRM, now 50 cents to the downside, and then some more. There we go. We're looking to take profits around 143.40s. For me, it's a day of patience.
Patience has really saved me these past few weeks.
Yeah.
I'm trying to continually practice that.
All right, SPY pushing here, 409.14s. Can we get through the 409.20 mark here? It's an important level. It's a resistance to the left on the 1 minute. I'll show you guys that right now on the SPY. See how there's a lot of resistance to the left here? We're trying to get through that level. Let's see if we get it. 409.20s just hit there. I want to see the volume increase on this push, going right back towards that first high on the kind of push in the 830 area, which is towards 409.70s.
At some point, it's going to get a big lift, George. numbers out to the QS partner and the GM.
Could get a pullback here. We'll see if we get it, but I'm still looking to see if we get that little push.
Do you like DraftKings long term, Mitch?
Yes, overall, because one of the things that it's trying to do is it's trying to just it has an ability to survive through where a lot of people or a lot of like probably gambling sites will go down before DraftKings does, right? I mean, one of the things that they do, they know how to burn money and raise it.
They do know how to burn money. I like it though. I mean, I think at some point there's going to be a huge play here. Really, the question for me is when. And I don't feel confident on taking a longer term position right now, but I want to. I really want to take a stab at DraftKings. I like
the
that.
SPY now 409.60s. Can it get through there? We're getting towards that high there in that 8:30 time. My DraftKings just stopped me out there. I put a stop there at 38 still. I probably might have gotten stop hunted there, but I don't think that my position was big enough for it to get hunted too bad there. But you could see it reverse there, even on the 1 minute. It wicked down through, now coming right back. So just gonna leave it alone. Trying to be patient here, do little small trades here at the gates, then see what happens. But looks like the SPY isn't gonna do the 10 a.m. move right now. It just did that 9:45 move. So there's a little push. You are starting to start seeing some of these bigger stocks push. That's why a little part of me is leaning for Amazon on that SPY break, but can't push too hard here out the gates. Got to be kind of slower into these names. One of the things is, well, it's not really strike two. It's only strike one because AMD is still a win, but it really wasn't because it was kind of more break even. Just got to see Amazon here if it's going to be able to hold on the pullback. DraftKings held that pullback towards the support, so it eventually could get still the push. Your tops top out. That's holding the little pullback. Building the gap, trying to make another run.
Wait, what the?
Morning, Judge. How you doing today? GOEV at some resistance right here. If you could take this out, I think this might go higher.
Wait, what the?
Kind of a slow mover though, GOEV.
That one's doing well. The Starbuck is doing well.
Oh.
Wicks are tricks. Trends are friends. I like it. I like it. You just just gave it an upgrade. My man, 5 ceilings or woman, whichever way. Coming through. 5 ceilings. Wicks are tricks. Trends are friends. Dude,
Top
we just
moving through VWAP.
We just created, don't worry, 5. I'll send you the check in the mail. I got you. You know it, Sherry. That's what we're here for. Loves and blessings all the way. Blessings all around.
I love it. Oh, Melanie dropping the ball here. That's an old Tim Sykes saying, apparently, Mitch.
No. Don't tell me.
All right, Mitch. I mean, we see where you get your inspiration from, buddy.
No.
That's
Don't tell me
nice.
things like that. I know Tim be watching my Twitter, so maybe that's what happens.
I mean, it's great, dude. I know you guys have that relationship.
Dude, why are you telling about the secrets, Melanie? You know we be out there in the Italian harbors, on the yachts.
I've never been on a yacht. if anyone in the chat has a yacht, I would like to go on one. So let me know. We can arrange that.
It's like, I'm just joking. I hate Tim.
Oh, Melanie, come on.
Hey, she says that she don't hold back. I don't
Wait, so
like
he
Melanie.
didn't? So that's not
He
a
didn't actually say that.
Oh.
You see,
just getting
get
us.
him, get him.
We got gotted.
All right, we'll see what else is out there. Next, you'll start quoting Kramer. Now, Crow, come on. Come on, bro.
Oh, Mitch, you've actually taken inverse Kramer trades, haven't you? I don't think you're going to be quoting them.
I mean, I'll be quoting them. You'll see it. Just might not be quotes you might like to hear.
Fair enough.
All right. Like his coin, we're going to 460, or we like coin at 350.
HZNP moving to the highs now.
Oh man, we like coin at 350, guys. No, we don't. Spy holding up there. Is it going to keep pushing here? Should I go for the Amazon? It's tempting here, guys. It's really tempting. Look at this. See how Amazon just like nice little trend line here. Looking like it wants to push. Has support. That's a hard one. That's a hard one. I'll tell you guys. I'm going to look for it to actually close up towards that 96.80s before I get too excited. Because right now it's just like kind of tipping on the trend line and rejecting the move. VWAP is at around 96.73. But if the SPY keeps pushing, I think it takes Amazon higher. It's just hard to kind of call this move here. SPY's holding though. It didn't do that just like spike and then straight down. All right. Getting a little antsy here, and you guys can see it. I took a little bit of Amazon there at 72. Starts creeping above the trend line, so I took a little bit of a shot there. See if the SPY holds here. SPY could be doing those wicks or tricks. The trend right now is my friend, though, to the upside. We'll see. Taking some trades today, guys. Not trying to hold back.
You've got Nvidia moving up. I might try XPEV. It's not really strong. Never mind. My life.
There's a little push on Amazon to 96, 92. 95, 97s. Let's go. Let's get going. Giddy on up.
What the?
Amazon pushing here. How's the Tesla dragging?
So Kano
Pulling back. Should like that Tesla pullback.
What's going on?
I'm going to stay off of it right now because I just need to focus on Amazon.
Well, I'll go ahead and take the L for you. I'm going to go ahead and grab Tesla here. Stop loss is going to be low a day, 194.44.
Love it, Zunaid.
I'm taking a look here at Kano. This is actually one that we've seen. This is actually one that we've seen before. 201, the spot here. Nice little move off the bottom. But one of the things I noticed was that right here, we had 2,057 contracts of the 3 calls. Expires March 17th of next year. Now, it's only 82K worth of premium here, but still interesting. There's more down here. There's 111K, so we got multiple. See if we keep getting more. I would say if we get, there's the first batch. So we had 2 pretty big batches there of calls here on Kano, and we're right at this level. I think a break above 201 here. This might be in play.
It's looking interesting on some deeper time frames as we pulled back towards the support. Now starting to get back above the 97 level on Amazon. Big level above it towards a 97.09. If we can get above that, start going towards 97.20s, we're going to be looking good for a 97.50 push. Just needs to get back above the 97.10s. Crazy day today, man.
Yeah. I'm one along here at Meta at 120 on the dot. Looking to take a stop loss at 119.30s.
Are you doing contracts, Zunaid?
No, just equity.
Gotcha.
Yeah, the reason I'm not trying to do contracts is simply because this whole trend line situation around SPYs got me a little uncomfortable.
White Raven coming in with a great mention. Shout out to her or him. Give him a star or her a star because she's mentioning manufacturing PMI in 4 minutes. Watch out, team. That's definitely going to affect the markets. Could shake things up a little bit. ISM manufacturing PMI, 10 a.m. About to hit it in 1 minute. We'll see what happens here. SPY pulling back. That's a little bit scary for this like Amazon trade, right? So might have to just run towards the profits, but just going to be
Kano, guys.
watching right now.
Here goes Kano. 201 now.
Kano.
Huge prints here. There was a 20K buy print at 198 too. This 201, I think if this 201 snaps, we're in, or we're gonna pop, I should say.
I'll tell you one thing. That Kano sounds
All
like
right, with the
Mortal
numbers, it looks
Kombat.
like the market's kind of figuring out how to digest it.
Oof.
You've got a little bit of a high here. I went short the futures. I went short at 41.0150. Stop loss 41.1125. Looking to take profit at 40.9175 on the screen.
Kano taking 201, a little bit more size here at 202. And as you can see on the daily here, we're kind of approaching this gap. 253
Oh my
looks
God.
to be that gap area.
The short that I had on
Pullback on Amazon.
the short that I had on the futures, I went ahead and locked in the profits. I'm all out of my short on the future side. On CRM, we're now going in the money. Let's see what that trade's going like. Yeah, we're about $1 in the money on that one. Do with that what you will. I'm going to be greedy here. I'm going to move my stop losses. Excuse me, I'm going to move my take profits down. But we're about $1.50 in the money now.
There goes Kano through 201. And they refilled 201. Yeah, this
is
seems to be
wild.
the spot here on Kano.
SPY did a little bit of a pullback, wick to the top, wick to the bottom.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's how this market is, team. Gotta be careful out there.
Crow, good call there. Tops curling off that VWAP back towards the 5. We have 525 as your intraday high. You might be able to trade that through 5 though.
Gonna pull back towards my level here. Saw it cut through my level there for a second. Wanted to kind of hold here. The SPY though is a little bit scaresome with seeing Amazon just bounce around right now. See Amazon just bouncing around here. It's a little part of me feel like just running towards the profits. That's how you know the volatility is real today. I'm just like, should I just take it? My brain, my subconscious is working a lot today. And that just shows us that how much the volatility comes into play. And moments like this, we got to try to maybe, at least for myself, what I'll do is I'll try to stick towards my plan, original planning, stick towards that, try not to make new planning, at least in my mentality.
I'm going to go ahead and close out on my longs on Meta and Tesla pretty much at break even.
Oh
Is
my gosh,
Amazon
Kano.
back above the 97 mark? Can we get a little push above this 97?
Yeah, both numbers weak here.
What did they come in at?
PMI for November is 49 versus 49.8 expected, and ISM manufacturing prices for November 43 versus the 47.5 expected. Both numbers weak.
But that shows manufacturing contraction, right? That shows economy slowdown. That actually might be a positive thing for the market.
Well, that lines up with what we've heard, right? About kind of slowing
economy
down,
slowing
rate
down,
hikes. I mean,
yeah.
I think it's a given now. It was 50 bips in December.
Mhm.
By the way, tops, I know I'm a little late on this. Tops through 5, currently at 515. Remember, 525 that day high on tops. This one I'm going to pass on. Crow, I know you said you hit this earlier, but we'll see if we end up getting a pop here through 525. Kano back down to that 2 handle. Big volume going by here, or big buys and sells going by here.
Battling myself and thinking about just taking profits here, but I don't want to miss the move if Amazon just rips here through 97. So hanging out in it right now.
Yeah, Urban
SPY
Farms
is what-
market did not like those numbers. Agreed. That we were pushing to highs. We've immediately.
I mean,
reversed all
we're right
indexes.
off the 15-minute support. It could be shaking some people out. That's the only thing
that's
I'd
true.
keep in mind.
Shorting XPEV here. I'm
XPEV.
short at 991. Matter of fact, let me go to the options. And if I lose money, so be it. Ooh, they're so cheap, they're going to get me in trouble. Yep, they sure are. All right, went ahead and bought 5 lottos on XPEP, $10 puts expiring this week. I got filled at 41.
All right. In my eyes, we shouldn't break through kind of the 66 area on Amazon now. So I'm going to use that as my risk here and look to see if we hold VWAP. Even if we wick to 66, it's okay, but we should get through that 97, at least on a 5-minute rule of 3 outlook for Amazon on my outlooks for my strategy. Now I'm just going to look to see if it breaks out. I already know the rule of 3. It did that last little push right now to 97. It did the support around, if you do the extreme, it's 53, but I'm looking more towards that candle to the left of it where you get a 62 bottoming.
HZNP 104 now. This continues to move. We did break the top side of that candle. So if you're looking at the daily here, we did take out the top of this candle really, really quick. So I'm not sure that this is going to come back here. But nice little formation here, HZNP. This is definitely strong.
So you guys see how I see the SPY, right? In this kind of chop action, right? A lot of times we're looking for that chop action to give us support resistance and then eventually a breakthrough. There's Amazon to 97.01s, holding well. Now we just need the SPY to start pushing back towards 409. Let's go to the 1, see if we see that kind of reaction happen here on the spot. What do we get a takedown?
Tops 540 now on tops. 545 your high. So it did look like that knife. Crow, that knife looks like it just shook people out, right?
SPY coming down fast, team.
Shook people out right before it took out that 525. That's exactly what it did. That's exactly what it did. I think Buddy might be getting himself into some trouble. I'll be right back.
Uh-oh.
I don't know why I find that so funny. I guess it's because I have a cat. About to get stopped out in Amazon. Hands on the trigger right now. It's a little recovery.
Our CRM shorts working out really well. Right off of that VWAP. And our XPEV is in the money there as well. Our lottos are up a solid 8%.
Out the Amazon trade. It's a tough one today, man. Tough one today. Got to be almost really short. I'm looking for continuation patterns, and it's not happening. Dun, dun, dun. SPY pulled back there. ISM shaking things up there. We were looking great. We got through the 409.50. We even got there. We were pushing there. Got to 410. Quick little pull off there.
Yeah, still in the CRM short. So we're looking to take gains at 142.79. We're up about $72, which comes out to about 1.5 in the money on the short. On XPEV, we're about 10 cents in the money on the short.
My cat's name's Hendrix. And then, of course, we got the famous Buddy.
The famous Buddy. He basically just knocked something off one of my kitchen counters on his way to his food bowl. So that was the crash.
Get out of the way, man.
That's what he said. He's like, get out of my way. You're in between me and food. Get out of here.
Get out of here.
I get like that.
Yeah, I can see that.
Like that.
All right, what's going on out there? My brain says 420, but my heart says 470. Oh, man, if your heart says 470, let me know, Urban. DKNG into the red said, quack that duck.
Quack that duck is what you just said?
Yeah, quack that duck.
Okay. Man, Tops. What a move on Tops. It's, kudos to you guys that trade those stocks that you know are kind of crazy. This is probably the best move of the day here, and I just didn't take it because I don't trust it. But kudos to you folks for taking it.
It's up to you if that fits your personality, right?
It doesn't. Yeah, that's the thing. It's just
Tops doesn't fit your personality. It doesn't fit it, man.
692, maybe your next spot. Maybe 630 first. Let's go with 630. 630, your next spot on Tops.
SPY just coming down fast. Best part is, I mean, in my outlook, you know, weaker manufacturing, a weaker economy says that the Fed can't keep raising rates. Isn't that a good thing? That's how it is, guys. That's just how it is. Now, we look to see if we get the hourly pullback, right? That's the only thing that I could look at, it being getting that hourly pullback towards the support. Could be far down there too.
Oh, wow. Crow, that was a revenge trade for you on Tops. Man, I'm glad you made it back. I've been there, my man. I've been there. I revenge trading always puts me on tilt. Glad you were able to get some of that back.
SPY is pulling back towards that hourly level. Gonna get to the point where I'm gonna start looking for maybe that reversal in a little bit here. Just need to come down a little bit further, closer towards the 406.60s, 406.50s. Then I'll look to see if we can get some reversal action.
Here's my game plan on Microsoft, and I don't like it, but screw it, I'm in it. Short Microsoft here at 253.68. Stop loss is going to be high a day. Looking to take profits at 251.19. Let's see if we get that 250 bounce sometime today. But if we do, I will have locked in some gains like I'm about to do on my short on CRM. Come on, baby. Come on. 3 more cents. Boom. Done. There we go. Locked in gains on CRM.
There's that push, 406 to the 406.50 area.
Let's put your charts up. There you go.
Right there off the hourly now. This is where I could see the support coming in, and I'll show you guys that hourly support right there. Running into it now. Let's see if it actually holds its support now. You can see even the action slowed down right there. Look at the 1 minute.
Oh, man.
Stock that stayed strong today, Best Buy. Can you believe that, guys?
Let's go ahead and sell one if I can get it. Where is Apple? Oh, Apple never came in that 150, did it? Nope, never did. Where's Microsoft? Let's add Microsoft in here. Tesla, yep, that's down there as well. All right, that Microsoft short. Let's see what's going on with it. Looking real pretty here.
Why don't you come up here?
Because I'm scared.
Well, no, he's yelling at me, but it's like if he would just come up here, he'd get so much more attention. He wouldn't have to be knocking stuff over and all types of other stuff.
The Microsoft short 70 cents in the money. Do what you got to do with it. But that's looking pretty.
Market pounding lows here still. Wonder where we stop here on this poll.
First thing that comes to mind would be actually this 406. So if we go ahead and look left, you can see that's kind of where you had a little bit of resistance, and then you kind of popped above it. So I want to say 406, and then obviously I like the whole number of 405s. I'm not saying that's the low, but
Yeah, I would say your next support test here is going to be 405.50
yeah.
is where I would put it on the SPY.
The funny ones are for me is the banks today. The banks are just coming down fast, just like they did yesterday, and then they made their
You
way
remember?
back.
So speaking of the banks, Mitch, remember yesterday we were talking about the banks looked like they were in free fall early. They bounced after we got off the show and went right back to where they
To me,
started.
that showed that someone you put a huge. I was thinking that it was buy order that was probably getting filled. A big boy buy order brought the stock down, and then when the Jerome Powell speech came on, they ignited that thing. I don't know, man. That was some fishy price action. Let me just say that. Shows me that definitely institutionals are trying to get around us retails, even though what we might be thinking even. That's why sometimes it's difficult to kind of just stay with the news, because it seems like the news sometimes is 2 steps behind versus what the institutionals are thinking. And I feel like the institutionals have really been killing it in the last 2 months.
Well, they're not in the business of losing after all. So
Yeah,
find some way to make it work. I will say being conservative out of the open here really helped me today, because everything's pretty much reversing. A lot of the
100%.
stuff, fake breakouts. Kano, I'm still waiting on to break out here. Hasn't yet though.
SPY
I'm gonna
just playing around the 406.50 towards 406.20 area. So just be careful out there.
Yeah, I don't have the patience. I'm going to go ahead and close out of this SPY right here, locking in the gains on the short side. Or excuse me, on Microsoft. My apologies. Went ahead and got executed at 250, 239 on the shorts. And now the only thing that I am short is XPEV to the downside. And that's actually closer to low a day. So I might just lock in those gains here. Bloop, bloop, done. And then the lottos that we took on XPEV are up 20%. I've got 5, so I'm going to go ahead and close out at actually none of them. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't make sense for me to do it. I'm going to hold on to those.
Doo-doo. All right, SPY's pulling back there, 406.70s. Just on a hard pullback since we got that number. And really, I mean, I don't know, man. Maybe it is bad news. It's actually bad news today, but that doesn't make sense in the sense of you're thinking about the Fed, right? So whenever I get in these moments of markets are making illogical moves, it could just be a pullback. It could be something that I'm not seeing. So instead of trying to put something on it, just let it do its thing. Let it tell me where it wants to go. Right now, it's just pulling back. I'm not trying to play the short side right now. So I'm just watching it.
Preston Jung Productions. I think this is probably a reaction to the ISM numbers that we got, isn't it? That's really what kind of turned this around. We're just seeing some extended push down from that. So looks like just pulling back. Yeah, it looks like ISM manufacturing PMI and the manufacturing prices for November.
Yeah, I mean that's what came out. The only thing is it doesn't make sense for the Fed outlook, right? And so that's the hard part there. I don't know. I think this should also just be that. Remember, yesterday was definitely an overreaction to the upside. Let's
as some of them suggested here, potential short covering, right? Opal, I believe it was Opal from the chat earlier this morning saying that we talked about that yesterday on the happy hour show. It looked like potential short covering, and that would give you an extended overdone rally, Mitch. And now it looks like a little bit coming back to the mean here, coming back to reality.
Yeah, it's how it is sometimes. I'll tell you one thing. The banks and the institutionals, they ain't our friends. I'll tell you that much.
To tell you for sure, banks are not your friend. They want your money.
Yeah, they want it fast.
They want your money. So here's one of the other things. I'll share this with you guys in terms of market rolling over here. So this is kind of the culmination of a lot of what we're actually charting and looking at in happy hour. We do have a regular that shows up there that provides his own charts. And I sometimes, depending on what's going on, I'll go ahead and add some of the different lines to the chart that I have here. One of the things that you're seeing is that the downtrend that we were in from the beginning of the year appears to be holding here, right? This is where we're at right now. You are here. And this yesterday's huge candle on huge volume really kind of took out the high, moved right through the 200-day moving average, and pretty much filled the entire gap that we had between 403 and 408. That gap goes back to right here, which is September 12th and 13th on the SPY, this gap down. So we filled that gap. We ran up to this trend line, and now it looks like we're reversing. So to me, this seems totally normal. I don't know that we'll just continue to reverse all day, but I wouldn't be surprised if we kind of closed lower and gave back, 50, 75% of that move we had yesterday. That'd be my best guess, at least right now. This is what we're looking at, though. These are your levels. And I understand if this is difficult to see given the black background and all of that. If you need me to verbalize any of these numbers, I'd be happy to do that for you.
All right, let's see what's going on out there, team.
Red Del Papa saying, technically, your money is not yours. It belongs to the banks. They created it out of thin air. Gotta say, I don't really agree with that. I'll push back on that. I don't really agree with that. Samsung created my phone, but this is not their phone. This is my phone. This is my phone. So just because someone created it at some point in the past, whether it's out of thin air or whatever, doesn't necessarily mean that it's not mine. I know we might just be arguing semantics at that point, but just a little bit of a pushback. I understand what you're saying.
Netflix.
What's it actually worth? It would be the question, right?
Yeah,
if they're printing new money out of thin air, what's it actually worth?
People say the same thing about Bitcoin, right? Boom, got him.
But they didn't give it to you. They lent it to you. I earned it. I earned it from my job.
Right? It was trade. My time for my pay. All right. Let's see what happens here. Let's see if we finally do get some reversals. I'm looking to see, trying to play some reversal action, but SPY finally putting in 5 minutes of sideways action. Is this the area? I'm looking for more 1030 here. I want to get these day traders out of here. Usually day traders leave at 10 a.m. or 10:30.
Mind your business.
I've been trying to get Zunaid to leave, you guys know.
Zunaid is not happy about that. Mind your business, he says. Damn.
You guys don't stay. You can't stay up after 11:30. Can't stay up after 11:30.
Bro, I don't make it past 10:30.
Exactly. Then gym time comes, right? Got
haircut time.
It's actually haircut today.
It's haircut
Sometime
day.
Today is gonna be
haircut
day.
day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Haircut alert.
Yeah. It'll be later on. They won't be during the day.
Just don't be like this guy. Damn, I'm gonna put him on blast. My wife be telling me gossip. But supposedly at her job, like there's some guy that was in like a Zoom meeting, and he was in a Zoom meeting and he was getting a haircut.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, like he had the
like
video
he had
on
his
and
camera
everything.
off and you could hear it?
No, literally camera on. Like this is all good in the middle of a meeting. Ryan, what do you think about that?
I mean,
wow.
Yeah, wow. Thank you, Zunaid. That's what I think about that. Wow. I haven't fully digested the idiocy of that move. At least turn your camera off.
Wow.
It's one click. Turn the damn camera off.
Like,
get out of here.
The best part is
Man.
he literally took himself off mute and like joined in, like was conversating, like it's all good. Like, hold on a second, Barber. I need to talk to my team right quick.
What's his position? What's his role? Nope. Speaking of getting random.
The Zoom stories,
All right.
the Zoom stories.
Let's see if this is a random scam call. One of these I'm going to take on speaker just for fun.
I would love that. Answer at Domino's Pizza. Try to get him to place an order.
Domino's Pizza. How can I help you?
Jay Wild, at least he wasn't getting a wax job. Yes, that's true.
Yeah. Definitely don't need access to that camera. Don't need access.
To that camera.
But yeah, man, that was hilarious. I heard that story and I was like, man, that's just like that's where we're at in this society where people think it's all good for that, you know?
I'll say this. I to me, that's funny. I'd rather a teammate be getting a haircut than show up to a Zoom meeting with no pants or something like that. Like that would be way worse.
Yeah.
Yes, the crow. There's been much worse caught on Zoom.
Yeah, there has. I would agree with that too.
So my favorite solicitor response is an old one. It's an oldie, but it's a goodie, and it's from the Seinfeld TV show. And he gets a
Long
call.
spy.
And he goes,
Uh-huh.
"What?
Sorry, long spy off of the 405.31. I'm long. Looking to take profits at 406. Sorry, go ahead.
No. That's way more important than this story. That's an actual trade.
Starter on Tesla. Long.
By the way, Ahmed 296 is going to be your spot here on Ahmed. So Seinfeld, solicitor calls. He says, "Oh, now's not really a good time. Why don't you give me your home number and I'll call you back?" And the solicitor's like, "Well, we can't really do that." And Seinfeld's like, "Yeah, you probably don't want people calling you at home." And he goes, "Yeah." And he goes, "Now you know how I feel." And he hangs up.
Click.
Yeah, that's one of the best solicitor responses.
I might have to try that. No, that was just the government saying you haven't filled out your application for like healthcare and all of that.
We've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty.
It's like, bro, my car is from 2004. That warranty's extended warranty has been extended and then expired. I'm still in the market for a car. If you guys have been watching the show for some time, you know that. I've been in the market. All right, we're up about 50 cents on the spies. So I'm going to go ahead and close out my position here. I went ahead and close out of my long on the spy. I'm out. Quick little 20, 40 bucks.
Coupe, SUV, what are you looking for?
A sedan. Possibly a Civic or an Accord or a Maxima.
Okay. You listed 2 midsize and 1 small. So I would say go with the midsize. Go with your gut.
The
Accord and the Maxima.
Yeah.
Civic is smaller than that.
Yeah. For me, okay, so here's why I like a Civic.
Kano at 2, by the way.
I'm terrible. I've got your chart up if you want to show that. There you go. I'm terrible at driving sometimes. Like parking, if it's like a tighter space, it's a little tough. It's a little tough. So Civic, I can just like beep, just kind of just
you can just view
ram it in there.
Okay.
But yeah.
I think what you're trying to say is that you feel more comfortable in a smaller car because it's easier to maneuver. That makes sense.
God, see, this is why you handle all comms here. Yes.
I don't handle all comms here.
Yeah, but when I said comms, I was thinking of the one situation you handled. But yeah.
Oh God. One day I won't have to do that, Zunaid. One day.
Carvana, dude. I wish I was smart enough to short Carvana and have that be the way I pay for my vehicle at Carvana.
That would be like the circle being complete.
Legendary.
Yeah, but unfortunately I wasn't. I was not smart to do that. Sad. Because I mean, I could have bought Carvana possibly if I went ahead and had a cute little short at the top,
Who would have thought car vending machines aren't the way
378.
of the future? I mean, that was just who saw that coming?
But is that the problem though? I don't know if that's the problem.
I mean, no, I'm making a joke.
Oh, okay. Because I like the concept. I really do. I think it's great
here's
marketing.
the thing. Here's this is like what I'm dealing with. I love the concept of being able to purchase a vehicle without having to go to a car dealership and working with a salesman. That is very appealing. Like legit, that is appealing. I can see why that is a problem that's trying to be solved. I'm just not sure that we've actually done that yet. And I'm not sure that car vending machines were the way to do that.
Yeah. I want to get a bike, like a
Vespa.
motorcycle. Like a
I could see
motorcycle.
you with a Vespa and one of those helmets, like those old school 70s. I could see you cruising around.
What is that? I gotta look that up now. I don't know what that is. Vespa. Also, apparently, I just got a confirmation receipt from Ace Hardware. So that's a nice spam because I never in my life has shopped at Ace Hardware. So that's always great. I am not riding in a Vespa.
Dude, I see you on a mini bike riding down the street, bro.
What a reaction, Zunaid.
That's
Get
So
yourself a
that
little-
market bounce that we just talked about a few minutes ago, yeah, that's done. Back
Yep,
to the
that's
lows.
why I was a quick scout. We got in and out. Now look for 405 to break, test again, and then possibly make our way towards 403.03. Below invoice, no haggling. I got a buddy of mine who does like auction car stuff situation. I need to hit him up and be like,
Yeah, you do.
"Yo,
Yeah, you do.
help me out here, bro."
You know, interesting comment here, Vivek. I knew Carvana was way too overvalued when I got 18K for my car, for which
No
I paid
way.
13K 1 year back. Now, remember, Vivek, you didn't attach any dates here, which is fine.
Oh, this was
But
during the, yeah.
remember that the used car market went bananas. It went parabolic temporarily. And so I'm wondering then if these values that you're citing here were during that, you know, outlier move, if you will. So
Yeah.
I get it, but I think that probably had a bigger impact too on Carvana, right? A lot of people got more money for their used car, and then used car prices came back in. And
Oh, I like this. I like this bike, Crow. I just need to learn how to ride one now, but I like it.
Which bike?
And they're cheaper too. The Emo GTS Zone. I
Well,
like
this is
it.
actually a motorcycle.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we're not riding around no ching 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 ching. No.
What?
We're not-
I
we're
thought
not
you
doing
were
that.
on the mini bike.
No.
Yeah,
Everybody trying to
I
sound like a
can't-
bee.
I can't do bikes. I tried a bike one time. I had a bad experience. Almost
Oh,
died.
I'm sorry.
So
Oh, I'm
don't
sorry to
make
hear
me-
that. Yeah, I'd be scared too, because like, look, let's not pretend like I'm coordinated enough, you know?
Yeah, I just like speed. That's my issue. I like going fast, and I would rather do that with 4 wheels than 2.
I like cheap. It's in my nature. So a bike that's like 4,000 or 5,000. Amen. Hey guys, where do you guys see the upcoming market data or catalyst like the 10 a.m. in Benzinga Pro? That's a question from my man Ryan.
So one of the things that you can do for that, great question, Sam. One of the things that you can do for that is I would use the calendar, and I would start to become proficient using the calendar. One of the things that people run into here when they use this is they don't realize that there's actually multiple calendars, right? They come on here, they'll be like, oh, okay, you have earnings for today. Cool. What's next? The reality is that there's a bunch of other calendars. In fact, there's 14 different calendars that do different things. So what you're talking about here, did you specify economic numbers? Where do you see upcoming market data or catalysts? I would use the economics calendar for that. Now, right in here, Mitch showed this yesterday. So I'm going to really quickly review some tips. One of the things that you can do here is you can actually sort on any of these column headers, right? So if you click on the column header type, you'll see it'll put all the Fed stuff at the top. It lists the time, the date, and also the country. And if you're not interested in other country stuff, you can come in here, unselect all of them, and then only select the US. That's going to make this list easier to go through once it loads it back up here. Did I not click that? What happened? What happened, calendar? There you go. So when you can load US in here, and then the other thing you can do is actually view the prints via their importance, right? That's assigned by our news desk. So people that all they do is go through news and watch news, they're assigning those numbers. This would be how I would prepare for that. Super simple, puts all that stuff right in front of you.
Let's see.
And yeah, BZB trading. Yes, this is really good advice. Check for market data every morning. So one of the things that you'll see occasionally, I'll share my screen in the morning and you guys will see this screen. And I'm doing exactly what BZB trading is saying. Check for market data every morning. What I'm doing in here, this news feed here, I've got SPY and USO, so I'm getting all of the broader market numbers as well as the oil numbers. You can see here we did have some of these this prints this morning, as well as the manufacturing PMI a little bit later. So I do this every single morning. The other thing that I do here is I check for exclusive news and exclusive content that we're doing, as well as reasons why stocks are moving. So I fully support that, BZB. I think that's great advice. That's what I do every day. You're welcome, Sam.
I'm going to take one more short here on the SPY. I went ahead and got filled at my puts. I went ahead and bought the, where'd it go? Gosh darn it. There it is. Went and bought the 406 puts on the SPY, SPY, that expire on February 17th. My fill is 1520. 1520.
RB, Downtown, the Petula Clark song? Is that what you're referring to?
Listen to lyrics of Downtown. Is this something I could look up during work hours?
I mean, if he's talking about the Petula Clark song, he's talking about an oldie. It's not profane at all. You won't get in any trouble. But I'm not sure. Maybe there's something trendier that he's referring to. I don't know.
That'll be a first.
Ken. Great to see you, Ken. Ken's a regular from our happy hour show that I talk about all the time, by the way. Ken loves trading puts on things and loves to use these volatility dots. I believe it's a TC2000 study, Mitch, so you have it as well. Finally got my purple volatility dots on PDD with puts heading down to the VWAP. So let's set that trade up here, Ken. Love that you're giving this to us when you are. Oops, what did I click on? Come on, Ryan. Stop clicking on the wrong shit. Okay, so Ken's saying here that he has an indicator on his charts that's telling him that the next move is likely down. And when we take a look at PDD's chart, I could see this, right? It looks like this momentum move to the upside is getting a little sluggish and perhaps wants to roll back over. VWAP here, we got it about 82.75, so looking at about 2 points, 2.5 point or 1.5 points worth of movement to the downside. Ken, let us know how that trade goes. This actually looks pretty good to me here. Puts to the downside on PDD.
All right, team. I've been adding to this Tesla trade multiple times now. I've gotten 3 ads on this on the last pullback. Just got a little bit more here on that pullback. So looking for this to start pushing towards the upside. A big part of it's going to be the SPY. If we actually start reversing on the SPY, 5-minute bottoming around 405. And so we're looking for now to get out of the range around 405.80s, get back towards 406 on the SPY. That's going to help the Tesla move. We'll see if we get that little push here. Playing reversal style to the upside on Tesla. Big thing is the Tesla event later tonight, right? I think that's going to be interesting to definitely catch. Got to see if I can stream that.
Thoughts on AZET? Sounds like a illiquid stock, but I'll take a look at it. And it is a bit illiquid. You've got, if you're looking to go long here, though, I like the level of 20 for a risk off, or possibly even 1990. But I like that. I like 20 as support, actually. Now, how often it moves or how much it moves, I don't know about all that, but 20 could be a nice little risk off area. Dun, 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 dun. All right there, Pale.
Always.
HZNP coming in off that high.
Come on, what we got? Ugh, we got to pay the bills today, fellas.
I know, right? End of the month.
To pay the bills.
Yeah, you right.
And keep putting these rent charges on the credit cards.
God bless.
Look at Ryan's face.
I mean, I just like it's so tilted. Like you're putting your rent payment on a credit card. It's just, oh my God. Tilted.
SPY wants to pop
saying stuff like that just to see Ryan's reaction.
It's just so bad. It's oh man.
You went long, Phil.
So don't take out a personal loan to pay my rent, right, Aaron?
Yeah, don't do that. Or credit card loan, dude. you're like 30% interest. I mean, oh man.
Tesla, get into the 194s. Let's go, Tesla. Spy, come back to me. Baby, come back. You can blame it all on me.
Yeah, let that be the commercial for live trading, please.
I got you.
Please. All right, I'm tired of watching this XPEB options. I'm just going to sell it. Oh, it was up 3%. Now it's actually down 1%. Okay, I'm going to sell this. This is annoying.
What's going on with MindMed?
MindMed.
I have no idea.
We've talked about this one quite a bit before.
Shroomies. The Shroomy play. Are they Shroomy or are they more LSD? I don't know.
I believe it's mushrooms. Mind Medicine is a psychedelic medicine biotech company that discovers, develops, and deploys psychedelic-inspired medicines and therapies to address addiction and mental illness. So here you go. This is what you were asking about. Compelling drug development pipeline treatments based on the psychedelic substance, including psilocybin, LSD, MDMA, DMT, and ibogaine derivatives. Never even heard of that.
Never
Drugs
either.
really went crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not. I don't know if I'm a
Drug user?
believer of this yet.
What?
At least not to invest in.
Where did it go? There it is.
Yeah, no
Like fun times.
no buy now, pay later on the rents. Yeah, we can't do that.
Want to bet?
Had an interesting question yesterday from the happy hour group again. They were saying, the buy now, pay later stuff still seeming to be popular. Is it possible that some of these people with inflation and all of that are buying now with the intention of never paying back?
Yes.
I would say yes. I
mean,
would agree with you, Zunaid. I mean, simply put, yes, I do think that that's probably happening.
I think the big thing to understand there is learning what a firm's business truly does, the business model, right? It's a securitization model. So what does it do? It bundles these loans and sells them for margins. Now, those margins can be compressed to the point where they're not making so much. And that's why they can be getting hurt in this environment, because it gets to a point where the margins just aren't as good as they were. And of course, another thing to understand is, what about the risk that everybody's taking by taking these package deals, right? Well, it's the same kind of similar strategy that happened in the financial crisis. It's different, of course, because it's mortgage loans. But I think we're going to learn something out of this moment. And when you do these securitization moves where you're selling bundles of packages of debt, it's a very scary way to find out that you didn't really understand the risk. And then all of a sudden you get into kind of more exposure than you expected. Here's 94.20s here for Tesla. Looking good here on Tesla, trying to get to 195 or even 194.70s where I could take a little bit off and then we can look for it to really run. Do want to take some profits because I have, some losses today. So I need to get back really close towards break even and then give myself a shot with Tesla to get back into the green today.
Amazon and Apple look like they're trying to curl as well.
There's a nice little push on Tesla to 94.40s. Look for this to keep working here. The bald guy from Shark Tank.
Kevin O'Leary.
Mr. Wonderful, yeah. Armed, what a disappointment Armed was today. So much for the catheter news.
Upstart does the same thing, right, as the firm, right? So It's in the same boat. One thing that I've seen from them is that their margins are a little bit better than a firm.
Let's see what we've got here on this event. All right, we're still short the SPY, but if it goes ahead and cracks this 406s, we can go ahead and go on and get out of here. But till
Yeah,
then,
Dan, what a disappointment. What a disappointment on Ahmed. And you're right. That daily chart is really crappy.
oh man,
Yeah. What a bummer. Interesting one that looks a little bit better right now is actually VAX, VAXX. Really strong daily chart, maybe a little bit extended, just broke above the 200-day. And this intraday here, sorry, I was looking at a different daily chart. This is what I was looking at. Let's turn the VWAP off temporarily for this chart. So you can see here, we're pretty extended on some pretty decent volume. Really took out a lot of this basing range right in here. Next resistance level, probably 380. This is looking pretty interesting. When we zoom into the 1 minute chart, you can see that this 320 level is really causing some resistance. So this is where we're stopping right now. And then the next spot is going to be 330. So taking a look at this, not a whole lot of sellers there either at 320. This seems to be the spot though. VWAP here at 30. Let's turn that back on. VWAP here at 309. So VWAP looking good. We're building above. This one looks kind of interesting.
All right,
I really
guys,
want to see
thinking
this
about
volume expand though, honestly.
and pay myself a little bit here on Tesla. Just looking to see if I can get another little drive here. It's hanging out at the 195 level. SPY's
Crow
coming
talking
back
about-
at least. We're back above 406.
Crow talking about Vapo. Ooh, this was a good move.
I went and added it to my puts here. When I added one more contract, got filled at 14.96. Average price on my 406 puts on the SPY expiring February 17th is 15.08. I'll go ahead and get out if it cracks 406.50.
Damn, Crow, I missed this one today. This is a slow grinder out of the gate. Really good opportunity here, though. It started off under $1 too. Good move here, though, on Vapo. Can't lie. Can't lie.
A little slow up here on Tesla. I'm going to take a little profit here just to make sure that I pay myself. Just because I'm in the red, I need to get myself at least close towards the move now. Now I can let the rest of it work. We're still in from 193.09. Took some off there. Now I'm going to let this completely try to get the breakout. We'll see what happens there. Still down towards 193, so we're still up 2 points from where we're at right now. So now let's let Tesla work. And the big thing for us is going to be the SPY coming back to VWAP. If that can really happen, I think Tesla can continue to push. Of course, they do have a catalyst coming up. So that's what I'm looking to come into play and kind of shake out the people out the gates like it did. Shook out a lot of people out the gates. And now it's starting to push. We'll see if it can just push, get back towards the open. That's around 197. And then we could even maybe potentially get back towards 199 by the end of the day. That's what I'm looking at. We'll see what happens there in Tesla. SPY reversing good there.
Yeah, it is. But don't you dare break that 406.50 though. Don't do it. Don't do it.
I'm sorry, Zunaid. Sorry,
It's gonna
brother.
do it. It's gonna do it.
Yep.
It's all right.
It's okay, bro.
If you say it's gonna do it, I'm sure it's gonna do it.
No lie, when you were talking about Kano earlier, Ryan, all I could think about was like Mortal Kombat and
Oh, that's Kano with a K, though.
I know, but that's all I can think about, man.
Yeah. He had that was back in the day, man. That was a
Kano.
crazy fatality. Reached in
Yeah,
your chest,
dude.
pulled your heart out, licked it, and
It
held
was
it up. I mean, good
savage.
Lord. What a savage. When I talk about Kano, I think about a volcano,
Oh,
unfortunately.
all right. Not too bad.
No.
All right, I'm going to give it about 27 more seconds for this SPY to come on back down, but realistically, it's just going to continue going up, and we're going to take an L. We're going to take an L.
Hey, you did better than me earlier, so it's how it goes sometimes, right?
Yeah, it is true.
Oh, man, I still got music
Guys.
playing in the background over here.
Started talking about Kanos and I took my eye off the ball, which is my own damn fault. But we had this trade pegged. 320, that spot there. Broke right through it. Actually went through 332, which was that high. Continuing to push here. Vax, this is it. And look at this. This is going to be the telltale sign right here. That volume stick right there. That's exactly what we wanted. Oh, I just blew it, guys. I blew it. I got all excited talking about Kano and fatalities and Mortal Kombat, and I missed the trade. Son of a B.
Shit.
Son of a B. Judge says, I'm not messing with tops. I got burned by that one. Join the club, Judge. So did I. Maybe I'm a little salty, but so did I. 20 cents now on VAX from the 320 buy spot that we outlined. Wow. 345, 25 cents now. Big move here. Big volume on VAX.
Cool. 45.
Trim and trail.
Two zigzags.
Trim and trail. You know what, Crow? So I used to, Crow saying that's a tough one. So here's the thing. I used to get really upset. If I would miss trades, I'd get really upset. When we started doing live trading, one of the things I noticed is that I was missing more and more just because we're focused on being on camera, interacting with the chat, interacting with one another. I'll be honest, there's always going to be more opportunities. So one of the things that I had to do was really kind of just take a step back, not get mad at stuff like that. I know I'm going to get a setup like this again. Won't really be a big deal. I might get one a little bit later here when I have some free time, if I end up getting that. The volume here is incredible. Look at these volume sticks. So anyway, Crow, so it's a tough one, but you know what? It's just something that I've just got to get used to, right? If you're on camera, if you're doing a whole bunch of things at once, you might miss this. And the last thing that I'm going to do out of frustration is hurt my portfolio, right? So I'm going to wait for my setups. I'm going to wait for my plan, and I'm going to attack it. And I'm not going to let my emotions ruin my day. We preach that all the time. Gotta actually follow through with that.
Setups are like a bus. There's always another around the corner. You could replace that with a lot of things, but yeah.
Let Buddy make your next pick, said Sydney.
Yep, Sydney said that before.
We need to do that.
The picks that Buddy makes are all chewy. It's the same.
You know what, Ryan? I'm gonna make the sheets. I got you, man. I need to go pick up something from FedEx.
So
I gotta do.
Interesting story about that, Mitch. Of all people, my mom actually gave me a cat treat advent calendar. Do you know what an advent calendar is?
Oh, I know advent calendar is. I love those. I grew up with those.
Each day of December, you open a new thing, and there's normally a treat in there. Traditionally, this is done with chocolate, but obviously for a cat, that won't work. So they had fish treats in them, and I said to myself, you know what? This is perfect. We'll test to see if we can do this stock picking contest with Mitch and Hendricks and Buddy. Mm-hmm. And so I open this bag of treats and I put him down, and he just looks at him, and he looks at me, and he looks at him again, and he just left the room. He had no interest in the treats. So I don't know how I'm going to be able to do this. He doesn't seem to like treats.
Does he like the? I don't think any cat doesn't like the temptation ones. Have you seen those?
Yeah, I think I've seen it. I don't know if they have chicken in them. I can't give it to him because he's got.
No. We'll get one with like seafood. The seafood one. There you go. I got you. I'm gonna figure it out, Ryan. Trust me.
Okay.
Trust me. I got these treats that make Hendricks go crazy. So there's only a couple treats that he likes, but I agree with you.
Crazy content.
Oh, you know what's another interesting thing? You give dogs or dogs or cats, like you can give them like the sugar-free whipped cream. They actually really like that.
So whipped cream. So my old cat loved whipped cream. You put a little squirt of whipped cream in the bowl. Oh man,
they go crazy.
That was like heaven. Have you ever tried the cucumber with the cat, where you put a cucumber like behind the cat, and when the cat notices, it freaks out and jumps 6 feet in the air. Have you ever seen
I
that?
haven't seen that. I gotta try it.
Yeah, I haven't tried that either because I don't keep full cucumbers here. But
Yeah. Then not really my vegetable of choice.
no, but they are really good for you. Sometimes I'll just throw them in a salad just because they're so good for you.
You see, Ryan, you're a lot more healthier than I am, man.
I'm trying. It's a process though.
Life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get.
Here. Okay. So here's where I found that from. I'm going to go ahead and post this in the chat. Mitch, I'm going to send this to you right now, actually.
All right, team, we're going to keep going here. We'll let you guys do a little review action. How about we do some of that? We've taken tons of trades right now, so we definitely should maybe do a little review. Funny cat scared of cucumbers. This is actually going to be something I'll watch a little bit. Checking around out there to see what's moving. It looks like everything is, what's pretty much in the red is financial services and defensive. Those are really down. Then you got utilities, industrials. Looks like some of that value trade definitely sold off a little bit. But when you think about like some of the growth names, technology is down 0.7 right now. So it's not really down. Energy is slightly down. That one's a little bit more like heading towards the downside right now. Technology looks like it's getting a little bit of a bounce here with the SPY. Healthcare is getting a little bit of a bounce here with the SPY. So if there's areas that I would be looking at, those two areas, healthcare is actually in the green, and consumer cyclical is actually in the green right now too. So take a look at that. You got residential construction, home improvement stores having a good day there, apparel manufacturing having a good day there. Stocks like, this one's interesting. I haven't seen that pull back. PVH is up significantly, but I don't look at that one too often. Looks like that's Philip Van Heusen Corp, but just one that I'm catching right on the tape. Levi was up earlier today. UA, how's Home Depot since home improvement stores, right? Well, that's up pretty significant. It's coming back to the VWAP. Keep your eyes on that one. Footwear accessories doing well. Nike's been one that we've been looking at on the daily chart. It just broke out on the daily chart. It's looking like it can continue pushing. So I'm sure Crocs probably not looking too bad. Actually, that one's not actually getting the lift as much as Nike, but Nike's looking good.
So Crow saying Ahmed through 296 might be back in play here. Would have to go to the VWAP at 304, but I'm still watching VAX here. VAX just popped its high again through 350. Not a whole lot of size there. 355 year high. This VAX trade has just been unbelievable. So on Ahmed here, what we're looking for is a move through this 296. First spot would be VWAP. Second spot would be the 314 level. We'll see if that materializes. But again, the big one here is VAX, ticker VAXX. This one, monster move here. Just actually took out those highs. Knifing back here a little bit, but remember, initial move here was through 320. Big knife here on VAX now.
All right. Nope, Mitch is gone. I'll wait till he comes back.
You have big news that you want to break or something, Z-Man?
I was gonna head out.
Oh. Mitch is back. I gotta head out too. I hope he gets back here.
Yeah, he's good. If you can head out, I can go and hang. I just gotta get my stuff in. We're good.
I don't see a fire anywhere yet, so
you've got the futures bouncing, obviously, from that level that we talked about. The SPY is as well. Hopefully, if you follow Tesla's long on Mitch's trade, you're good to lock in some gains.
By the way, that VAX pull brought you right back to the VWAP. Brought you right back to the VWAP. Mitch is probably watching that video with the cats and the cucumbers. So let's be honest.
Oh man, I'm sleepy. Stayed up a little too late.
And that's right. You don't drink coffee. That's tough mornings for you. Do you do like 5-hour energy or anything, Zunaid?
Never, ever have I had that. Never have I had a full can of energy drink or a full cup of coffee.
Okay, well, you're not missing anything with the energy drinks. That's just
so if I hold a competition or something, or I don't know, a giveaway or something, are we getting you to drink one of those? Oh man, I want to see Zunaid jumping off the roof.
Energy drinks?
Who knows?
Oh, okay. About that. Well,
Yeah.
yeah, because I've been offered to. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Probably
what I'm
not.
talking about.
Probably
No,
not.
we're not testing the waters on the energy drink.
Probably not. Probably not. I drink chai. Yeah, I haven't. I don't even have. I haven't had. I mean, I've had
What
chai in
about
my life.
coffee?
It can't be Indian and not have chai. No, never had a full cup of coffee.
Had you had a taste of coffee?
Yeah, it's because my
Okay. Yeah, at
girlfriend
least a
when I was
taste, right?
14 was like, "Well, you want to taste my Starbucks?"
You
I
want
was
to
like, "All
taste
right."
it? All right, I'll get a little sip. You're
So,
like, man, why you drink this?
yeah, and then I was
You
like,
paid
this,
$7 for
this,
this?
I was like, this tastes gross.
You paid $7 for this? That's what he said.
Whoa. Back then it was 4. All right.
Oh.
You know,
I
back
hope
in
it
my
wasn't
day,
on your bank account back then.
dude, I had to steal money from my parents to buy shit. Valentine's Day was a crime.
Yeah, right. You have to go to the parents and be like, "Yo, can I get some money?"
Oh, no.
got a
I went to
girl
the
that-
cupboard where I knew the money was. No.
Oh. All right. So we're going to go ahead and bring up some education here. We'll let the boys get on out of here. We're going to bring up some options education for you guys, how to swing trade with options from options trading Mike, right? You guys have seen him on Benzinga Live. He's coming up next here. I'll let the boys get out of here. I'm going to continue swinging this Tesla. It's just looking great. So for me right now, I'll continue swinging it as long as the SPY continues coming back. I'm going to keep playing that Tesla. As you guys can see from this chart, SPY's just continued coming back since that bottoming action. I've been riding that Tesla wave. Going to continue riding it. We'll see what happens in the afternoon. Any last thoughts, boys?
No.
Cats and
Carlos,
cucumbers. Check it out.
Cats and cucumbers.
Cucumbers.
Check out what he said. No, stay profitable and make sure you live to fight another day. Preserve your capital. See you guys Monday. Bye.
Hey, there you go. All right, we'll get Ryan on out of here also. I'm going to set up here the how to swing trade with options here so you guys can learn a little bit from my man, Options Mike. And then, of course, we got Benzinga Live later today. And, of course, don't miss Stock Market Movers. I got an interview with Binance coming up, an executive from Binance. You don't want to miss that. That's going to be at 1 p.m. Eastern. Be there for Stock Market Movers, team. I'm going to go ahead and play this up. I got to get out of my little outfit here and get ready for Stock Market Movers. But I hope that you guys enjoy learning a little bit here about how to maybe swing trade with some options. Don't miss our boot camps. They're great educational sources. That's why we're going to bring this back. It's a little bit of a replay from our April. You guys check it out and see what you guys can learn.
Good morning, everybody. So thanks for joining me early today on this Wednesday morning. And today we're going to talk about how to swing trade with options. This is designed to be a little bit presentation. Then we're going to go right into and start doing some actual trades in Thinkorswim so we can show you how to do this real time. A little bit of a risk disclaimer. Day trading, short-term trading, options trading, and futures trading are extremely risky undertakings. They're generally not appropriate for someone with limited capital, little or no trading experience, and or low tolerance for risk. Never execute a trade unless you can afford to and are prepared to lose your entire investment. All trading operations involve serious risk, and you can lose your entire investment. No trades are recommendations or advice, and we cannot be sued for losses or capital. All trades are for educational purposes only. Contact your broker or RIA for execution. Everyone watching this presentation adheres to all disclaimers at smartoptiontrading.com and me, Mike Pisani. So I'm going to try to make this interactive. So we'll keep going here. So the first thing I want to do is, here's the agenda. We don't have a ton of slides. I want to go over some few option basics just to make sure you guys are all level set, that everybody knows what we're talking about and why we're looking at these specific pieces. What could be catalysts when you want to take a swing trade? We'll talk about how to choose the right expiration and the right strike. And that's one of the most important things, guys. I see so many people lose on trades that they would have done better if they just chosen a better strike or better expiration instead of going in too soon. And then I want to talk to you about managing your positions, because that's one thing I think a lot of people do a horrible job at, is they just do not manage their positions. They just let them run around and don't pay enough attention to it. So we'll talk about that as well. All right, some option basics here. So first of all, what are options? You guys know this. They are a contract of the underlying equity. So if you have a contract on Apple, you have the rights and obligations on 100 shares of the stock. The most important thing to remember here about them is they're a decaying asset. That means a option is always trying to head towards zero if it's out of the money. So over time, they decay, and they decay faster. We're going to talk about that a little bit more. And one contract is equal to 100 shares. And what they do is they provide you leverage, right? Because You may not be able to afford to buy 1,000 shares of Tesla, but you might be able to afford to trade 10 options on Tesla, therefore controlling 1,000 shares. So a lot going on with that. What are options to Greeks? There are a couple Greeks today that are very important for us to talk about here. One is Delta. Think of Delta as the gas, right? How much the option will move based upon a $1 move in the underlying equity. So if you buy a stock that has a 0.40 delta, the stock goes up by $1. In theory, our options would go up about 40 cents. Delta ranges from 0.01 to 0.1. The reason we're talking about delta is because when we talk about when we're to swing options, delta is a very important thing we need to consider as we move forward and what we're going to take. Right? It helps us determine how far out of the money or close to the money we should go on that option. Theta. So theta is time decay, and theta is the enemy of anybody who's trading long calls or long puts, right? How much your options will decay every day. It's not a straight line. This accelerates. The closer you get to expiration, the faster they accelerate. Every option that expires out of the money is going to be worthless on the expiration day. So if you're not paying attention, tomorrow, Thursday, is options expiration for the month of April. It's on Thursday this month, because it falls because we're closed on Friday. We have the holiday. So that means if you're playing any options today that are weeklies that expire this week, they're going to expire tomorrow at 4, and anything that's out of the money will be worthless. It'll be closing at 0. So if you have a 0.10 theta, that means your option will lose 10% value during the next day. So on a $1 option, if you have no movement in equity and all things being equal, your option will now be worth 90 cents the next day. And this is something you really have to pay attention to, because if you have too much theta decay and not enough delta, you can get yourself in a situation where the stock's moving up, but the decay is just eating away at the option. It's not moving fast enough. You don't have enough juice, basically enough power into it. How are we doing so far, guys? This should all sound pretty familiar to everybody, hopefully. All right. The other thing I want to talk to you about is implied volatility. It is not a Greek, but it really moves the options and it really juices the price of the options. So basically, implied volatility goes up going into events like earnings, large option buys, or when the market's in a corrective phase. When the VIX is higher, options are generally more expensive. What you got to know is that sometimes ops IV will go nuts. Like, remember last year in these meme names, you guys were trading Veru. I was hearing that before I came in, right? IV went to almost 500% on that the other day, because when the market makers see risk and they can't control their risk, they just start raising the IV up tons and tons and tons, making the options much more expensive. The risk comes is when you're trading a name like a Veru, or in this case, it was a Clover, right? When the options IV gets up into that 300, 400, 500% range, and the game stops, or you hear the bell and it stops moving, they start crashing that IV, and that will take your option price crashing down. So you have to really think about, do you want to trade an option where the IV is juiced? And to put it along the line with Veru, I think the IV was up almost 300%. That's just a very, very dangerous trade. You're paying 300% more for those options that you were paying the day before, and that can get you into a tremendous amount of trouble. Okay, so IV is something we need to be aware of. It's earnings season. That means every name has their IV going higher, because the market makers jack the IV going to earnings. So they want to make you pay to play. If you're playing options for earnings, they're making you pay a lot more so that it's sided in their favor. Remember, market makers don't want to lose money. All right, so basic ideas of options, right? Help you out there, guys. Just so things we're going to talk about today as we look and do some real trying to swing options and take a look at some names. So what are some catalysts that we can use that can help get us going? Well, earnings, right? Earnings started this morning. If you guys weren't paying attention, JP Morgan kicked off earnings season this morning. You had Delta Airlines and you had Bed Bath & Beyond. Earnings are a catalyst. A lot of names like to run into earnings. Google historically loves to run in the final week of earnings. For whatever reason, that's when they like to come back for it. So earnings provides a catalyst. Earnings itself is a wild event, right? So what happens with earnings, you get an implied move. And if you don't make that implied move, your options don't make any money. They don't go up and just come down, because the implied volatility is going to come down. So when you're watching for an earnings release, like next week on Tuesday, you have Netflix. So if we were to look at Netflix next week, and let me just pull this up for you real quick. And this is a great example of it. You can see on the weekly options, the implied volatility here on the left is about 47% at the money, whereas next week they're at 81%. Probably by the time we get into earnings, just into the end of the day, this will be up around 90%. Usually it's about double. And what they're doing is they're jacking the price of the IV, which jacks the price of the options to make it more expensive to play. This way, if they don't get the implied move, you're not going to, it doesn't work out for you. And the implied move, you actually in toss will be up here next week. So just something to be aware of here. So you need to be aware of that. Some other great catalysts to play out there, Investor Day. A lot of companies this time of year, they start doing their analyst investor days. This is where often they'll pronounce new guidance on their company. They love to announce guidance. They may do updates on product offerings. Disney always usually does an update on their Disney Plus services. These can be a great thing to play and a great way of playing a name going into a period. Technical fundamental analysis, always something. Is there a technical reason to be in the stock? Maybe it's coming up, it's got a cup and handle. Maybe it's taking out a new recent high. Maybe it's pushing higher. Maybe fundamentally the stock is just undervalued at this point and the technicals are good. You can always use that. And finally, there's unusual option flow. And, like example for today, I was just sitting here quietly and all of a sudden they start drilling the weekly GPS 14 calls. And then you hear there's activist chatter on it. And so you get unusual flow coming in, you hear some chatter coming in on it. And this can give you a reason to get involved in a name as well. Questions so far? We're going to do some workshops, guys, when we get a minute. We're going to go in and look at a lot of this stuff. Buy the rumor, sell the news. All right. So let's choose the right expiration and the right strike. And this is really what it comes down today. And this is what I want to focus with you guys on. So the first thing I'm going to tell you this, when you want to swing options, time should be on your side. And I mean that. Swinging options, I do not swing weekly options for the most part, almost never, because everything goes against you on a weekly option, right? Everything, they're decaying rapidly. If the trade goes against you, there's no chance for it to come back up. Everything's working against you on weekly options. So my first thing I'm going to recommend to you is you're swinging, I would go out at least 45 days. Right? 45 days gives you plenty of time for the trade to work. And that's really when you're swinging the trade, you want it to work. Also be aware, are there any events coming up? We know earnings season's here. So you better know when earnings is for the name. Do you want to be in the options for earning for that? Do they have an investor day? Do they have drug data coming if it's a pharmaceutical company? These are all things you need to realize and look at when you're considering your trade. But the most important thing is time. Time has to be on your side. Okay. And then to help us choose the right option strike and expiration, you need to understand the ATR. The ATR is the average true range of how much the underlying stock moves on a daily basis. You cannot tell how far out of the money, how much delta you need until you know how much a stock moves. So some examples. Ford, you can see it on the bottom of the screen, has an ATR of 71 cents a day. So Ford moves 71 cents on average per day. So to make money on Ford, if I was going to buy an option, I would have to be somewhere closer to the money, right? Whereas a name like Tesla is moving an average of $50 a day. So once I know that, now I can say, okay, if I'm trading Tesla and I'm 45 days out and I'm looking for a couple $100 move, I can trade $100 to $200 out of the money on Tesla and let that come to me. I don't need that big delta, right, where I need it on Ford, because Ford 2 months out may still only move $4 or $5. Does that make sense? This is a free study. It's in Thinkorswim. It's called ATR. I suggest you guys all put it on your charts. It tells you the average true range of the day. So if you're looking to swing an option, this is something you really should know. Okay. Okay. So back to this example, delta on a slow moving stock like Ford. Typically, I would look for a delta 45 days out, a 0.30 or higher. Because I'm going to need it. I'm going to need that move to make sure I make money, to offset the decay and to make sure that trade works for me. If I'm looking at a delta on Tesla and I'm looking 45 days out, I probably could look at 10 or even less to make good money on it. And then you really can make very good money on something that low. Believe it or not, the way Tesla moves, you get one $50 move a day. Those options are going to juice up and really start to run. So just to help give you an idea, we're going to do some workshops. We're going to pull up options chain and do some trades on this to show you how this works. Liquidity. I see so many people out there get in trouble because they do not pay attention to open interest and volume. Bad liquidity makes it very hard to get in and out of trades. If you look here on the right and you see this, anytime you see these numbers like anything under 500, I usually don't like to trade any strike that's under 1,000, to be perfectly honest with you. But when I can see my trade either go into open interest or go into volume on the day, that's generally not a good thing. That means that there's not a lot of liquidity and the market maker is going to make you pay full ass to get in. And if you have to get out, you're really going to have a hard time. So you want to look for liquid strikes. You want to make sure that there's thousands of contracts on open interest and on volume. This will help you a lot. This will make it easier to get in and out of your trades. Because remember, when a trade goes wrong, if you don't have liquid options, it's very, very difficult to get out. The other thing we all need to look at, is the spreads. So many people like to trade names that they probably have no right trading. But what you have to look is the bid ask. And when you see a very wide bid ask, I stay away from it. So if you look at this bid ask on this one, 330 by 460. Personally, I don't like giving more than 3 to 5% of my money to the market maker on either way on the trade. And that means on a $1 option, I'm looking for a spread to be hopefully 2 to 3 cents, but no more than 5 cents. That's what I'm trying to look at, maybe a little bit more, but I'm really trying to keep it tight. When you have very wide spreads, they'll tighten up at times, they'll loosen up at times. They're very difficult to get in and out of. And they're probably not for you unless you really have a high aversion for risk, right? You don't really have a problem for risk. So some names you shouldn't trade, like names like Ulta can be very spready. What's another good one? Wayfair, right? United Healthcare. These things could have big spreads and big enough to drive a truck through. I've seen spreads sometime that are almost double the price of the option. You just have to say, I'm not going to trade it. You just have to say, I'm going to avoid that. All right. The other problem we have with people is sizing, right? Well, I would buy it that, I want 10 contracts. Well, 10 contracts. And if you're picking that one that is more than 3 to 5% of your account position, you're asking for trouble. And the reason I say that is options are not like stock. The one thing about options, right? When you buy them, if an option drops in value, it's going to need to go above the price of the stock's going to probably need to go above where it was for you just to get back to even. That's the way they work because of the decay and everything going on. If you buy a stock, and let's say right now you went out there and you bought Tesla at $9.95, which we're at right now, and the stock dropped to $9.85 and then went back to $9.85, you would be break even. On an option, you're probably still going to be down on that option. So, you never want to have a huge amount of exposure in any one position on options, no more than 3 to 5% per position. And I would always recommend, if you're trading options, you never have more than 50% of your account in options total, because if disaster strikes and you're leveraged up on all of your account, sometimes there's no getting out. You have one piece of bad news, and in this market, we have a lot of headline news coming in, right? If you have a lot of headline news coming in, you have the wrong piece of news and the market drops like a rock, you're not going to be able to get out fast enough, and you're going to take tremendous amount of pain. So you need to be very careful and think about how much you want. And I would always say to you, you should never have 100% of your account invested anyway. You should always have some powder dry so you can take new opportunities. Making sense so far? All right. So the last piece before we go into doing some work in there is how to manage your trade with options. And I hear this is so many people just fall down. They say, what do you mean? I often hear the big thing is risk is premium paid. Well, it's true. Your risk is premium paid. If you paid $2,500 for 10 options and it goes to zero, you've lost $2,500. But why would you ever want to let them expire worthless? Why, this took me a long time, by the way, to realize that this was just being stupid. Why let them expire worthless? In theory, and most times I will tell you, when an option gets down to less than 50% in value, most of the time the chances of that trade working at that point are zero. They're just not going to work. So what I would recommend is when you put in your trade, put a stop loss at 50%. Good till cancel. This way, you're not going to lose more than 50% on that trade, hopefully. Sometimes things can gap down and things do happen, right? Gap down, it gaps down below your stop loss, could be worse than that. But if you do that, why lose in more than 50% of your premium? Don't just add to a losing trade. Another big mistake I see so many people make. The only time I add to a losing trade, my exceptions are, one is my thesis hasn't changed, meaning the thesis is still intact. We just had some quirkiness in the market. Or two, I did a partial position to start. And sometimes I'll do that. If I'm in an area where I'm unsure or not clear, sometimes instead of going with 5 or 10 contracts, maybe I'll do 2 to 4 contracts to start and then see how I feel a week or so later and what's going on. Maybe add back to full size if I still feel like that my thesis is intact. Or if I don't feel it's intact, I may just bail out of the trade at that point and say, nope, this isn't working. Let me get out of here. So these are some of the things I wanted to go over with you before we went in and we just started working with options and showing you how to do some of these things. Managing your profits along the way. Last thing to consider here is you should be taking profits along the way. If you're up over 50% on your option trade, take a couple off. If you're up over 100%, take half off, and your stop should be up in the money now. You should never let a winning trade turn red. That, I don't know about you guys, but psychologically, that is one of the worst things that could ever happen. Okay, so never let that happen to you. If your options go in the money, consider rolling them up and taking profits. The higher delta goes, that means the more vulnerable you are, though, to getting hurt, right? And everybody say, I don't understand. Well, we're going to look at that. When delta gets up towards 1, it's trading like stock. So if a stock goes up $1, your option will go up $1, but it's vice versa. If your stock drops $1, your option is going to drop $1. So when you roll up and out, you reduce risk, you put profits in, and you reduce the amount of risk in. It makes it easier to stick with those trades. All right, so we're going to answer some questions. Before I go into this here real quick, I wanted to have a quick conversation with you guys about the market where we're currently at. Sometimes there's a time to not swing too much. And right now, the way this market's trading, it is a time to be very, very careful swinging, especially with options, because of the amount of risk involved and how quickly they can turn against you. Today, we're getting a little bit of a bounce here on a hot PPI number. There's been sectors that have been raging. If you look where I've been playing, and I've been playing less with tech lately and more with commodities, energy names, right? Big pharma names. They've been into the fertilizer companies, your steel names and stuff. That's where the money has been lately. But if you've been trying to swing tech or just buying tech, I would recommend here at this point you think about this and wait until earnings. And earnings kicked off today. But if you want to trade a name like Apple, or you want to get into a swing on Apple, I would say wait. Let them show you they're going to be good. Same thing on AMD and NVIDIA. And I know everybody loves AMD and NVIDIA, and they're beaten up. So be careful here trading stuff like this right now. These sectors are out of play. Tech has been very specifically out of play. And I'm just trying to keep you guys intact here. So with that said, let's answer some questions and let's do some trades here. And we'll come back to that in a minute. Sound good? All right. So let's pick a name. Give me some names you guys want to swing. Let's go do some examples here. So you guys get to pull these up. So go ahead. Let's start with the chart and we'll go into that. Anybody? I'll pick one if not. Looking at SPY-related stocks, Tesla. ExxonMobil. Let's do NVIDIA. We'll start with NVIDIA, sure, and then we'll do ExxonMobil. All right, so when you look at this chart of NVIDIA right now, first thing that pops right to my head is 210 is a huge level, right? If you can see where I'm putting my cursor over it here, you have this massive level at 210, and we have this very weak chart coming into it. You have earnings coming. So here's a trick. So I'm going to go to trade. If you want to try to figure out when earnings are, if you don't know, typically when you look at the IV for that week will be much higher than normal. So you can look and see nothing here yet. We'll go into the first week of May, nothing there. Yep. So May there, maybe not yet. So we're not seeing NVIDIA options juiced up yet. So NVIDIA though probably coming up here. When was the earnings last? 2/15. So probably about May 15th. So probably about mid-May, we'll get earnings on NVIDIA. So what you can do, if you can find the earnings date, and if anybody knows that off the top of their head, that would be great. one of the tricks you can do if you want to swing NVIDIA into earnings is you can go out to the earnings date and say, I'm going to buy calls in that week. And let's just say it's the May expiration, because the IV is going to go up, and the IV going up is going to offset the theta decay that's going on. So this is my option setup. Delta, theta, implied volatility. I'm always looking at those three before I choose any option. Open interest to see how many options are out in open interest. Volume shows me how many have traded that day. And then the bid and the ask, right? Well, what do I have to pay to get in? So I'm always looking at that here. So back to the chart real quick. NVIDIA moves an average of $13 a day. See that down here in the lower left? So if I was going to swing NVIDIA long and I was looking at May and knowing it can move 13 bucks a day, so I could look at this and say, I can look at the 250s here, which are about 25 bucks out of the money right now, with a reasonable chance of this trade working pretty good. And it has a delta of 0.26 and a theta decay of 16 cents. You guys see this? I'm kind of pushing this over here. And they're currently priced around 5.25. Now, if I was going to buy that, I would say, okay, come in here and say, how many do I want? And this is where you have to come in and size it appropriately to your account. What size do you want to go in with this? How big would you like to do in this? How big would you want? 525 AMC. Thank you. So it's the week after. So we would do that week after then if we want to do that trade. So it would be the week of May 27th. And the IV just didn't have. So you can try it for that week. We could do the 250s there, a little bit more expensive. Anybody see the one problem that I have with this strike here for that week? Thank you, Reed. There is not a lot of liquidity there. So with that said, I can look at the 250s for the month expiration of May, 13,000 and 3,400. That would be a safer place to trade. That's where I would look at. This is a simulated account, 200K, but if I was trading this and I was, depending on how I felt, I would buy. So the first thing I would ask myself here is this: how strong do you feel about this market? How strong do you feel about this trade? How much conviction do you have in this trade? If you had a lot of conviction, right, maybe I would size this at 10. If I didn't have a lot of conviction, or maybe I wanted room to add, maybe I size this at 2. The other thing I then do is always look at the bid ask, 7 by here, which is what? 510 by 520. I never do a market, an order. I always would go down to the mid and see if I can get filled down at the midpoint, hit confirm and send, and see if I get filled on that way. I almost never do market orders on options, guys. I always go in, I do an ask like that, and we'll see if we get filled there. I put it in at 510, which may or may not fill. We'll go in there. So on NVIDIA, if you wanted to swing that, I would go out to that point. You guys want to swing, somebody said Tesla, right? Or Oxy. Was Oxy or ExxonMobil? Let me back up a sec. ExxonMobil. Let you know if we get filled there. So let's look at the chart on ExxonMobil. So ExxonMobil raging. It's been a great trader pulling back. So the first thing I would do is here, consider buying a dip off the 8-day and not chasing this one. The other thing we know is ExxonMobil earnings are coming up probably in the next 2 weeks. So be aware of that. The recent highs are 91.50. And you have to ask yourself on this one, how much higher can this go, right? All-time high was 117.20. How much higher do you think ExxonMobil is going to want to push up here at this point? We know it moves an average of $2.56 a day. So I would come out, I would go back out to my May options here at this point. Or if I wanted to go real long-term, I can go out to June. So maybe I want to take a very long-term view here. And you see the June 90 calls here? They kind of stand out to me. 0.35 delta gives me 2 months of trading on this. If I like it, 3 cents theta decay, 8,000 in open interest. Nice, relatively cheap trade. If I'd like this to come in here and say, see if I can get filled on that. And I would do something like that. Okay. I would try something in there like that. And I would take a trade on that, something like that. I'd like that one. Okay. Nice, easy one to do. Let's see if we can get filled on some of these. Not filling for some reason. What else? So easy ones to do there. So let's try to get filled on one of these and then show you what we can do. Let's do this. Give me one of these. I want to show you what we can do here. So let's pretend we bought this one here, the 80 calls for June, and let's pretend here it went in the money, right? and we're up really, really nicely on this trade. We bought it a couple weeks ago, and we're up. And this option has now gone into the money. You see that here? Okay. What I would want to do at that point, let's just come over to this. See down here, it's listed as I own one of them. The delta is now 71 cents. So that means for every dollar ExxonMobil moves, I'm either my options to go up or down by 71 cents. So instead of sitting here with a $7.70 option, assuming I'm up a couple bucks on it, I would rather roll this. And the way you roll it in Thinkorswim is you go create a rolling order. Right? And you see it says buy +1 calendar and sell one. And what you could then do is say, what am I going to roll up to? Well, I can roll to the 80s. I wouldn't do the 80s. I would probably roll it up to the 90, the one we're trying to buy. So instead of that, I would say close it, right? Where is it? There we go. So it's not doing it right. Nope, it's not doing it right. Sometimes Thinkorswim is a little nasty with this stuff. Create a rolling order now. So we're going to reverse it. We're going to sell and buy one of the 90s, right? And what that would do then is it would close out our June 80 call that we currently have, and would buy one June 90 call and put it in here. See what I'm doing down here, guys? Rolling it instead of staying with it. Right? So I would do that, hit that send. That would switch our position out if it would fill. Getting no fills here today, and we'll see if that happens. And there you go. It just rolled itself out, and now we have that 90 call, and we're out of the other one. Do I always fill naked options, or do you do very verticals? It depends. On big names like Google, for example, I have a tendency to do spreads, or Amazon, because they're just too expensive and they move too quickly. And it's just a way of reducing your risk. So, if you're trying to trade out into the May contracts on Google, the options are just very, very expensive out here, right? We're talking about, $50 for an option that is, 20, 30 bucks out of the money, something like that. So even more than that, 25.70 to 26.70, $100 out of the money, you're still paying 50 bucks. So one of the ways you could reduce that is to buy a vertical, right? And if I did the May 6th, and instead of doing that and say,
all right,
I'm
team, I'm going to jump up in here and interrupt
and
my man, trading options, Mike. And we're going to get him out of here now. So definitely check out more from, of course, you guys can follow him, Option Mike, on Twitter. And he does come on Benzinga Live from time to time. So definitely ask AB, when are we getting Options Mike back on? When he's coming up next. So definitely don't go anywhere, team. Up next, we got my man joining us. AB is ready to get after it. I know he was calling the SPY to the green side. Looks like my man got something right. So give the thumbs up there, and let's get right to the Benzinga Live action. And of course, I'll play you a little future of crypto event here. You guys still got your chance. 6 days away from the event. New York City, December 7th. Don't miss it.
What is up, everybody? Happy Thursday. Welcome back to another episode of Benzinga Live. Yes, like Mitch mentioned, we did call out those SPY calls yesterday before Powell's speech. You guys, if you were watching yesterday, saw me bought them, saw me in absolute despair as the SPY turned over. As soon as I bought them, I went down like 40% on them immediately. Ended up doubling down. I was upset because when SPY ripped yesterday, I was up like a bunch on the calls, and I couldn't sell them because I'm on the pattern day trading restriction. My account is restricted until next week. I found out today. I looked because I was like, it's been about 3 months, I thought. Like, so we are coming up on that I will be able to make some day trades starting next week. But it actually ended up being a good thing that I wasn't able to sell them yesterday, because I ended up holding them all throughout the afternoon, like till 4 p.m. when I wouldn't have normally probably held them through the close. So it ended up working out. But again, I mean, it was. I said it yesterday when I did it. It was like it was an absolute YOLO trade. It was options that I bought yesterday that expired today. So it doesn't always work out like that. It doesn't usually work out like that. But it's fun when it does, and it's it's important to. I could, let's say that, Jay. I'm not going to, but I was texting my uncle was texting me yesterday about the market, and I was like, if SPY goes up another 2% tomorrow, talking about today, like if we would have opened up 2% today and I was still holding those calls, I told them everyone was going to get some really nice Christmas presents. Everyone still could get some nice Christmas presents, but I don't know. I think we are doing some sort of like office lunch today, so that is good. We're gonna get some tacos in here. But yeah. But let's go ahead and take a look at what the market's doing now. So I did basically just sold them right at the open, because I was really worried about the open this morning, holding those calls that with 0-day expiration. I mean, if the numbers were bad for the market this morning and we opened lower by 2%, my contracts would have been essentially cut in half. And, it would have been okay, because I still would have been up on the trade overall, but I was worried about that. And it ended up that we opened pretty flat to a tiny bit on the upside, and I was able to get out of those contracts before, let's see, where did we open? We're on the 5-minute chart. Before we had this little sell-off this morning, I got out of those. So yeah, right now I'm not really in any, actually I did buy some kind of more YOLO, like a tiny bit of amount of YOLO Tesla puts that expire tomorrow, specifically because it felt like, the SPY and everything was getting kind of extended to the upside. And earlier when the S&P 500 was actually going up at a certain point this morning, Tesla started going down. So it looked like there was some kind of underperformance to the overall market. Of course, now Tesla's outperforming the overall market today. But that's why I got in some of those kind of YOLO puts tomorrow. But, yeah, burritos on AB. Mitch, you come out here. I got your burrito yesterday. Yeah, ended up being a good day again. I don't know if anyone out there followed that yesterday, but it worked out. All right, guys, quick rundown for the show today. We should have, any minute now, our first guest of the day. Alex, the CEO of Solidity.io. Alex McCurry, excited about that. Solidity.io is a crypto blockchain company. Alex is an expert. We're going to talk to him about some of this FTX fallout, Sam Bankman-Fried kind of update on that situation. Talk about the future of the crypto industry, which you guys know we here at Benzinga are all about, and we've got that event coming up. After that, like every Thursday, we will have our guy Steve Kalasian join us at around 11:55. And then after Steve, we will have, I believe, Rob Roy going to join us back. We've missed Rob Roy a couple weeks with Thanksgiving last week. Rob Roy around 12:15. And then Julia Cordova. You guys might know Julia Cordova on Twitter. We've had her on some Benzinga shows in the past, but excited to get Julia back on the Benzinga channel on Benzinga Live for the very first time at 12:45. So go ahead and smash the like for a packed lineup on the show today. We're keeping those guests ticking. All right, sorry guys, give me 1 sec. Just shooting out an email real quick. Alrighty, y'all. Kyle M said, yeah, I trade futures and equities. Been meaning to get into some options trades, but haven't taken that jump. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing: is like the options world is such it's a huge world within the even bigger world of finance. You'll hear the people talk about options. And it's important to remember that like there's different ways to trade them, right? What I did yesterday, where I bought some SPY calls that expired yesterday, that were out of the money, it's a bet, right? It's not like any different really than going to a casino. I have no clue what the market is going to do in any, day-to-day basis. I can use an educated guess by looking at charts or looking at catalysts. Like yesterday we had, obviously, Pal talking. That was my catalyst. And I said yesterday on the show, it had nothing to do with the chart while I was buying calls. It was all about that catalyst and kind of the fundamental aspect of it. And that is a way to trade options. If you do that consistently, you're basically guaranteed to, if not lose, like get back to zero. It's hard to win over time if you're just essentially YOLO trading options. But there are a lot of ways to utilize options, and we'll talk about it with Rob Roy here in about an hour. Where you can use them to actually really help like bolster your trading and do it consistently. If you're selling spreads or buying debit spreads, doing all of that. Like, it's like, so when people say like, oh, options are so risky, it's like, yeah, if you do them in a dumb way, but if you do them correctly, or if you do them in a way that's like you're hedging your existing positions, they don't have to be dumb at all. Like, there's a reason the biggest institutions out there implement options, and it's not just because it's like, oh, easy to make money real quick. If you're trying to use options to make 1,000% overnight or whatever it is, then yes, you're going to end up losing a lot of money. But like I said, there are other ways to do it. Rob Roy, who's going to come on the show in about 50 minutes, will be a great one to lay out some kind of, ways to implement some spreads. Alrighty. Still waiting on Alex, so if we don't get Alex today, all good. We will we can reschedule that. But let's go ahead. Let me know if you guys have any tickers or trades in the chat. Otherwise, we can talk about. So this morning, PCE came in a little bit lower than expected, but not by much. So I don't think that was really too big of a deal. I believe the manufacturing number was a little bit lower. So here's what's the problem now is that for the last couple months, right, in a lot of ways, good news has been bad news for the market and vice versa. If jobs numbers were bad, that was good news for the market because that means the Fed's closer to having to pivot. The problem is we get closer to what looks like a overall big slowdown in the economy, a recession, whatever you want to call it. Eventually, though, the bad numbers are going to be bad news for the market, right? Because it's one thing to say, okay, we're closer to a pivot, and we kind of brought this up yesterday. But then now, if the Fed pivots, but then we're still heading toward a recession, that ain't going to be good for the market. I don't think that's the most likely scenario here. I wouldn't even consider that. I don't know if I would even consider that likely, because I think any even type of pivot here at this point, cutting interest rates would just, economy would go boom. I mean, we were already doing pretty well despite rising interest rates, so let alone if we start cutting from here. But that is a fear now among some investors, is that, okay, now, we've been so worried about the Fed. What about an actual recession? What kind of impact is that going to have on this stock? What kind of impact is that going to have on that stock? So, as we get closer to the Fed being able to pivot, I think looking at some of the things like the overall manufacturing numbers, looking at job growth and wage growth, things like that will be very important to see if the Fed waited too long now on the other side to start cutting, right? We know the Fed waited too long to start raising interest rates. It'd be kind of ironic if on the other side of the spectrum, or on the other side of the pendulum, right, swing too far to the other side, and now waiting too long to cut rates potentially if it does look more and more like an imminent recession, which is what Jeremy's is his name Jeremy Siegel just said on yes, a recession isn't inevitable if the Fed maintains restrictive policy, and so you have, I do think, like at a certain point, right, when you have stuff like this, you have Elon Musk basically saying we need to cut rates, like eventually the Federal Reserve is going to have to listen to some of the business leaders out there and some of the other people out there and say, okay, is it worth driving the economy into the ground? Is it worth causing a recession that will cause people to lose jobs, that will cause people to lose their homes, just to try to get inflation from, for wherever we're at when this happens, when the economy's that bad, say 4% year over year to 3% year over year? I don't know. There's already a debate or for some people that we should move our inflation target higher than 2%. I don't necessarily agree with that, especially right now when we're already dealing with such high inflation. I think we should keep that inflation target down at 2% and try to get to it as close as possible. And if we run into problems there where we're in between like 2 and 3% and they want to I think watching for a recession and when we see the Q1, Q2 earnings will be very important. Yeah, I do too. And I think it's important to remember, and we talked about this on the show as well, that just a lot of times the market is pricing in a lot of these things kind of like months before. So I do think earnings are expected to be lower the next couple quarters, but obviously if it's way lower than the expectation, that will have an adverse effect on the market. But looking at the SPY right now, on the 5-minute chart, you can see here, we've got this big gap up to the upside. What I do like about the SPY chart right now is at least that we were able to, I believe, maybe not. Did we not technically take out this previous high in September? Let's see, high 411.73. Today we got to, we did not, 410. Okay, so that will be an important level actually. Like right here, if we can't clear this level at 411, might be tough. To me, a lot of options is either buying insurance on your position or a bit of YOLO lotto type play. You don't mind losing that money if you're wrong. Exactly. And that's why yesterday with the money that I bought with those calls, I don't know if I said it on the show, but in my head I said it where I was just like, you only do it with money that you're really okay with losing, right? Like you wouldn't go to the casino and throw $100 on the blackjack table that you needed for rent that month, right? And that's the same way that I view it when I'm buying those YOLO options. Now, if I was, had a bigger account and was using options like selling spreads or buying debit spreads or doing some of these other ways of trading options, I would view it a little bit differently. But yeah. Yeah. To be completely honest, it may have been a little bit more than that. But I just didn't. Well, I think it was initially like that much, and then when I doubled down, it ended up being a little bit more. But I didn't want anyone to think like, oh, this was a good idea because I put more into it. But then it ended up working out, so it is what it is. Alrighty. The second ad, yeah, that usually does not work out, but I don't know. I was feeling lucky. It was like I was saying, it was house money. It was money that I had made on the World Cup the day before. Let's check back in on Tesla because I am holding some of those YOLO Tesla puts. Not looking good for my puts, although the chart definitely does not look bullish to me. I talked about this yesterday. I'm not the biggest chart guy. And this is the 5-minute chart, but I don't think it matters what chart you're really looking at. It does not really look. I guess you could argue that this, until you clear this level right here, like the 200 level, it's looking a little double toppy. But you could argue, I guess, that we're trying to play this like up to 220. But I don't know. I wouldn't be buying Tesla down here. At least not right now. I'd want to wait a little bit because we've already ripped now a little bit over the last couple weeks, and so could be due for a pullback. Look at SPY on the weekly chart here. We were not too long ago, October 10th, so 2 months ago, down at 350. Now we're at 400. So SPY's gone up $50 in 2 months. So I wouldn't be surprised to see somewhat of a little pullback at some point, but maybe we go all the way back up to here before we hit a pullback at 432. I don't really know. I know a lot of people are looking at these 430 levels now as areas of overhead resistance, and then maybe 470. But you know, I mean, I think, look, we always say it. The trend is your friend. Right now, there's no doubt about it. SPY's been in an uptrend. Now, does that mean that uptrend is going to continue, or that we're not still in an overall bear market? I don't know. It could just be part of an uptrend in an overall, bearish trend. But I would not want to be just going out here and like buying puts saying that, okay, I know SPY is going to roll over tomorrow or whatever, because there's obviously strength in this market. There's buyers out there. There's been people waiting to buy in that have just been sitting on cash for like a year. And I think a lot of them now are looking at this as kind of a perfect time. Like, oh, inflation's starting to come down. The Fed's probably going to get ready to start slowing down its interest rate hikes pretty soon. Like, for a lot of people, this is probably a pretty decent time to start re-entering the market. With that said, you have people that have been up, that have now made, 15% in the last month alone? When that happens, when people make that much that quickly, people are going to start taking some profits. Let's see. I want to see how much, percentage-wise, let's see how much SPY's up from its bottoms in October. So from 357 to where we're at now, yeah, SPY's up about 14%. That's a big move for SPY in that short of a time. The Dow Jones Industrial actually yesterday hit technically bull market territory. If you want to go off the lows, the Dow Jones hit a low of 28,700 on September 30th, and yesterday got up to 5,000. So I wonder why the Dow has outperformed the SPY in the same time frame. Probably because a lot of energy exposure. If I had to guess, or more energy exposure. How does auto liquidation works on option? FOMO, I'm not sure, because what I always do is I always sell the contract. Like I've never once exercised an option. And sometimes like my brokerage, Robinhood will, that's not my broker. Like, I don't like saying it like that, but that's where I trade options sometimes. Robinhood will, if you have options that are expiring like that day, sell them for you like an hour before close or something sometimes. And like, I don't know if I assume there's a way to turn them off. But if you have enough money in your account and you don't sell the options, maybe they exercise automatically. I'm honestly not really sure. Maybe someone help FOMO out. But all right, guys, it is 11:50 a.m. Time for our first guest of the day, Mr. Steve Kalasian. Oh, Easy Mike, you went long hood. What was the thesis there? I saw that Sam Bankman-Fried was probably going to have to sell his hood stock. It's almost back up to $10. All right, guys. Let's go ahead and bring Steve on. Let's go ahead and give him our very special Zinger Nation Benzinga welcome. And when we come back, we'll see what Steve's been watching. We'll see what he thinks of this market right now, what he sees a lot of this craziness, or what he thinks about this craziness. So without further ado, let's go ahead and give Steve our Zinger intro and bring him on the show. Mr. Steve Kalasian, how's it going?
Hey, Aaron, how are you? Hello, everybody. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great.
So what have you been watching? Were you playing this rally yesterday? What are you seeing? You think we're overextended up here? You think we're going to keep going?
Well, first of all, the Powell talked yesterday, and the markets took it as dovish. And since I've known you, I've always told you that bear market rallies are more vicious than bull market rallies. And today, early in the morning, before I talked to all my viewers, I said, above 4,100, look for really good shorting opportunities. And we had big sell divergences on all the big cap names and plus the 4 ETFs. After the ISM number, we pushed up to that 40.10, and we dropped all the way down. We dropped like 55, 60 handles on the S&P. So NASDAQ dropped close to 200. So, you brought up a chart. If you go back to that weekly chart on the spiders, I think the market is getting way ahead of itself here. You acted like yesterday, like they cut interest rates by a full percentage point. And it's just completely, in my opinion, this is a bull market, a bull trap, a bear market trap. Sorry, bear market trap. If you just take your points, you're coming into the 4 peaks of a trend line from the top peak of the high above 4,800, right there. If you draw your peaks, this is a monster bear flag. I mean, you rallied off the 3502 level on the S&Ps. Back in September, I said you were going to make a new low come mid-September, and that's it for the year. The highs are in for the year. They're going to try to make the market close above 4,000 for the year on the S&Ps. And then I think 2023 is going to be a bloodbath. There's gaps below the market that will get filled that are 5,000 points lower on the Dow. And on any rally here, I'm just backing up the truck to buy S-Dows and SQQQs or SDSs or TZAs. I think the market's going to be in serious trouble going into next year.
Yeah, and I know that's been your
Tesla. I wouldn't touch Tesla here with a 10-foot pole. We were on. I said Tesla's target was 165, 175. We got down to 165, right? And now we rallied 30 off that. So that's a good call by you. I would not be looking to buy Tesla up here.
Yeah, and I mean it's like the chart just does not look good for Tesla in any, like I said, on any time frame.
On anything, if you ask me.
I know. So you've been consistent with that take really since, I want to say, at least for the last like 6 weeks, 2 months, that you thought the bottoms were in for the year, but that 2023 things start to look ugly. So you think even if the Fed announces 50 basis points in December and starts to kind of signal, that maybe some cuts are in the future, that we're still screwed in terms of making new lows in 2023?
They may say 50 in December, but you still have an inflation, a CPI number at 7.7%. The Fed mandates 2%. Where are you going to cut 5.7 off that? Okay, it's insane. It's insane. And then you have some Fed governors like Bullard saying 5 to 7% on the Fed funds rate. So they're inconsistent. So who do you believe? And first of all, why do we believe anything they say when the S&Ps were at 4,800 and you were 0 to 0.25%? They weren't even touching interest rates or raising interest rates. They completely ignored the inflation factor for several months. So what are they going to say? They're going to say that, we're done here at a 7.7% CPI. Over the weekend, I saw that the average family, I'm not sure if this is accurate. I know the number is accurate, $443 per month. I don't know if it's per family or per person. Let's just take it's a family. So inflation has caused the average family $443 more per month. That's $5,000 a year. That's net. So that means you got to make $9,000 to make that. So where's anybody giving a $9,000 increase? People losing their jobs. So this number to me is insane. When I heard that, I'm like, I don't know about the average middle class people can afford that. Is the average person at GM or whoever where they're working at Staples or any Costco or BJ's or any Home Depot, are they got a $9,000 increase to offset that $443, $5,000 a year? No.
Right.
That's the trouble here. I think this is all political. I think that they did everything they can to try to calm the markets down. I think they're going to be in serious trouble here. These are not people that I would want to be in a classroom with because I don't think they have any clue,
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting. I think that's why right now you're going to have the Fed basically announce what's looking like most likely this 50 basis point hike, and then I think kind of see from there like what the impact that has on inflation, if any at all. If inflation starts to tick back up, maybe they have to start thinking about going back to 75. But right now, I think in general, I think even if the market's a little overextended here, which I would say that's fair, that I think things in general have been trending in a positive direction in terms of inflation been cooling down without some sort of huge.
I mean, when you're at 9%, you only have one way to go. The odds are leaning that it's going to tick down, right? I mean, you're not going to go from 9 to 11. 9's pretty high. It's the highest we've had in 40 years, right? So obviously you're going to get a downtick. The odds were a downtick coming on that. I was talking to a monster institution the day before the CPI number was released. He said, I got a call at 3:30. What do you think of the number tomorrow? I said, they'll be up 100 handles. He said, why? I said, you're asking me a question. I said, I think the market's going to be up 100 points on the S&P. The Dow will be up 1,000. And I said, the number's going to come in better than expected. I said, how are you positioned? He goes, we're betting for a hot number. I said, before you hang up the phone, can you do me one big favor? Look at the 30-year bonds. We're up a half a point before the number. He go, oh my God, you're right. And they hung up the phone. I found that later on, they covered a lot of their shorts before 4 o'clock. And then next day, the CPI number came in, 7.7. S&P is up 200. Dow's up over 1,000. So my point being is that you only had one way to go, up 9%, but down. You weren't going to go 9 to 9.5. It was going to go 9 to maybe, 8.3, but you went from 9% inflation on CPI on the consumer price index to 7.7. So where's it going to go from here? Is it going to tick down a little bit more and stabilize? But you're still way above the 2% Fed funds target.
Yeah, I mean, I think my point was just that I think, if you go back to a few months ago, or even when, when the S&P was making 2022 lows, there was a lot of fear about, what would happen when the Fed raised interest rates to 4% to start trying to tackle inflation. I think a lot of those fears have been at least somewhat pushed to the side as we've raised rates, as the economy has tolerated those rate hikes well. Some fears about stagflation and stuff have subsided. And basically, I'm just saying that at least in the sense to where like some people might be like really not doing well at home right now in terms of inflation and the economy slowing down and saying, why is the stock market doing well? That doesn't make any sense. And I do think you can explain at least some of the markets good performance to the fact that the economy has held up pretty well to the interest rate hikes, and a somewhat soft landing, or at least the ability to avoid some sort of severe 08 type recession looks more possible than maybe it did a couple months ago.
Well, if that ever got to the BK, if it ever got to that. See, I think stagflation is in the cards here. They can't really bring down inflation. Would they bring down CPI by 1.3? Nothing. And you're having people losing jobs, right? You see all the big firms, fintech, Silicon Valley, all the big institutional banks, they're laying off people. So I think this is going to have a domino effect for 2023. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I'm a realist though. I've been doing this now 40 years and I've seen it all.
No, I understand. I just think I think again, like even going back to the stagflation, I think a couple months ago it looked a lot more likely that we would see some sort of stagflation than now, when we have seen a lot of prices start to normalize with but we'll see. Like you said, I mean, 2023 will be or could be a very tough year for the markets and a tough year for the economy overall. And I think.
But the bottom line is, if I was an investor here, I would not, in my personal opinion, I would not be adding new money to this market here. You have gaps below the market, just 5,000 points lower just on the Dow. So, I mean, and that's, that brings it back down below the 30,000 level. And then I think we're going, to the mid 20s, the low 20s in 2023. And then like I said, I think the new bull market will start sometime in the third quarter. Begin, in the third quarter of 2023, and that's when I start thinking, when the blank hits the fan, that they're going to start cutting interest rates. The minute they start cutting interest rates, that's when your new bull market's going to start, because there'll be a domino effect going forward. I mean, look at gold. Gold's up $55 today. This is just unheard of. You would think that last night they just slashed interest rates by 1%, because the dollar's getting absolutely slaughtered here right now. So the dollar yen, the US dollar, and then you got assets like, obviously the indexes and the golds. This is la la land here, fueled by short covering.
Yeah. All right, I see someone in the chat, Kyle M, asking, who is this dude? I like his take. This is Steve Kalasian, TradeEasy.com. or Steve, let's see if we got some more questions flying in the chat. If not, we could let you go a few minutes early today. Let's see.
All right. So what are we doing?
DXY, Easy Mike saying we have a trade short. Steve, do you want to talk a second about TradeEasy.com, what it is you guys are doing over there, what folks can get over there?
Yeah. So first of all, thanks, Aaron, for giving me this spot every Thursday, and I really appreciate it. So Trade Easy was designed by me and my two partners to, again, I've been trading for 40 years. My specialty is day trading, taking advantage of intraday market moves. I have my own software. I spent 9 years of my life building my own custom algorithms and everything. And basically, I hold from 9 to 4 each and every day. I have a live stream. I'm going to be bringing on a lot of top people around the world in hopefully the next couple months. But I stream from 9 to 4, and I'm looking at markets like the indexes, equities, ETFs, Forex, and crypto and option trades. So basically, people look at the software. I teach everything that I spent 9 years of my life identifying trends, reversals, and buy and sell reversals and divergences, and identifying patterns within the market to take advantage of the moves each and every day, and just be consistent and trade on the right side of the market.
There you go. Cross saying great teacher again, tradeeasy.com. I'll throw that link in the chat. Guys, Steve Kalasian joins us every single Thursday around this time, 11:45 a.m. Eastern, and you got to give it to him. Steve's been right on with his calls basically all year. Steve is calling for a tough full 2023 or just start to 2023 in terms of the market.
No, I think between now and the end of the year, early couple weeks, you're going to make higher lows, but then I think they're going to get absolutely kabooshed towards the mid to first quarter of 2023.
There you go. There's that is Steve's take. All right, guys, you want more from Steve? TradeEasy.com. Steve, enjoy the rest of your Thursday. We'll see you next week.
Thanks, Aaron. Have a great day, everybody. Take care. Thanks, Aaron. Bye-bye.
You too. Easy Mike saying, we do like the hood setup, worth a shot, managing risk, the coin micro strategy thesis. What is I don't understand really the micro strategy thesis with this. Let's go to hood. Let's go to the full screen on the chart here. Take a look at the 5-minute candles. Let me know what we're thinking here. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm not really I'm not into hood right now. The stock. I don't really know. Isn't Sam Bankman-Fried about to be forced to sell his shares? That would be scary. That would scare me to buy the stock right now. Easy Mike, I'm glad you brought this stock up. Maybe our next guest will want to chat about this one. Let me see. Why? Trying to figure out why our names aren't displaying right now. Let's figure this out. Did you guys notice that today in the audience that our names aren't up there? All right, guys, let's go ahead.
We got a special guest.
Special guest. I believe his mic is off.
Yep.
There we go. Mic is on. Our stream deck is off.
All right. Mic's still off.
I think your mic is on now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Mic check,
we can
mic
hear
check.
you. We can't see you.
All right, there we go.
What is up, Mr. Jacoby? Hot Stocks Lucas.
Wait, I don't get the special intro?
You get the special intro. We're going to get 2 special intros. All right, Mr. Hot Stocks Luke himself. Oh, there we go. Who did that? Money Mitch. Thank you, Money Mitch. Hop on here. I want to thank you to your beautiful face for that. Happy Thursday, Luke.
Happy Thursday. Happy trading. Is the bear market over?
Dude, did I show? I don't even think I told you about my trade yesterday. I called it out on the show. I bought like during this time on the show at 12 before Powell spoke. I bought like YOLO out of the money SPY calls.
Okay.
$300 worth.
Okay.
I had to hold them throughout the whole day. Thank God, because otherwise I probably would have sold them before like the close. Guess how much I sold them for this morning? Bought them for $300 total. 10 contracts.
Well, what was your strike?
404.
And what was your expiration?
Today. I bought them yesterday.
Let's think about this. 10 contracts. 1,000?
I bought 10 contracts. Here, I'll share my Robinhood to make sure, so people know I'm transparent with y'all on this show. Sold 10 contracts. Oh no, I bought some. Your order to sell 10 contracts at an average of 404, or has been filled for an average price of 4.6. So I sold them for $4,000 and $700.
Oh my God.
Off $300.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Congratulations, AB. All right, round of applause for AB.
Thank you. I told people on the show 30,000 would be crazy. I would love that though. I did.
Now you're restocked in the account. You're good.
Like I said, I know it was almost blown up. I withdrew some money already to make sure I didn't blow it all. But I did flip it into some SPY puts that are up right now, but I can't sell. Oh wait, I'm not sharing my screen. I thought you guys could see that. Sorry guys. I did flip them into some SPY puts today that expire tomorrow that are up right now, but I'm not too bullish on that. We'll see though. What have you been looking at, Mr. Jacoby?
A lot of the same names. I mean, same message that I've been saying for the past few weeks. So, as a reminder, I'm the guy who comes on. I'm not day trading. I'm more position trading. I'm doing a little bit of swing trading, but trying to do a lot of stock picking in portfolio management. My message for the past several weeks has been that now is a time where you can start averaging back in. It's not a time to go crazy. I'm also not averaging back into a lot of these crazy high valuation, unprofitable tech stocks yet. There will be a time for that. I love those stocks, just like we all love those stocks. But the general message has been, I think that now is an okay time to start averaging back in. Individual names, the one that I picked up, probably about a week and a half ago now, as it was selling off on the SBF news, has been Robinhood. Up modestly on that position. I still think that it's an absolutely acceptable stock to own and hold. I own it in size. At the very least, I think as the FTX situation shakes out, we recover some of those gains. It takes the stock to 11. And then you've got broader market upside as well. I do believe that it's one of those future of personal finance plays, and it's relatively cheap right now.
Yeah, looking at Robinhood on the day, it is up about 3%. So, this is still a very cheap stock, Luke, under $10 right now. And when I say cheap, I should be saying inexpensive, because in terms of actual valuation, is Robinhood, would you consider it cheap right now? I mean, compared to like growth stocks historically, maybe, but is it still, would you say expensive or cheap, like considering its valuation right now?
Yeah, I'd say that it's relatively cheap.
Okay.
So the stock is trading at about 4.5 times its forward price to sales. So that's the market cap divided by the amount of revenue that the company produces. 4.5 times absolutely is above the S&P 500 average, but we're still very much so talking about a growth story in this name. So in light of the growth that the company's had, and I think that it can continue to have, it's relatively cheap. Because we also have to keep in mind the environment that we're in. This retail trading environment in 2022, especially these past couple quarters, is just about as cold as it can be. Right? We have the crypto market where trust has been violated in the worst way that it can be violated, with all these bankruptcies, assets getting frozen, etc. We're now 11 months into a lower equity market, 13 straight months of crypto market decline. So I think that given the context of what we've been through and the stock price getting killed as a reaction to that, I do think that it's a relatively inexpensive, cheap stock to be able to own.
Got it. So so something I'm curious about, and you mentioned crypto here and kind of what's been going on in the industry. What I'd be curious about with Hood here, Luke, is what is the impact what would Robinhood's share price be if essentially the whole like basically the bull bear case of the crypto industry from here on Robinhood? If the whole crypto industry, if Bitcoin went to 10,000 tomorrow and crypto was basically dead, as some people are worried about right now, would Robinhood be bankrupt? Would it be trading at $5, or would it be not that big of a deal at this point? It would be at $8.
Well, there's a couple things to consider. I guess let's just start with that pure crypto side of it. So, the company last quarter made $360 million of revenue. So Robinhood made $360 million of revenue in Q3. Those are the months July through September. Of that, AB, so $360 million total revenue. How much of that revenue do you think was from crypto?
How much revenue in quarter or year?
Last quarter. So they made $360 million of total revenue last quarter.
Okay.
How much of that revenue was a result of crypto activities?
I'm gonna say $100 million.
You're not horribly far off. 51 million.
Okay.
Right. So what is that? That's about 14% of total revenue. So if they lose a 14% revenue stream, if it was to literally evaporate and go to zero, that absolutely hurts.
But it doesn't kill the business.
It does not kill the business.
And remember
by any means.
a couple years ago that.
And again, keep in mind we're in the crypto winter, right? This shit's cold already, right? This is already way depressed, right? Down more than 70% from its peak already.
And that's what I was thinking.
That's been built into the share price already.
With what was where we're at now is almost like it's so already so bad that how much worse can you get it in terms of the crypto. But do you remember that like a year ago or a year and a half ago, that one quarter, how much of Robinhood's like revenue was directly attributable to Dogecoin, like specifically?
Yes.
And that was probably a red flag when like it was like, all right, like if you look at the businesses quarter and they're saying like, yeah, like this much growth was like specifically from people coming on our app to buy Dogecoin.
Yes, I had to edit Dogecoin out of Benzinga's financials. I literally have this line. It's called Doge adjusted EBITDA, where our financial results look so fucking strong for one quarter because of Dogecoin that I had to adjust it
is
lower.
That non-GAAP?
Yeah, that's definitely non-GAAP accounting. Doge adjusted EBITDA.
Doge adjusted EBITDA.
Let's just talk about the one other piece with Robinhood. Since you brought up, is if crypto evaporates, right? It went to zero. Would that kill the business? The answer is no, it wouldn't kill the business. 14% of revenue definitely hurts. It doesn't kill the business. It's also an interest rate play. $361 million total revenue last quarter. How much of that money was from Robinhood earning interest off of customer assets?
I feel like we did this on the show 2 weeks ago, and I already forgot. But I'm
130 million. 130 million out of 360 million.
Okay, so about a third.
It's a ton. Yeah. Absolutely. Interest rates go up. The company will perform better. I'm not saying the stock will necessarily perform better, but the company will perform better. Interest rates stay where they are. I mean, it's a super, super high margin revenue line.
So Robinhood collects interest rates not only on people that, or not only on the cash that's just sitting there, but they also get an interest rate or a margin loan rate when they loan money out to margin on people. I believe they changed that. They used to they increased how much, the margin, or maybe it's just reflective of the interest rates. I don't know how that works.
The vast majority of that revenue line is earning interest off of uninvested assets.
Okay.
And then also you're gonna have lending activities. Lending stock.
Okay. Let's see. Catching up on the chat real quick. Jay Rice saying only hood I'm buying is in the frozen section at the supermarket. Chocolate chip. I don't know what he's talking about.
I don't get that one either.
Neo about to make a long-term run like Tesla. Interesting. All right, that's a good segue, Luke. Let's go into Chinese stocks real quick. I don't know if we've ever talked about, there's a Chinese stock called Alibaba. Have we ever talked about it on the show before?
Yeah.
Up 15% in the last, couple days, week or so.
I don't know. It's so tough.
Just macro, what are your macro thoughts on China? Like, do you think, trending in the right direction, or do you think any type of bullishness right now is silly and people should be...
No, I think take a shot, man. is quite honestly my play. Let's talk about Alibaba, ticker BABA.
Let's do it. $86.
Yeah, mega stock, $205 billion enterprise value. I mean, it's so gosh darn cheap. It's trading at a forward PE of 10. Trading at a forward EV to EBITDA of 8.7. Oh, it's so tough.
Yeah, I mean,
I would not load in any position with size. I would take a crack with some very inexpensive, out of the money, long dated calls. Yeah, if you can pull up an option chain.
Yeah, I'll do it right now. I was talking on the show yesterday, and I mean, Baba is like I said, it's in the last week, right? It's up 15%. So it's probably due for a little bit of pullback. You'll probably see some profit taking at some point. But so when you look at it in this vacuum, right, in the last week, you're like, oh my God, this is so overextended. But then when you zoom out to like the 5-year chart, where we're at right here is just a tiny little like that's nothing. Like we haven't even come close to, getting that overextended. So on a short time frame, I would be a little wary of like going in size right now for a short trade. But like Luke said, if you're looking at like leaps or something, I do think there's some value here. Probably a better time to get in them would have been 15% ago, of course. But if we want to look at, say, January, no, those aren't even that far away. Let's look at January 2024. So basically a year out. Say, what's a good price target for a year out on Baba?
Come back to me in a couple minutes. I'll have something for you.
All right. I'll give you mine.
I'm digging in
So we're
right
at $86 right now. See, this still seems a little expensive, right? $155 strike price on an $86 stock, still $530 right now. I don't know.
What? How? Sorry, I'm just digging into this.
No, you're good.
How much is it?
It just seems a little bit expensive. So this is a year out. $150 strike price, which is essentially the stock would need to go up 80% from here in a year. In the asking price right now, the contracts are going for $585. I would have been looking for something in like the 200s there.
Yeah, it's not crazy though.
No, not crazy.
So S&P 500 EV to EBITDA right now averages somewhere around 14, 15. You got Alibaba. It's trading at 8.5 on forward EV to EBITDA. Suggests that the stock's more than 50% undervalued if it had the characteristics of a normal S&P 500 stock. Going for it, you have more of a growth story. Detracting, of course, hurting valuation is the whole Chinese narrative, the regulatory environment, etc. I think that it's in the play around money one, sort of a fun one.
For
again,
Baba?
you buy some long dated, inexpensive calls. I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely not like it doesn't slap you in the face as a no-brainer by any means.
I want to talk to someone that trades like leaps or that buys leaps as like investments regularly, because I'm sure there's like a method to it, right? Like maybe it's smarter to buy like way super out of the money ones that just become more likely to hit, and then you sell them. Like I don't know what the best way to necessarily trade the options would be, the leaps would be. Does anyone come to your mind for that? Like who's like, is there anyone known for like being a really good leaps trader?
Not that I know of.
Neither do I.
Unfortunately.
Can't think of one either.
All right, what else is on the radar, producer AB?
What else is on the radar? Let's talk. I mean, a lot of people have been asking about Tesla recently, especially with the everything going on with Twitter. What does this mean for Tesla? I mean, you're starting to get to a point now where even some analysts are saying that the Twitter news is dragging Tesla's stock down.
Oh, for sure, without a doubt.
Too much, I'm saying. They're saying that it's like getting to a point where it's like unfair.
No way.
It's like getting
No
like.
way. I would not touch Tesla with a 10-foot pole right now.
But because the Twitter situation, or because other reasons?
The Twitter situation.
Okay, explain.
Okay. One, this stock has always been tough to I'm your value guy, right? That comes on the show. So stock has always been tough to justify on a value basis. So obviously that anybody who's tried to run like a traditional fundamental analysis or valuation on Tesla indefinitely since the company is listed, God, probably almost 10 years ago at this point. Wow, more than 10 years ago. That's interesting. It hasn't worked. I'm sort of scared on the sales side of things, man.
On Tesla, yeah, that, I think so too. I think almost a bigger red flag for me is like not even the Twitter situation. It's like actually with the actual Tesla business.
I'm here. Yeah. Say your piece, and then I'll say my piece.
You were talking about the sales of Tesla cars, right?
Yes, correct.
So I think we talked about this on the show. I might talk about it with Jason. Like I feel like a lot of people, maybe not a lot, but even like anecdotally, like a handful of people in my life that had Tesla, like friends, parents, whoever, that had Teslas in the past, that have gotten kind of bored with the fact that the cars haven't themselves like updated that, like the body of, you know. And so Jason had a Tesla for what, 3 years, and now just got rid of it for a new Mercedes electric car. And like there's just so many more options now. When Tesla came out with its Model S 5 years ago or whatever, there really weren't a lot of nice luxury electric cars out there. Now that is not the case whatsoever. It's like, and I don't know, to me it's not like an iPhone where Apple really will be able to hold and maintain and dominate the smartphone market. It seems like the car market's is gonna be a little bit more fragmented, to where it's not gonna be like Tesla has 60% of the EV market share, and it stays that way for a long time. I don't see that happening.
Okay, so
mine's increased competition. Mine's increased competition sales-wise, and Tesla's lack of like innovation in terms of, I know in terms of like computer and stuff like that with the car, they're always innovating. But in terms of the actual model, the body shapes of the car, there hasn't been that much innovation. And so with the increased competition, I think that's gonna like really have some negative impacts on the business.
Yeah. Here's the other Twitter blowback, right? Is you're starting to get these murmurings of Elon Musk getting labeled as like an alt-right type character, an alt-right like type player. Think of how much a Tesla sales mix is on the coasts, right? East and West Coast.
100%.
That absolutely contributes into purchasing decisions.
100%. I mean that, and I mean, think about it too, like who the market for, not even just on in California or New York or people buying Teslas, but just people that buy electric cars in general, probably lean more one way than the other. And if Tesla was the only electric vehicle, on the market, that's one thing. But now when there's increased options, if you just, they're basically about the same, but I don't like that guy, you might go with the other company now.
Yeah.
So you're off Tesla too right now.
Yeah, I'm very off of Tesla.
Is there a price right now that Tesla gets down to, or like that you're interested in it, or?
Yeah, not yet.
Not yet.
No. It's a 10-foot pole. I'm hanging away.
All right, so let's stay in the same kind of sphere. Is there a company with electric vehicle exposure that you do like right now?
No.
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 Even a Ford at $14?
Mm-mm.
I can't talk you into it?
Can't talk me into it.
Why not?
You got too much macro risk. All right, I think that it's okay to start averaging into a lot of stocks right now. But I think that the macro risk is too high. I think it's the same issue as why would you buy a home building stock right now?
Like a Lennar's?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
I wouldn't, and I have no competitive advantage for trying to predict a housing market.
Right. I don't know. I mean, the housing market. I mean, the builders have been doing well the past couple months. I think. No, I mean the thing with building new houses, with you really would need the Fed to pivot essentially to encourage investments into new housing, which currently that the opposite is happening. So at the current moment, no, but I do think. I don't know. I mean, I do think I would buy some Ford here.
Okay.
And I don't really have a competitive advantage to back it up, other than the fact that I just think that the economy is going to hold up better than some people are expecting at this point. You know, we've been so worried about the Fed rates now, and now that the Fed rates have been so high, now the worries about a recession. I'm not too worried about like an overall huge recession that would drive truck sales and car sales and Ford down for a very long time. If anything, I think it would be maybe a couple quarters in the beginning of 2023, and then as soon as the Fed cuts, we're kind of back to ho-hum, everything's good again. And I don't know. Again, could be completely wrong. Ford could be trading at $10 6 months from now. But Ford, I would rather buy. I'll say it this way: I'd rather buy Ford than Tesla right now. I'm not buying Ford. I'm not buying Ford right now, but I would rather buy Ford.
I would too, for sure.
All right, Luke. Anything else on your radar today? Anything else you want to chat about? What about Christmas gifts? You think about Christmas gifts this year?
I'm actually not buying Christmas gifts this year.
That's bullshit. That's. I'm calling BS on that.
You think I will?
I'm calling cap.
I sort of think I will too.
I'm
a really big gift giver.
You love Christmas. Yeah.
I spend
I'm calling cap on
a lot of money on
Why would you
Christmas
even say
gifts
that?
and energy.
Why would you even say that you aren't buying gifts?
Yeah, right here. If you want to look.
So here's what I told a couple people on my list.
Okay.
As I said, I don't know.
You said Bitcoin needs to be above 20,000.
Yeah, Bitcoin needs to be above 20,000.
Else no one's getting Christmas gifts.
Think about everybody that you would buy gifts for, and everybody who would buy gifts for you in your life, right? So think about, I don't know, your girlfriend.
Don't have one.
Yeah, your mom, sister,
brother.
Right? Would you rather your mom be stressed about finding you the perfect gift, or not to get something in your mom, not to have a little bit less stress or anxiety in her life?
I don't think.
Okay.
I think my mom gets pleasure out of finding a gift for me and giving it to me.
Okay.
I'll let my mom give me a present and get that satisfaction.
What I told people is if I see something and it hits me and it's like, this is the perfect gift for my dad, which that did happen.
There you go.
I got my dad his gift already. Like, boom, I'm picking it up on the spot.
Maybe it's one of those things where people say, like, when you're going out, like, looking for a relationship, like, not really good. Whereas if you're just doing your own thing, like, the right person, you'll be
exactly
will come to you. The right gift will come to you when you're not looking for it.
So that's what I told my mom. Like, Mom, I might give you something in April. Because I might just be out and see something that would make your life better. Or, this totally hits you. Rather than stressing myself out and spending hours and hours working on this throughout the next 3 weeks.
That makes sense. I don't think you should think too much into it, though. You shouldn't. If you're,
I always spend a lot of time on it.
If you're,
I buy a lot of custom gifts. I order a lot of custom things on Etsy usually.
Yeah.
I spend a lot of energy.
Not worth getting stressed out over over searching for gifts.
Yep. I know what I'm getting though.
What you're getting?
Yeah.
What's that?
I already put in the request to 3 people, so I'm going to get at least one, at most 3.
Okay, Taylor Swift ticket?
Rock tumbler.
Ooh, nice. I got one of those as a gift as a kid.
Yeah, me too.
It was a real cheap one, though, from, you remember I think it was like one of those, the Discovery stores they have in the malls? Yeah. It was from one of those. I remember I stripped the screw on it trying to put the batteries in, so I had to go, return it to the Discovery one and get a new one. All right, Luke. I've got Rob Roy hanging out in the background.
Rob Roy knows a lot more than I do. Have fun, guys. Happy trading. Happy investing. And again, pro.benzinga.com, pro.benzinga.com. 2-week free trial. Ever need to know anything that's going on with the stock, go there.
Pro.benzinga.com.
No credit card required.
I'll drop that link in the chat. Thank you, Mr. Hot Stocks Luke. Smash the like for Luke, everybody. Luke, we'll see you next Thursday.
All right. Peace.
Peace. All right, guys. I see Rob Roy hanging out in the back. We're bringing him on in 30 seconds. I see FOMO in the chat was asking about Ulta. I actually wrote an article the other day about Ulta and e.l.f., two makeup stocks that have been absolutely crushing it in this market. Just strength, look at Ulta's stock chart right here. You can't find another stock chart that looks like this. Same with e.l.f. Beauty. And we've talked about this before on the show. Estee Lauder's founder coined the term back in 2001, the lipstick index, the idea that in times of high inflation, recession, makeup and lipsticks can be a cheap little treat for people to go out and buy. And so a lot of times hold up kind of in times of recession, hold up in times where the economy is going down. And Ulta, I don't know. I look at stock charts like this, making new all-time highs when all these other stocks are getting crushed. Hasn't really had any downturns since the onset of COVID. I want to buy it, but it's got to be, you got to figure it's getting overextended at some point. We can look at the RSI. I'll see what my man Rob Roy thinks of it. Maybe we can do some Fibonacci retracements on there with him. But without further ado, let's go ahead and give Rob our very special intro and bring him on the show. Mr. Rob Roy, how's it going? Sorry about that delay getting you on the stream today.
Not a problem, man. Everything is good. How about you?
Pretty good. You have a good Thanksgiving with the fam?
Thanksgiving was awesome. Yes, we had a great time. Ironic that it's on Thursday, right? And we weren't here last week, so.
I know. Yeah. So it's sad, but I was, I was home with family too. Hope you guys had a good time. How about that market day yesterday? I mean, what's been going on? We've getting some volatility. What have you been watching?
JP is awesome, baby. I gotta say.
JP is awesome.
He is awesome, man. Yeah, I had left a little bit earlier in the day, got back just after he started talking, watched the market start taking off, and just jumped in on some SPY calls and just let it rock for the whole rest of the afternoon, just about the end of the day. Great moves. I still don't know if we're done yet with the downward pressure. I understand everybody's, would love to see the markets going up, but again, if we just take a look just at what's on my chart right now, on my screen, right? That's an S&P 500 chart, daily chart. We still are in this overall bearish pattern. Now today we're down a little bit, and it's not a fair estimation. We broke out of the downtrend yesterday, and we pulled back. When you're up 120 some odd points on the S&P, that's not unnatural to see the next day pull back a little bit. So could we use this as a bounce and take off from here? Yes, we could. I just don't know if we've gotten out of the woods just yet. I think inflation is still out there, and I think people are still getting hit hard cost-wise. Yeah.
Yeah. So what about, in terms of individual names, is there anything that you've been watching that, whoa, that's the wrong camera. There we go. Anything that you've been watching in terms of individual names that you like, or that you like to the short side?
Yeah. So I've actually been doing a lot of naked puts on Tesla, a lot of naked puts on Google as well. Cleaned up on both of them yesterday, right as Powell started to speak and the market went up. We took an option that was, we got paid 85 cents, and I think it dropped down to 15 or 20 cents in the next hour. With the opportunity to buy it back. So, and I do own some Tesla, but strategy we trade on Tesla is what I call a wheel of fortune, right? We sell a naked put. If the stock gets put to you, you write a covered call. If they take the stock away, you take that cash and you go sell a naked put on maybe the same company or a different one, whatever it is. And when you look at a covered call, you're going to generate, for me, my strategy is about 3 to 5% a month is what I look for. With the naked put, it's more like that 6 to 9, maybe 10% a month, maybe on the higher end. When you combine the strategy together, you're looking at somewhere about that 5 or 8% a month is what we look for on that strategy. Well, if you have naked puts that you're writing, you're bringing in 1 and 2% a week on a Tesla, that adds up quick. We've probably pulled in on the naked put side. If you would have been trading it since they did their split, it was probably somewhere around $60 of put premium taken in on Tesla. So you have to understand it, right? It's a lot different than buying it just as a long term. This is the bottom, and I think it's hit the very bottom, and it's going up from here. But there are still ways of trading stocks like that, the Amazons, the Googles, and so forth. So Tesla's one that we've been doing a lot of puts on. Google, a lot of puts on. Google, Tesla, Amazon, a lot of covered calls on also, which is bringing a nice premium every week. The nice thing is it takes about 10 minutes a week to manage the position, and you're done. We'll call it an hour. That's not fair. Call it an hour to manage the covered call positions, and you're done.
So, or go ahead, Rob. Sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. Netflix, after their move yesterday, United Healthcare after their move, they were 10%? No, 100 points of the Dow yesterday was United Healthcare. So just tremendous moves on those guys, and they've been setting up well. Nobody that I'm looking to say buy long term yet. We're not there, in my opinion, as I've said for weeks now, months. But are there stocks that we can go through and intraday trade? short-term swings even on some. Yes, there are plenty of them.
Yeah, and so I don't know if or sorry, I was gonna ask something real quick. So going back to Tesla, I put a trade out there that I definitely didn't do this correctly by your standards, but I was trying to just kind of mess around with some low money, low stakes. So I did a put credit spread that expires tomorrow. So essentially, it's a bullish trade on Tesla. But I also have some. I also bought just like a few dollars worth of like out of the money puts on Tesla. So essentially, if Tesla goes down, opens down tomorrow by a few percentage, it would have to be by a little bit. My puts should be up, but I'll lose money on that put credit spread. But if Tesla stays where it is or opens higher, I'll make some money back on the put credit spread, and then then I'll lose the money that I bought the puts for. Essentially, my positions are kind of hedged, but I don't think I really did it correctly. But I'm trying to mess around with these spreads and just figure out how they work.
So I like that you're attempting to do it. Obviously, you can do it with non-funded trades. You don't have to do it with funds, with real money. Excuse me. What strikes did you do?
So I sold on the spread. I sold a 195 put, and again, these expire tomorrow, and I bought a $192.50 put.
And what was the credit?
I got $80 in credit.
So
and
80 cents.
80 cents for I think my collateral, or like 200. My max loss is like 230 or something.
Right, because $250 is the maximum risk in the trade. The difference of the two strike prices, the one you bought versus the one you sold, that is the max risk in the trade.
Oh, wow. That makes sense. There we go. All
okay,
right.
so when I said 80 cents, maybe it was incorrect. Did you do more than one contract?
No, 80 cents I think is right. 80 cents, but like $80 got credited to my account, but 80 cents technically in terms of the contract, right?
Right, if you did one contract, one on that. Right, okay, great. So that means if you take the $250 maximum risk in the trade, 195 versus 192.5, 250, subtract the 80 cents from it, that's how much your risk is, which is what, $1.70?
Yep.
So your risk, and I'm just writing notes or I'll forget them, your risk is 170 in this trade. So for those that don't understand the trade, what you just did, Aaron, is you took on a trade with an obligation where you were obligated to allow somebody to put the stock to you at 195, and you have the right to put it to somebody else at 192.5. Right? That's what the obligations and rights in that trade do for you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Good. Okay. So now, and we'll leave the long put alone for a second. All right. Right now we're sitting at 194.5. So ultimately, if tomorrow's expiration, you close 1 penny in the money, you are guaranteed to be exercised on that position. So you don't want to let it get to that unless you want your position.
I don't have enough money in my account for that, Rob.
Well, then the broker is going to close it out beforehand anyway.
Okay.
They're going to close it out. But you don't want them to close it. You want to be able to manage that trade yourself, because you may choose to Tesla starts dropping today. You may buy the short option back, the 195 at a cost maybe, but then you're letting the 192.5. You're going to hold on to it a little bit. Maybe the stock's going to continue to drop, and you'll see some increase in the value of that option in there. Right. So if you look at it right now, 195, 192.5, and it was for this week on the put spread. Excuse me. So we got 195. Ooh. This dry winter weather is killing me.
I know. I've been dealing. I got a cough when I went home last week for Thanksgiving too. I thought it was COVID, but it wasn't.
No, me, it's just I know it's the weather. So 195. If we went ahead and sold the 195 and bought the 192.5. You took in 80 cents. Right now, you could get out of it for $1.12. Right, so you could go back and is that right? Actually, I did it back as a credit again. So no, that's not true. So what's the difference in here? 30. So you can get out of it. Yeah, about $1.15 or so. You can wind up getting out of this trade, give or take. Okay, to manage the position out. Or if you allow it to go as it is, as I said, the broker should say, wait, you don't have enough cash. We're gonna force this trade closed. If they don't, right, that's what could happen to you is they could force you to actually buy the stock and tell you need to come up with cash margin. And if you don't have it or can't bring it into the account, they'll restrict your account for 90 days. They'll let you close positions not open. They'll blackball you and so forth. So not a fun place to be on the trade. So if you think come tomorrow, today, wherever your risk profile is, that it's continuing to go against you, you're like, yeah, you know what, I don't know if I want to do this right now or still be in this trade any longer right now, then you might want to go ahead and at least close out your short leg. And then depending on what the costs are, you probably want to go ahead and close out your long leg as well, just to really reduce your risk. Just keep something in mind. Theta starts with T. T stands for time. Do I have theta here? I do. So the option that you sold and the option you bought, both of them are going to lose about $1.40 value for 1 day passing by, right? Just the price is going to drop off of there. So if you're holding on to that long leg and you get out of the short leg, you're going to see time value deteriorate. If the stock price just hangs, you're going to have a big depreciation in the value of that option. So caution there, right? So that's the credit spread itself. I'm a big fan of credit spreads, Aaron. I would do the credit spread below some kind of support level. So ideally, I'd be looking to do it down. If I thought we were going up, I'd be looking to do it down below this 184 level. So if we looked at the 184s for next week, and below 184, right? So there won't be 184s, but they don't have that strike. So if we're looking below 184, we're going to do 182.5. So I would sell the 182.5, and I would buy the 180, and that would give me a credit of 50 cents.
Got it. Yeah, the way you break it down, I mean, you make it so simple, and you've been, I've told you this before. If there's ever a time I get like a question about option spreads on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, you're going to be the person I call, because I don't know anyone that knows more about spreads than you do.
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, anytime. You know that. Anytime you got a question on it.
Rob, unfortunately, we are running up against the clock today. But that's my apologies. We were kind of running behind on the show all day today. But we do have a couple more minutes here if you've got any other trade ideas, stocks you want to mention. Otherwise, we can chat about tradinglikeaboss.com.
Yep. So just again, Netflix, guys, there's a lot of opportunity on Netflix right now. They've got some great news out with the setup of their ads, their paid ads. This was a great trade today where we broke out, retested the 305.5 and bounced. I think I actually have it on here today.
Yeah, I mean, I've been playing Netflix since it was down at like 220, and I've been scared of it the past like month or so because I'm like, oh, it's getting a little overextended here. But it's kind of really, I mean, if you're just looking at the chart on a weekly or daily, you can see that gap fill to the upside really looks like at least until like 335 until it runs into any like big resistance now at this point.
So you want to see the price point of where it goes?
Yeah.
Watch this. I'm going to use a Fibonacci tool. Gee, go figure where'd that come from. Right? I'm going to
some sort of math. He was some sort of math guy, right?
Yeah, he was. A to B down to C. Okay, so where the fib started to where the fib ended, and I'm going to pull back to where the lowest low was in this pullback. There's a couple of different lines that get drawn on here. The 236, which is at 274, the 310, which is 61.8% gain from here. And then the 345.99, we'll call it 346. That is a 100% increase from, if you take this move here, whatever that dollar amount was, right? This right here, and it's going to be close, not exact. I just don't want to do the math. So it's about $95. If we take this and extrapolate that out to the upside, in essence, what we've done is just what I did there. So we're looking at this initial move, wave one. We got our pullback, 61.8%. Awesome pullback, this purple line. The increase there up to that 345.99, that is a 100% increase or 100% move. So A to B pulls back to C, and this up here becomes our D, second leg. right? So we're looking for that move up to that $345.99 is my goal for Netflix at this point.
345. There you have it. All right, guys. Tradinglikeaboss.com. I'm going to go ahead and throw that link in the chat. You want more from Rob Roy and some other great teachers over there at Wealth Builders HQ. Rob, thank you again for hopping on the show today. Always a pleasure to get you on, and we'll see you next Thursday.
Absolutely. Take care, everyone. Good luck. Happy trading.
Happy trading, Rob. All right, guys. Rob Roy, tradinglikeaboss.com. Smash the like for Rob. Again, my go-to expert when it comes to option spreads for sure. All right, guys, let's keep the show ticking. We've got a packed show today. We've got about 15 minutes of the show left. I'll let Mitch know we might run a couple minutes over today. But joining me here now, I see her hanging out background for the very first time on Benzinga Live on this show. She's been on the channel before. Julia Cordova. You guys may see her on Twitter. I'll drop her Twitter in the chat because she's a great follow on Twitter as well, Cordova Trades. Let's go ahead and give Julia our very special intro and bring her on the show. Julia, welcome to Benzinga Live. It's great to have you.
Hi, thank you, Aaron. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
I forgot to ask what we were going to talk about today. So
well, it's great that you asked because we have a wonderful chat that will give us, stocks and trade ideas to talk about. And honestly, I always like to, with people like yourself that are actively trading and whatnot, just ask kind of like, first of all, we could talk about your general strategy, how you got into trading, what you kind of like to stick to in terms of trading strategies, and then also recently names you've been watching, what you've been doing, and just kind of like thoughts on the overall market. Nothing too serious. I'm not gonna, ask you to show your returns or anything for the last month.
Okay, you could though, because I'm doing good. Anyway.
Okay.
No. So as far as how I got into trading, I am an engineer by background. I have an engineering degree that I really haven't ever put to use. But I worked in sales for a while for a few startups that happened to do really well. And then I decided that I wanted to move to a place where I could no longer do that career. And so I was looking for something that I could do from home. I was looking for something that I could make a lot of money in, and I was looking for something that I would really enjoy. And since I had been managing my own 401k, I thought that trading would be easy, because I just bought stocks that I liked. I bought a lot of Apple. I bought a lot of Netflix. I bought, just things that I actually enjoyed using and doing. And my 401k was doing great. But when I started actively trading, it turns out it's not as easy as it might appear it's not glamorous and it's not as easy as it might appear.
Yeah, I think a lot of people go through that where, they active trading, it looks easier than it is. Let's be real. I mean, you see some charts, you see people post their screen, I can do that. I know how to, whatever. Then you do it. And especially it's what I ran into, at least my problem was I guess kind of like beginner's luck and made a bunch of money right when I started and timing wise, and thought like, oh my God, I made it, $1,500 trading options today. If I do this every single day, I'll make $200,000 this year. And it's like, you're not going to make $1,500 trading options every day.
Oh no, I totally get it. So yeah, so then I tried a bunch of different trading styles, and I tried to learn as much as I could. I always feel there are so few people, but there are out there that do share their trades and they share their style. And if you ask them questions, they'll answer you. And so I just started trying a bunch of different things. And then I ended up sort of focusing on channel lines. So I just, I'm sort of, everybody always tells me I have too many lines. I don't care. But I just, that's what worked for me. That's what, when I started doing well, it just sort of stuck. And so I just trade via price action, RSI, throw in a hint of sentiment there, and then just some other stuff like voodoo magic kind of things. And so that's how I do it now. And I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, and I think that's interesting. Like everyone that starts trading or sticks with it, you know, you start developing your kind of own strategy, right? You learn from different people.
Mhm.
This person will use these indicators. This person will use their Fibonacci's and RSI, you know, and then like
Yeah.
there's a million different things. And you got to just kind of pick and choose like what's going to work best for you, because there's not one set formula. Like if you have these 3 indicators, it's going to tell you the right time to buy and sell every time. There's no thing out there like that, so you just have to find what works for you.
Exactly. And that was, I think, one of the very frustrating things when I was starting, is I would try all of these different indicators thinking that there was some magic formula. And no, there, I mean, you know, it's really about, for me, it was about reducing the number of things and then increasing the chances of me being right. Not necessarily always being right, but just trying to take the highest probability trades. And especially because I'm a contrarian, it's not the easiest thing to do, but actually I mean, you know, people are always thinking when I believe when I buy something that people feel that I'm knife catching, I always don't think I'm knife catching. I think that I am buying support. Same thing with if I'm shorting a top, I always think that I'm shorting resistance, but people, I don't know why it's somehow controversial. I mean, so we were, you know, ES was sort of in an uptrend after having been down for a while. It got above its 20 MA, and then recently, a couple weeks ago, we back tested it. And so, you know, I said on Twitter, I was like, you know, I'm buying it here. I might have used more colorful language. And then, you know, I had like a bajillion people when it back tested that 20 MA, I had a bajillion people telling me how crazy I was and that I was, you know, going to get mine because I was trading against the trend. And I was like, what are you talking about? This is buying, I don't know. So, yeah, but.
Yeah, no, I think like it's just it's fun to always talk about how people get to where they're at on their trading journeys. And I know you and I were texting, chatting. We both I don't know if we, I should say we, you know, were right yesterday or got lucky, but we were in some SPY calls. We were able to celebrate those.
Yeah.
That was fun to be in SPY calls on a kind of, I don't know what that was, like a 2 or 3 standard deviation move. But I'll go ahead and pop my charts up. Do you have any stocks or any thoughts on like the indices right now that you've been watching it after that big move yesterday?
Yeah. So I actually, I was long into the overnight, and then I took some profit. And then today, this is going to sound made up because I can't even believe that I did this. The people on Discord couldn't even believe that I did this. But like right at the freaking top today, I'm like, I'm looking to go short. I wanted to short as close to 12,150 on NASDAQ as I could because I didn't believe that we would get above it today. I thought that was a really good stopping point. I thought that some consolidation is in order. So I just sort of hit the sell button right as I think there was a report that came out right then, and I got pretty close to the top. And so I shorted. And then because the candle was like, I thought I hit the lottery, you know, but just doing that little short. So then I took a long position, and then I realized that because it was such a large candle, when that usually happens after a big move like yesterday, no matter whether it's up or down, when you have a large candle like that, after there's been some consolidation, I think we're most likely in a diamond formation. You can see it pretty clearly on the hourly. It certainly could be a megaphone, but usually after those big moves and you get a formation like that, I think we're in a diamond formation on the hourly in both ES and in Q. So
okay.
So
yeah, I don't have on here on Benzinga Pro. Unfortunately, I don't have like the composite actually. So I think Qs are the best. But I was gonna say, Julie, we gotta start. Maybe we have to start trading together because I basically did. I know I mentioned to you I was on the PDT on my Robinhood account where I couldn't. I was lucky actually that I couldn't sell my SPY calls yesterday because I probably would have sold them at like 2 or 3 p.m.
Yeah.
And instead I was locked in overnight, so they ended up going up for like over like 1,000%.
Wow.
But I today I sold them right at the open, and then I got into these SPY puts. Let's see, right at 9:55 a.m. Eastern. So I flipped from long to short at around the same time as well.
That's crazy. No, I didn't even
And I felt crazy for doing it too. I was like, wait, I was so bullish yesterday, but now I'm going to buy some puts. And it wasn't the same position size. I just did a little, I have 3 contracts at 47 right now. I believe I'm up. Yeah, I'm up 30% on them, but it's only $42 right now. But it's still fun to just mess around with them on here.
Yeah, no, I totally understand. That is hilarious. No, I couldn't even believe when it started to go way down. I was like, oh no. I did get back long. I already then switched to back long though, and I did it a little bit early. I kind of calculated the bottom there, but because I actually also didn't think ES would go all the way back to that CTA level. That I think it's 4057. I didn't think it would go all the way back there. I'm like, why would they give everybody the beautiful opportunity to get in long there? But they did. So it doesn't matter. So whatever. Anyway, now I'm flat and I'm waiting for this chop to figure itself out. And and so I'm flat the indices right now. I'm just kind of waiting. I'm gonna go to a pub this afternoon, and then I'll take another look at it.
I love it. I wanna join you at the pub.
Yeah.
Where are you located, by the way?
I am in Florida. I'm in a small beach town in Florida.
Wow, jealous. We're up here in Detroit, Michigan. It's getting a little cold. Well, we do have a nice little ice rink behind us and Christmas lights. So
Aww.
I'm sure you guys don't have that in Florida. So, but
we have Christmas lights. But if you've ever seen them on palm trees, they don't look like the same as they look on pine trees. They look pretty freaking different.
Okay.
So that's all I'll say about that.
All right, well, I'll have to take your word for it. Maybe I'll get down to Florida at some point this winter and check it out. I don't know if you have any thoughts, Julia, on any specific names. I saw some names flying in the chat earlier. FOMO was asking about Ulta, and I've been watching. I actually wrote an article about this stock the other day in Elf Beauty, 2 kind of cosmetic stocks that have just been super, super strong. I mean, if you look at Ulta's chart on the daily here, making new all-time highs. Just really crushing the market. Yeah. I don't know if you have any insights into the stock, or have you ever been to an Ulta? Do you like the company?
You know what? There is one near here. I have not been there.
You prefer Sephora?
Yeah, but that's I do like Sephora better, but I don't know why. It's probably just because I have more. Just because I went in there more when I lived in a bigger town. But I will say I like their customer service, and I also like Sephora because they would remember what I bought and then suggest things in the same color tones. So even if I bought something in the store, it would know online what my palette is or something. I don't know. I wish I was better at that stuff. I'm not. I need a makeover. I was just saying the other day, I accidentally started watching a TikTok where this woman transformed herself. It was not even makeup. It was special effects.
Oh my God.
I couldn't even I was like, wow, that's movie quality stuff. I just didn't even know that was possible with contouring and all that. I just didn't even know. I'm lucky if I can, get my mascara on without poking my eye out. So I just don't, I don't know. I don't actually watch those stocks. But
it just popped on my radar. I wrote articles about them because it's holy cow, no one's talking about, because I think it's one of those things that everyone's looking for the next Apple, and people love tech stocks, and those are always going to be the most sexy. And it's what about these stocks are making new all-time highs, but no one's talking about them because they're just kind of boring retail names or boring makeup names,
Yeah, well, I will tell you something controversial that I'm doing that. I'm not advocating for this. This is just something that I'm doing is, oil stocks have been super strong this year, and they have if you look at XOP or, they've hardly actually gone down very much with oil when it recently went down. And so I am actually, for a few weeks now, I have been short XOP. And the reason why is, first of all, because technically it just looks like it's a little bit overstretched, but also because I have two opinions on this. I think if the market does go up against all odds, I know everybody says, well, it's not done with the downside, and it may not. And I don't know that it is, right? But maybe it's not done with the downside. And then there's other people that have said, you know what, you're crazy. It's going to melt up until Christmas, and then so that my thing is either way, if it does melt up, then money will potentially come away from those energy stocks into tech, so they will go down. Or if the entire market goes down, potentially then they would also go down that way. So
I love that. To where you got the trade covered. If whether the overall market's going up or down, your trade works out. I love that.
Well, I don't know that.
Well, you don't know that, but right, that's the thesis.
That is my brain working in like a single brain cell there. No, I mean that's what I think. So so far I'm doing okay on it. But we'll see what happens. I mean, certainly if oil breaks out of this range, which is threatening to do today, although I am also short scalping oil at this minute, maybe I'll change my mind. But for now, we'll have to see how the week closes. I still like my logic.
Yeah, and I mean, I just have Chevron's chart pulled up here, which I don't know why is my like go-to anytime I just want to look at an oil and gas stock. But like the fact that we've gotten up here and kind of cleared it all, previous highs, but haven't really done anything since there, and it's looking a little toppy, like it's had trouble, making new highs up here. I do like the idea of a short oil trade for a lot of the reasons that you just mentioned, right? Like if the Fed cuts, like, yeah, sure, that's great for the economy. But, like you said, that might mean a lot of money starts flowing out of some of these quote unquote safer names that have strong cash flows and into some of the more speculative tech growth names.
Right.
And so again, I really like that. I know you weren't trying to say that, no matter what happens, like this trade's going to work out and it's going to go down, because of course, and by the way, like your sign says behind you, nothing on this show is financial advice. We're just hanging out, talking about things. So yeah, I do like that thesis. I like that. I might have to hop in there. I might have to hop into that trade with you.
It is contrarian. So, I always size appropriately when I'm doing something cuckoo. But so I like that. And I just took some profit on some gold miners today. I had a very large GDXU position because we were in an inverse head and shoulders on the daily. So I took some profit because my target for the inverse head and shoulders was 29.80, and the 50 weekly MA for GDX was around the 30 area. So I thought, you know what? I mean, I'm going to take some profit here. It makes sense. So I did that today, and and then also I'm still in my Tesla calls. So a few weeks ago, or was it a few? I don't even know. Time is flying. But a little bit ago, I happened to buy some lottery. It was Thanksgiving week. I happened to buy some lottery calls for Tesla for the week at 169. I know.
I mean, if it's any stock to do it with, I mean, it's an Elon Musk stock.
It's Elon.
Right?
I know. So I'm like, I like 169. Let me go and make a chart that backs up my my bias. No, but it actually did. So then I bought some calls there, some weekly calls that did really well, and then I have some longer term Tesla calls as well. I'm still in them. I don't think there's any reason to get out at this time. So we'll see what happens. I don't think I'm going to lose money on them, but it's possible. But yeah. so far so good, because I happened to get in the day before that analyst upgrade. So it's been doing pretty well.
Beautiful. Well, good job on that Tesla trade, Julia. So we are running out of time here, unfortunately. But Julia, it's been great to catch up. Great to have you on the show for the first time. I know we have a lot of people in our audience that follow you on Twitter and have been asking us to get you on the show. So maybe we can do this, make it like a recurring weekly segment or something.
Oh, cool. I'd be happy to. Thank you so much for having me on. I appreciate it. You're so fun to talk to.
Oh, I appreciate it. You're fun to have on. You're one of the better guests. And I hope everyone out there goes and gives you a follow on Twitter at Cordova Trades. Everyone smash the like for Julia. Julia, enjoy the rest of your Thursday. Have a great weekend. And I'll text you about we'll do it next week again or the week after.
All right. Cool. Thanks, Aaron.
Of course. All right, guys, that was Julia Cordova at Cordova Trades on Twitter. Again, I've run over. I got to apologize to Mitch, but he's cool about letting us talk, and we were having a great time on Benzinga Live. So I'm going to go ahead and shut up and stop talking and let Mitch go ahead and take it over from here. Smash the like if you have not already. Subscribe to the channel. It's been fun hanging out with you guys. We will be back tomorrow. I believe we have all access. We might be starting a little bit later, but we will be back tomorrow around noon or so. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get Mitch up on the screen. Mitch, how we doing, brother?
What's going on, AB? Looks like you had yourself a good show and a good trade on the SPY. I might give you a little reward there. I'm gonna have to send you a little December reward there for you. I like those outlooks. And at the end of the day, as traders, we all got to take shots, right?
Yeah.
AB,
at the end of the day, scared money don't make money, right?
Exactly, man. I mean, that's the only thing. The only thing is always keeping the risk in mind. But looks like you got yourself a reward. Didn't have to worry about the risk this time.
Yep. All right. Well, Mitch, I know you've got a great show coming up, some packed guests. If you want to give us a quick rundown of who you'll be talking to, I'll go ahead and let you take it over. And again, we'll be back on Benzinga Live tomorrow. Money Mitch, peace and love, y'all.
Have a good one. All right, AB's out of here. We're going to get started here with Stock Market Movers. You guys know what the show's all about. It's all about getting towards the headline and to the expert. Excited really today to talk to none other than Patrick Hillmann from Chief Strategy Officer at Binance. We'll talk a lot about what's going on at Binance. Of course, we'll touch the situation with FTX, but the focus here is cryptocurrency overall. We'll get into that conversation. That's going to come up at 1:15. We got a lot to talk about. Economic data coming out. The Fed moving the markets. It seems like this has been a really big, important moment. We got finally the Fed actually committing to slowing down to the central banks tightening. The question is, will it be December? And what economic data got us shaking up today? If you guys saw, we did do a little bit of a downturn towards 10 a.m. We'll talk all about it right here. Stock Market Movers, hit the thumbs up. Let's get it started. There are 3 ways to make a living in this business. Be first, be smarter, or cheat. I can't help you cheat, but I can give you the informational edge to help you succeed in the markets. Welcome to Stock Market Movers. All the market moving headlines and expert opinions every day. They say money is the oxygen of capitalism, and I want to breathe more than any man alive. All right, team, let's get right towards the action. Let's take a look at where the SPY is trading right now. I got this on a 5. Let's go to the 15-minute here so you guys can see how that pulled back, started coming back. Now we're back above the VWAP. It actually looks like not too bad of a pullback here. If we go towards the hourly, you can see kind of how we kind of made that hourly support. Yeah, we had some wicks down there, but the body's not closing below that 406.67 area. So I'm going to keep watch on that to see if we're going to get back towards the bullish side, going towards 410. But not a bad market at all. Definitely kind of more of that risk off type of day. You guys can see the spike that we had yesterday towards the close. We're holding up on the range. We didn't just immediately come back down. That's good outlook. Let's start talking about the numbers that came out today. First, of course, initial jobless claims coming in at 225,000 versus 235,000 expected. Of course, if we're seeing a lower initial jobless claims, that means that the jobless claims number probably isn't going to be jumping. This was a bearish outlook for the market, right? Because right now, bad news is good news is bad news, and that can get confusing. So that's why I'm trying to run through it here. Initial jobless claims was kind of like a negative for the bulls. Now, after that, we got the continuing jobless claims that were at 1.608 versus 1.573 expected. This was a positive for the bulls. Then a little bit later, we got PCE coming in for October at 0.3. That was a positive versus a 0.5 expected, showing that inflation coming down, right? That's going to help the bulls take control. And then later in the day at 10 a.m., we got the manufacturing PMI. That came in at 47.7, estimates at 47.6, prior at 47.6. And this really started shaking up the market. We got the downturn there. You can see it on the 15-minute. It was right after this kind of 10 a.m. We pulled back. But of course, if we can recover towards those levels, it's not going to be looking bearish from here moving forward. We'll just have to wait and see. The SPY is recovering. There's a lot of stocks on the move. A lot on the radar today. We can talk about the earnings stocks. There was many that came out. Of course, with the moves that are happening in the market, there's a lot of volatility, a lot of earnings stocks, Salesforce, Snowflake, Okta, Five Below, Splunk, Dollar General, Kroger's. A lot to talk about. But first, we're going to get into our interview. Then we'll get into all the stock market action. So we're going to take off the SPY. We're going to go put our hat. Now, like always, sometimes we got to change markets. We're going to go into talking a little bit about cryptocurrency. And like always, one of the things that I've been talking about is that I do think that this next wave of cryptocurrency could be that final wave. You guys know how I've seen it. I feel that there's 3 waves of trying to obtain kind of new technology, right? There's usually the early innovators, and those are people that, pay attention to kind of the technology in the background, understand the technology like engineers, and they're able to jump on really early. Then there's usually a second wave. This is the wave that I feel we got around the 2018 time where, platforms first started coming out. And we saw some insecurities with these platforms, right? There would be those panic dip buy opportunities. I got a chance to play multiple ones of those. And then in the latest wave, we really saw some utility really come out. We saw the NFT. We saw a lot more blockchain. We really started talking about Web3. And I feel that this truly leaves the room for this downturn to be a big opportunity. Of course, we've gone through some contagion with certain platforms, and that's why we're going to dive deeper, right? Let's go towards our interview today. I'm excited to get on Patrick Hillmann, Chief Strategy Officer at Binance. Let's get right to the interview. All right, welcome to the show, Patrick.
Hey, Mitch, how's it going?
It's good to have you on. I don't know if you caught a little bit of my wave talk, and we can definitely talk a little bit more about that. But definitely, I think that this is, by all means, an area, just like the stock market, when things sometimes go on discounts, this is the only place where people run, and I think it's interesting to think about it in that sense. I know I myself are seeing this as maybe potentially the final wave, the chance to get on the ride that will be cryptocurrency. But let's first start off with Binance's focus here on this environment. And what are you guys trying to do here and achieve with this focus now? Because it seems like we're in a tough environment. Let's hear what you have to say.
Yeah, listen, Binance is a company that was forged in a bear market. We built the company for it. We operate like a company that's always in the bear cycle, even when we're in the bull cycle. It's funny. We're reading reports now coming about FTX, about people getting mansions bought for them, and people traveling on private jets. Literally, Binance put me up at a Citadines the last time, $83 a night. The last time I went and visited our Paris office, and we just have a very different mindset. We were saving our money for this point in time because we knew there was going to be another bear market, and then there'll be a bull market, another bear market after that, and so there's going to be a lot of value out in the marketplace. And I heard you talk a little bit about how in this latest wave, we started to see some utility. And that's the key word here. There is a ton of crypto. There's a ton of Web3 projects that provide very little utility. And anytime you get into a bull market phase, people get blinders on and they just want to be in there first, right? They're hoping that they can treat this like a slot machine and get lucky and win. And that's when people, get hedged. So I think what you're going to find from Binance over the next couple months is that we're looking for those projects right now that have some really unique ideas, are looking to bring utility to the marketplace using Web3 in a differentiating way. And we have built up a war chest, over the last 3 years for this moment, and we're going to deploy it as we deem fit.
Yeah, definitely. I want to give you congratulations on the recent acquisition, Sakura, right? Letting you back into Japan after 4 years. What stages have been reached here in the execution of this agreement, and what are the next steps?
Yeah. So listen, the Japanese and the Korean markets were two of the most important markets in crypto in the early days. A lot of people don't realize this. Back in like the early 2010s, crypto starts to become popular really in Japan, Korea, during that moment in time where the governments were concerned about this lost generation of males, right? They were playing video games online, and now they're investing in crypto, and they completely panicked and just tapered down on crypto. So now I think, though, those governments understand, first, there is a lot of potential here in this industry. Secondly, they don't want to cede that potential completely to their neighbor to the north, China. And so you're going to see, I think, a really burgeoning marketplace open up. Now, we're getting our foot in the door. There's going to be a lot of conversations that are going to have to happen with regulators. We have to, help them feel good about, what sort of protections we're going to put in place for those markets. And it's going to be a robust dialogue. This isn't going to turn on overnight and, all of a sudden we're back to where we were in 2014, 2015. But that's okay. This is a huge promising move for the marketplace. And, we may not see, the prices of Bitcoin and BNB and Ether shoot up immediately tomorrow. But this is a very clear sign that we are going to have another bull market. And a lot of those bears out there who are saying crypto's going to zero, it's not. It's going to go up again.
Now, of course, there's been a lot of talks now about views on exchanges making public proof of liabilities, right? And so does Binance plan to do so at this moment?
Yeah, we just rolled out our first proof of reserves for BTC, and we're going to have an announcement coming in the next couple of days with a third-party auditor who has verified not only our assets, but also our proof of reserves and liabilities. So that is just the first step for us. The marketplace, I mean, crypto is the only free market. There's no central bank. No one's coming to bail you out. You take out too much debt, you spend it on stupid things like yachts and DoorDash, you're going to be pushed out of this marketplace pretty quickly. No one's there to save you. And so I think what you're going to find is that we're just going to continue to see a lot of opportunities to kind of grow in this space. And that's really what we're looking for.
Yeah, do you see some more consolidation maybe in the business, especially under intense pressure brought by, it looks like maybe an extended crypto winter? Do you think that there will get some more consolidation of these firms?
So yes and no. So I think we're going to go through the next year a series of regulatory actions. This industry reached what I call operational terminal velocity sometime around 2021, maybe late 2020. The market just grew quicker than these companies, including Binance, were able to evolve themselves from a staffing standpoint, a tech standpoint, to be able to meet the requirements of the size of this industry. And there's going to have to be remediation with regulators as a result. And so I think you're going to see a lot of that in 2023. With that being said, there's definitely going to be some consolidation. The thing about crypto, though, it is a very dynamic marketplace. Virtually anyone can go and build on a Web3, on a blockchain, can build a new tool. And that means that, yes, traditionally it has allowed scammers to come in and take advantage of a lot of that bull sentiment and get away with things they shouldn't have. But it also means that the marketplace is really dynamic in a way that allows new competitors to enter the marketplace that bring new utility and very quickly capture market share. Let's not forget, Binance went from being a startup with 8 former Bloomberg engineers to being the largest exchange in the world in just 6 months. And we are hyper aware that there could be another Binance that comes up that usurps us in just a couple of months if we don't stay ahead of the curve. And so there's no rest for the wicked in this industry, and we're going to have to continue to defend our position in the market. We also think that decentralization is coming. That is where this tech is best deployed. I don't think the general populace is ready for decentralization yet. I don't think regulators are, so it will take some time. But that is where the market's going to go, and that means that major CEXs like ours are not going to reign supreme forever. We'll always have our little niche. We'll have people like me in their 40s and 50s at that time who aren't going to be comfortable going to a cold wallet or an external hot wallet. You'll also have a little bit of a delay in time because right now wallets, they're hard to use. They're really challenging. You have massive long keys. You screw up one word or one letter, and you lose your whole wallet. So there's a lot of things that are going to impact this marketplace in the coming year or two. But there's definitely no assurances that anyone that is king today is going to be king tomorrow with a lot of hard work and elbow grease.
Definitely. Now, any thoughts on how Binance considers CBDCs and how you think it will affect the crypto markets?
It's interesting. I think CBDCs could make some. They could become a major player in the space. I only hesitate because, my background was working in government relations and working in government. I worked for the European Commission, and this may, shock your audience, but sometimes governments aren't that innovative and they're not that quick to respond to market conditions. And so I think it'll be really hard for governments to be able to create products that can stay ahead of the private sector.
That is true. Now, if we were to think about the future of Binance and cryptocurrency, what does that look like in your eyes?
It's interesting. I hate when my founder and CEO CZ says this, but he's been out there and said that, there's a chance that in 10 years, Binance won't even have a crypto exchange, that the marketplace will look fundamentally different. This is the reason why we go so broad, and we really kind of have focused a lot of our time and attention on, positioning ourselves as that infrastructure provider for the rest of the industry. We know that there's always going to be a place for Web3, at least until some other new innovative sort of product comes along. We're probably going to have another 30, 40 years. Web3 will kind of reign supreme. And it's just impossible for us to stay completely ahead of the game. And so positioning ourselves to be able to, be the back-end creator and facilitator for future NFT projects, to be able to work and counsel companies like Nike and EA on how they can have an integrated NFT platform so that when you buy a new Nike shoe and you get an NFT for that shoe, it unlocks the ability to use that shoe in-game. That's the kind of exciting work that we want to help empower. And so Binance is going to remain very nimble and do its best to kind of just be a good industry player and be that sort of architect behind the scenes.
Definitely. Now let's start going a little bit more into, of course, what happened with the FTX disaster. Some of these won't be exactly towards FTX, but getting in a little bit more into the uncertainty area that we've been seeing. Now, of course, we know that FTX generated a wave of withdrawals, of course, from exchanges. But in terms of new account creations and user migration, what are you guys seeing on the side of Binance?
So it's actually business as usual. When you look at new users entering the space, we have not seen a big pullback. I actually think fairly few of the other exchanges have too, based on what we're seeing on-chain data. I think users are, pulling a lot of their money out of coins and putting them in either into stable coins or just keeping the money out for a short amount of time. So we're seeing, fewer really large, deposits. But honestly, it's actually quite a bit less than we saw during the last bear market. I think, going to the FTX point, and I'll let you, ask specific questions on it, but I think it's really important to note that FTX is not a normal situation. This is a black swan event, and it's a black swan event that has, touched other industries, whether you're talking about Bernie Madoff, Elizabeth Holmes in the healthcare space. I think what we're going to find is that there's going to be a speeding up of regulatory policy as a result of it. But in the end, it's actually probably a good thing, provided we don't see an overreach of regulation, particularly on DeFi, which frankly, we're still trying to understand. So if we're still trying to understand it, there's just no way that a policymaker who works on 500 policy items a year can possibly understand it in a way to regulate it appropriately.
Yeah, and of course, a lot of people want to know, and that's why there's the proof of kind of reserves that we've been talking about, is how poised is Binance to absorb the aftershocks of the FTX contagion?
CZ built this company in order to do a couple of things. Number one, just be prepared for that sort of bear market. And we are prepared for it would have to be a crypto nuclear winter for Binance to really be impacted by this. And that's because of a couple of things. Number one, we limit contagion impact to our business. We try and keep it as insular as we possibly can for our users. And that goes to including, creating our own stablecoin, BUSD, which we worked with Paxos. Paxos issues it. It's 97% cash, 3% treasuries. It is audited on a regular basis, regulated by the state of New York. And we know that Paxos is not lending out, creating debt, lending out coins to other projects. So we know it's really solid. Again, limiting that contagion for us. Secondly, again, in the words of a famous philosopher, don't get high on your own supply. We remain very liquid. We cash out of our own corporate positions, right? So you have custody reserves. These are the tokens that if you go and you buy a Bitcoin, we have to go and buy a Bitcoin. We don't sell that Bitcoin until you want to sell that Bitcoin. And then we have our own corporate reserves. You go and you make that Bitcoin sale, or you buy Solana, or you buy BNB. We make a little trading fee. We go and we put that into our own corporate reserves. And we keep those corporate reserves very liquid, mostly stable coins, so that regardless of what happens, we're always liquid. We can always be able to make moves in a marketplace like this. So we're here for the long run.
All right. Now, of course, I'd love to ask, did you also take part in the reviews of the books of FTX?
I did, yes.
Any feedback from those books that you saw?
We can't, we haven't, and we can't, and we won't talk about, what we viewed during due diligence. We can't legally. We're binding on that, and we're going to respect that. I think that we saw John Ray's statements that he's made to the courts, and I think we found that refreshing and probably highly likely to be accurate. And listen, I think it's important to note we had a very short due diligence period, because when we went into that due diligence period, the expectation we had for what the potential gap we might have to fill turned out to be quite a bit bigger than we realized, and it just wasn't going to be feasible. And so we made the decision in the end that either we can sit on this for a couple more days so it looks like we waited longer, or we can risk pulling out right away, which people might make the accusation, well, they never wanted to do the deal anyways. But if we did do that, if we had sat on it for longer, I should say, then we could be accused of waiting while they could have been out there looking for other investors to come in to save those funds. So we were between a rock and a hard place. In the end, we knew after about 2 hours the deal probably wasn't going to be able to be feasible anymore, and we spent the next 8 hours on how we could communicate that and move out of that position.
Definitely. Now, one thing that CJ has said, though, is that Binance is forming an industry recovery fund. How is that fund moving along?
Listen, it's good. I think it's important to note, though, this is not what we've seen in the past. Binance is not and does not want to be, CZ does not want to be the white knight of crypto. We're a business. There's no Luke Skywalkers and Darth Vaders in business. We're the largest player in the crypto space by leaps and bounds. When the industry takes a hit, we take the biggest hit. And so for us right now, we want to protect our investments. We know that there's a lot of good projects out there that are now being hurt by this, that are facing a liquidity crunch that's probably far and beyond what they would have expected because of this black swan event with FTX. And we want to ensure that we can do whatever we can to bolster up those aspects of the business so that we can shorten that period of pain that we're going to go through in this bear market.
All right, and the last one here, I think it's an important one. CJ stated his 2 big lessons learned were that never use a token you created as collateral, and don't borrow if you run a crypto business. What are your takeaways to learn from this disaster?
Well, listen, I agree with CZ's points in this. I think it's important to note those have been his sort of key lessons that he has held for the last 4 years, and they were good lessons. And I think companies that take his advice do well, and those that don't have fallen by the wayside. Maybe there'll be more. Hopefully there won't be. I think for me, taking a step back as a U.S. citizen, having been through, Bernie Madoff, been through Elizabeth Holmes, it's just bizarre to me that we haven't learned our lesson in all of this. Sam bought his way into some of the most powerful, office spaces and salons in Georgetown, and it allowed him to operate with complete impunity. And I hope that there's going to be a moment in time where we stop trying to change the narrative here. This was obviously a very bad state of affairs, and we just need to recognize that and not allow it to happen again, not just in the crypto space, but as a society as a whole.
All right, and I will take one here from the chat. We try to do our best to definitely go towards the chat and ask some opinion. Here's one on Easy Mike. What did you think about the interview that was on yesterday? Do you have any comments to make on the interview yesterday of FTX CEO?
Yeah, I'm guessing they mean the Aaron Sorkin interview. We work a lot with CNBC, and I think Andrew Sorkin is actually pretty solid. And I think he did a pretty good job, asking tough questions. Sam slithered out of them. The problem is, for a guy like Andrew, you can only ask, the same question over and over again before it gets kind of boring for the audience, right? And so I think he wanted to try and hit on a lot of topics, of which, Sam's response was always, hey, mistakes were made. I don't know. Working in this business, it'd be pretty hard for us to misplace $8 billion. Yeah. And the reality is, from the outside, we looked at FTX, and we didn't have any access to their books. We didn't really know what they were doing for business. We didn't know how much money they were getting in from Alameda or elsewhere. But we're a company of almost 8,000 people to just try and do 1,000 people do compliance, and we have a hard time keeping up with it. And so any company that was supposedly our nearest competitor, almost our size, with 300 people doing it, it just never smelled right. And I think Andrew pulled a lot out of that interview yesterday. It's going to take months, if not years, of court cases and investigations to figure out what really happened over there.
Well, thank you for answering all the questions today and really covering different areas. Appreciate you, Patrick Hillmann, Chief Strategy Officer at Binance. Definitely we'll have you back on. Appreciate it, Patrick.
Thanks, Mitch. Talk to you soon.
Have a good one. There you guys have it. That was a great interview, and I feel that we got a lot of insights into both sides, right? Binance and the FTX situation. I think now really what we need to kind of look at is the long term, right? Whether this is an investment for you, well, leave it to your own research to go ahead and make that decision. I can't make that for you. One thing that I will clearly state, though, is that I still believe in cryptocurrency overall, and I feel like we'll have waves to this game. There's waves to the game. Just like in the long run, I think, and not that it's comparable, but let's say the legal cannabis industry. In the long run, I see that one going through some waves and eventually getting that wave up. We need to kind of learn from this. Like always, I like to think about thematic investments. And in my eyes, blockchain is one of those areas that I definitely want to be a part of. Now it's just going to be, how can I have some exposure into that area and make some good investments? Like always, you guys make your own investment decision. Now let's go back to the stock market action. Let's take a look into the SPY. Hope you guys enjoyed that outlook into cryptocurrency. All right, let's continue going. I see you guys in the chat. Easy, Sabrina. What's going on, Jade Aroma? I got to get your sauce recipe. All right, let's get into the market action. Let's go look. SPY right now is kind of battling. I got it on the 3-minute just because I wanted to see kind of the action here. We're just battling here. I think if we can hold the hourly pullback, we're still looking good. If we break through that, that's when it gets a little bit dangerous. I would definitely be watching around here, right around here. If we can hold this hourly, we're not looking too bad. And can we retrace some of this? Yeah. There's nothing to say that we can't retrace. Let's say maybe 50% of the recent move, right? So if you go up there towards that 410, 50% puts us back towards around 402. Just want to put that perspective out there. It doesn't mean that it has to hold here. And that's just kind of more a perspective on pullback. But let's get towards the market action. Let's go towards some stock headlines. We're going to take a look at some of the micro catalysts, right? Like earnings. And then we'll go into what was hot and what was not. We'll take a look at what's moving and what opportunities we may have out there in the market. First one up is going to be Salesforce. Let's go towards that one. That one did hit the downside action right towards the open. Why was this one coming down? Well, a lot of it was based on their earnings, but not necessarily the numbers. What also came of it, with Salesforce saying that Vice Chair, CEO Brett Taylor to step down and Mark Benioff to be the Chair, CEO. That's what affected CRM to the downside. Another thing about this was it was an unexpected departure. Unexpected departures of executives can sometimes hurt the stock. And as you guys see, it hurt Salesforce here. Let's continue going. Let's go to Snowflake. Snowflake is one of the retail favorites. Of course, you guys can see Snow continued after really dropping fast when the report came out, and it recovered right towards the open, now towards 151.21. Why is this one getting the lift? Well, a lot of this is, I feel that, money managers were probably looking at these stocks that were down today and looking to see where they could go buying the dip. This one looks like a dip that was definitely bought. Snowflake Q3 EPS at 11 cents beat the 4-cent estimate. Sales at 557 million beat the 539.1 million estimate. They did see full year 23 product revenue at 1.91 billion versus to a high end of 1.924 billion. We'll see what happens here on Snowflake. Definitely getting a little bit of love. We'll talk a little bit more about some growth stocks on what was hot and what was not. All right, let's go to Okta. Okta is definitely a kind of forgotten technology stock. I'll call it forgotten because it's just been going straight down for a long time now, since pretty much before just the way that the market's been dropping. We're down about 76% from kind of the top action. But the numbers came in here not looking too bad here. One of the things that I think is important to read on these numbers is they did go to a beat and a beat, but Okta sees Q4 EPS at 9 cents to 10 cents versus a loss of 11-cent estimate. This is a big change, right? They're expected to make money on that EPS versus lose money on that EPS, right? And so that's an interesting outlook. That's definitely turning Okta around. Now the big price level, I think, would be this down gap that you can get into. 68.79 could act as resistance. Right now we're at 66. It's making a pretty good day overall. We'll see if we eventually get towards those highs. Five Below, the next one in here. Let me know, guys, if you guys went to a Five Below today. Put a 1 in the chat if you gone to Five Below in, let's say, the last 3 or 6 months. And put a 2 in the chat if you haven't gone to a Five Below. Then put a 3 in the chat if you didn't go to a Five Below, but you went to a Dollar General, which will be coming up next. All right, Five Below here coming in with an EPS of 29 cents, beating the 14-cent estimate. Sales at 645.3 million, beat the 611.43 million estimate. Five Below sees their Q4 sales at 1.085 billion on a high end 1.11 billion versus a 1.08 billion estimate. So good outlook there. One thing to note also is UBS and Needham maintain their buy on Five Below. So it looks like even the analysts like this report. It's getting the lift. Going to come into some resistance here around the 185. We definitely use that as some resistance. It looks like, the prior support is acting like resistance, and that's kind of common here. So you see how this was acting as support around here. Now it's acting as resistance around here. Let's see if we can continue pushing this, maybe looking for a pullback, but this stock is definitely extended from the 9. But one thing to note here, you are getting a bullish crossover between the 50 moving average and the 200-day there on 5. So we'll be looking for pullbacks to see if this trend can continue. Not looking too bad there with the moving averages. All right, Dollar General. Let's see what the chat had to think. Who went to a 5? I'll take a look there. Sabrina said she went to a Five Below. Can't blame you. And I know I went to a Dollar Tree. I haven't gone to a Dollar General or Five Below, but Dollar Tree I've gone to. There's Raptor with a 3. All right, Dollar General, not too bad. It's all theory. We measure risk, not really stocks. Of course, that's what it's all about. All right, let's get towards Dollar General here as that was coming down here. And this was looking so nice. This is how it is sometimes. It's looking so nice. But with these discount stores, it's kind of hard to get them through the trend. You can see how it fought multiple times trying to get through the 250. Couldn't do it. Now pulling back to his support. We'll see if it breaks support through kind of that 232 area. Right now, it did break it in the intraday, but recovered it. That's kind of the area that I'd be watching, because if it can't hold the 232 area, it's probably looking like 230 or below. We'll just have to wait and see on DG. All right, let's keep going. We got some more that we can talk about. We can go to Kroger and Splunk. Let's go to Kroger's here, and then we'll get into what was hot and what was not as we hit 145. All right, let's go to Kroger's here. Of course, this is kind of more of a value play. It has been getting the lift. They did make some comments that I think are important here to catch. Let's talk a little bit about that. The comments here from, of course, they announced that they already paused its share repurchase program to prioritize deleveraging following the proposed merger with Albertsons. So, of course, they do have that merger with Albertsons. A lot of people are talking about there could be some regulation control that could come in here and kind of affect Kroger, but it's been getting the lift since then. Q3 EPS at 88 cents beats the 82-cent estimate. Sales at 34.2 billion beat the 33.95 billion estimate. Definitely something to keep and watch. We'll see how Kroger's keeps pushing. I think Warren still has some good amount of Kroger left. So, hey, not a bad stock to been a part of it. Spartacus said Ford, never been to either of those stores. Well, at least you haven't been to those stores. But you can't tell us how it is in those stores. That's the only bad news there. But hey, if you've never been to them, who knows? Maybe check them out. There are some interesting investments, as we've seen Five Below make that nice push up. All right, let's keep going. We can go towards the next one. We can go to Splunk, SPLK, right? Splunk getting some lift today towards the 89. Now going back here towards kind of some resistance, actually getting above the resistance in my eyes. But let's go towards the 15-minute. You guys can see it keep pushing right now towards 89.76. Did kind of a little trend line flag type move there, right? Where you get a little bit of a push. Then it pulled back there. Could have been looking at that kind of flagging action here. And you can see it there kind of flagging out. And then it got that next push through the high there. We'll see if it can continue to the next level. Splunk EPS at 83 cents beat the 25-cent estimate. Sales at 930 million beat the 846.93 million. Big beats on EPS and big beats on sales. Definitely is going to give us a nice little lift. You can see that happened after hours and continuing today as it held that as kind of support on the pullback. You can see that here and now starting to keep pushing. Not a bad stock to see. Get the nice lift there. All right. And another one that did come out with some kind of pre-announcement numbers was Costco. It was actually causing the whole industry to come down earlier and probably still affecting it to the downside here. As you've seen Costco just drop fast out the gates. And this dropped in after hours as they reported November sales at 19.17 billion, up 5.7% year over year. But it looks like they didn't hit enough on their estimates there, because definitely getting a hard hit to the downside back towards the 500 area, a vital point to watch for support. We'll see what happens there on Costco. Will it be able to hold 500? It's affected other stocks and discount stores. I'll bring that up on what was hot and what was not. That's coming up next here. Let's keep going. How we doing out there in the chat? What's going on, Customer K? Easy Mike. Customer K, you like AMC today? I'll take a look. I'll make sure that we leave a little bit of time for some ticker time. Of course, at 2 p.m., we do have the roadmap, but let's keep pushing through. Why Hood? Meow. I don't know. I don't like Hood, but Luke does. Who knows? Maybe it could work out, right? We'll see what happens. All right, let's go out of Costco. Let's go towards what was hot and what was not. All right, this is where we take a look at what sectors and industries were into the green today. And of course, was their relative strength. We're always looking for relative strength. So let's go towards it here. If you can see, technology actually led us to the upside. This hasn't happened in a while. And one thing that I've drawn out this kind of sector outlook. Would we ever get back through this kind of trend line outlook? Now we're really starting to push here. So I'm going to draw this back down here. And you can see we originally created this on September 30th. I was looking for when this was going to get the lift. Now I updated it there today on December 1st. We're going to look to see if technology has bottomed out and is starting to really get moving. What are certain areas that got the lift today? Well, software infrastructure, software application, electronic gaming getting some lift today. Health information services. It seems like a lot of the industries were getting the lift. What wasn't getting the lift? Well, it looks like solar turning around a little bit today. Be careful on names like that. First Solar pulled right back down. ENPH pulled right back down. These are hard trades. They push up and they come right back down. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens in solar. Semiconductors also not having the best day. NVIDIA's into the green. Qualcomm's into the green. But when we look to TSM, it's in the red there. When we look at TXN, in the red. AVGO, in the red today, but pulling back. Not looking too bad there. AMD, still in the red. Can these close towards the green and show us that technology wants to get some lift? Micron, into the red. This just shows me right there. We got to be careful with some of these technology plays. It's not going to be all of them that get the lift. All right, let's keep going. We can take a look out of technology. Let's go towards healthcare. Healthcare names continuing the lift here. If you take a look on the daily, this is one of the strongest sectors that we have right now. And even though it had all this kind of downward action from January, this is the January price point, right? This is where we were when we were at January. Now we're making our way back. We had that bearish market. Now it looks like those healthcares are right back into the green here. And of course, you can be looking at these by the major drug manufacturers to kind of keep an eye on it. Look at the recent move that we've been seeing in Johnson & Johnson and Pfizer now as we get through the trend line, finally getting through that. And what do you see here? What do you see here is the 50 starting to move fast towards the 200. You got the 90 EMA trailing the price action. 200 now acting as support. Pfizer's looking good here. We'll see if this can continue and keep pushing. But it's not only Pfizer, right? It's also in some of the biotechs, right? We've talked about some of these. AMGN, Gilead. Look at the big rip in Gilead. I definitely am a little bit annoyed because I was watching this chart, wasn't able to take part in the rip, but definitely this is an area that we can't stop watching. It's been one of the strongest areas, I would say, in the last 2 or 3 months and could continue into 23. What kind of healthcare? Well, you got to look around, right? There's a whole bunch. The areas that I would be a little bit careful on are the areas that have been pulling back recently, which is healthcare plans, UNH, CVS. But if you look at them, they're still kind of strong. So overall, it looks like healthcare has been the place to be. XBI is if you want to kind of maybe get into some biotech and have some exposure into a kind of ETF. This is one you can look at too. Or maybe you want to go towards some day trading vehicles like LabU. That's also an option, right? That's going to be biotech bull. But this is for the day traders out there. Be careful out there, team. All right, let's keep going. We'll take a look at some different stocks. Let's keep going. Let's go to consumer cyclicals and the last sector into the green from the open. So what is green here? Well, you got residential construction getting some lift here. Lennar getting a little push there. Toll Brothers. Looks like these stocks are not going to go away in my eyes, but home improvement stores getting some push today. Look at Home Depot getting a little bit of a lift. Lowe's getting that push. We'll see if these can continue. The big boy, the cannabis stock that doesn't want to quit right now, Grow Generations. This definitely getting a big push here. You guys can see the pattern here. It kind of pushed out, pulled back into the price point, broke through that 6, now towards 747. This is actually continuing. Home improvement store. I don't really consider it a home improvement store. It's more like a cannabis supply store, but Grow Generations getting a big push here. All right, let's keep going. We'll take a look at some different areas. Apparel manufacturing, getting some lift. Recreational vehicles, footwear and accessories. Nike's the stock that I'd call out there. We've been watching this trend continue, and it looks strong. Now getting towards that 200 moving average around the 112s. We'll see if these can continue making the lift. All right, we'll see also what else is getting into the red. What wasn't strong today? Well, real estate wasn't strong. Energy wasn't strong. Looks like finally we're getting some fight there towards the support on XOM, but still not cracking down, right? You can see here, look at the price action in the last hourly candles, right? This has been for the last 1, 2, 3, now the 4th day that we're battling this area. What's going to happen here, team? Is it going to break through here? Are we going to break through there? Or are we going to get towards the upside? This is going to be the important level to watch. We'll see what happens in oil. Does it come back towards the 108 or does it come back towards the 114? It's hanging on right now. All right, we'll see what else is making moves there. Oil stocks have been really strong. We'll see if they can continue holding up here. BP pulling back today. Chevron pulling back. ConocoPhillips pulling back a little bit there. These have to keep holding on and definitely falling off. Utilities continuing on the downside. We've talked about those, how they got the bounce. Financial services pulling back today. Will JPM get back to the green today? It seems like we keep getting these washouts on the banks and then they recover. That's a massive recovery that we got yesterday. If we could recover back into the green today, we just got to be careful. There might be some bigger players into these bank stocks, and we're missing the moves because they're coming back down towards the supports and the daily supports, or maybe the 4-hour or hourly supports, and then taking that next step up. That's where it gets a little bit confusing because in the intraday 5 or 10 minutes, you're going to see some hard downside action and some big recoveries in these finance stocks. All right, we'll see what else is going on. Defensives also letting up today. What led up mainly there was farm products. Farm products taking a big hit. BG pulling back. ADM, Archer Daniel Midland. Looks like some of these value names really pulled back today. We got to be careful there as we're seeing some rotation get away from these and going elsewhere, right? And so you got to be careful there. Benson Hill got a hit today. Discount stores taking a big beating. A lot of this on the Costco report, and that one's down 6%. But DG also reported that didn't help it. 2 negatives in the same industry. That's not going to make things better. BG, BIG, not looking too good there. Ollie even pulled back with that mentioned there. Dollar Tree pulled back. We'll see what happens. Walmart got back into the green here, so that's interesting. Went red to green, now back up there. We'll see what happens there. And the ones that's been strongest that I've said, I'm not standing in front of this thing, is Burlington. It does not want to go away. It's incredible to think that it's up there almost to 200 now and really hasn't turned around since that big run that it did from the earnings. It's up about 25% since just Monday, the 21st. All right, ARK Financial, ARKF. ARKF, the FinTech Innovative ETF. The only 2 tickers that I have here are ZG and STNE. STNE doesn't look too bad, actually. Stone Corp, I mean, this is not really the best looking chart, but I mean, look at the weekly. You're battling here towards the 12. Can you actually get above that and hold? Be something maybe I'd think about, right? If you get through that, maybe you get towards the 1357. Who knows? I'll set an alert to see if I can get it back up there above the 1250s. Not really a stock that I trade often. I'll get the spam there. You ain't going to get me today. I'm ready. All right, it's 1:54. We got a couple minutes left. 6 minutes left here on Stock Market Movers. Throw up in the chat if you guys got tickers you guys want to check out. If not, I'll continue going through what we see in the markets. But one stock, and I will give you guys full disclosure, have been long since live trading. I've been looking for Tesla to see if Tesla gets the rip today. We'll see what happens. Looks like Elon was playing nice with Tim Cook's Apple CEO and said that he would, of course, remember saying that earlier in the week, he said that he would rather go to war than pay Apple's 30% platform fees. But it looks like they worked out their differences as Elon visited Tim Cook's Apple CEO at their headquarters yesterday. So it looks like that might have gone away, but we'll have to wait and see what happens there. Apple, how's that doing today? It's holding the 148. Can it get back towards the 150? That's going to be the price point that will make me get back towards the bullish side, especially if we can get towards the 200-day 154. That'll be a nice little turnaround. Michael wants to take a look at Airbnb. Not a bad one to keep watch, as they announced yesterday that they were going to be working with some landlords to allow apartments to be a part of their properties. That's not a bad outlook there, Michael. Definitely could be a new revenue driver for them, and that could definitely help lift them from this kind of bad time. Right now, it's kind of just not the environment, it seems like, to really get this pushing. But you guys see how it's been bottoming out around the 93s, trying to come back through the 110s. Really, I'm waiting for it to come back through 125s and going towards 130. That's where I will get bullish. But the stock has gotten some good support lately, good catalyst. Now some volume on this pop. See if it can recover back towards 110. That's where we could start running into some resistance. Doesn't look too bad on an Airbnb. All right, let's keep going. We could take a look at some other stocks out there. CPIX. All right, Kenneth, I don't know this one, but I'll take a look at it for you. Drug manufacturer and specialty generic play. Cumberland Pharmaceuticals. All right, so I'd look at maybe the monthlies or the weeklies to kind of help me decipher where the support is. Support looks like towards 220s, resistance above towards 268. Really needs to get back towards 3 if it's going to recover. You can see it's trying to hold this support. You did do kind of that crackdown, but you're trying to come back. Now I'd wait for it to get really above the 250 for me to look for upside action. But in this case, if it can get to 3, it could get a little bit of a bounce. I don't know what they have up their sleeve at Cumberland Pharmaceuticals, what they're working on. Of course, take a look at that, because whenever you're talking about drug manufacturers, you got to kind of know a little bit more in depth into the business to really have some edge. D-Dog being brought up in the chat. Of course, D-Dog here trying to get that lift here. These software names haven't gotten the love they expected. CrowdStrike, how did CrowdStrike do after their earnings? You can see it's actually gone up from their earnings. That's not a bad outlook. Datadog here, let's see how that's doing. It's trying to hold the VWAP right now, make another run up there to 78. Doesn't look too bad on the intraday action. You can see how you kind of have this kind of rounding bottom. We'll see if it holds the pullback to VWAP and gets that next run to 78. Not a bad one to keep on watch. Pan W also coming back into the positive. That shows me a little bit more that I'll keep watching on these. That D-Do. Yeah. Yep. That's another one. Another one you can watch in this industry. You can look at maybe Zscaler. Zscaler getting the nice little pop back today, right? We'll see what happens there. ARKK for some growth names that are making some lift. Shop up 6.343%. It pulled back. Now getting through that 43 area. This is definitely going to be looking better. A little part of me is a little annoyed that I didn't add Shop into the long-term account, but that's just my own decision. You guys don't need to be following me or thinking about that, but definitely want to get some pullback on Shopify to have it a little piece, at least long-term account. I think this one, a lot of times we ask ourselves, what's going to be the next Amazon-style trade, right? Next platform like that. Well, why not Shop, right? Not saying that it's going to be, but it's one that I'm looking at for that style of trade. All right, we're going to wrap up here and get towards, of course, the roadmap. That'll be coming up next. Hope you guys enjoyed my interview today. Of course, a big shout out. Thank you to Patrick Hillmann, Chief Strategy Officer at Binance, for joining me today. I definitely appreciated that. And we're going to go ahead and wrap up here. We'll definitely be watching to see what happens on the rest of the day. Can the SPY get back up and start pushing towards the upside? I feel as long as we can hold the hourly lows, we're still looking good here on the SPY. We have some wicks there. The bodies keep closing above this 46.50s. That's what I'll be looking for. Our 406.50s. We'll look to see if we get a run towards the close to 410. Doesn't look too bad on some of the stocks out there. Netflix even getting some lift today above the 300 area. Is looking for this run. If we're going to get the run there towards 300, I talked about looking for Disney earlier in the week. Now Disney recovering today. I'm going to be looking for this one to maybe potentially to do a little bit of a swing trade. Not in it right now, but just kind of talking this out here. We'll look to see if we can get the run towards the 100 on Walt Disney. Netflix getting some nice little push. We'll keep watching the stock to see what happens. There's a lot going on in the market. Like always, you guys can keep up with it all right here on Benzinga. Hit the thumbs up. Hit the like button. It's been a great day for us today. We're going to keep battling. And at the close, 3:30, don't want you to miss that. Joel Elconin, we got a lot to review. A lot of stocks making big moves. And I feel like we could still get a big move towards the close. So I will see you guys there. And up next, you guys got the roadmap. Come check up to see what's going on in the NFT space. Chris Ketchy's going to be there for you guys. I'll see you guys at the close. I'm going to get you guys right towards the Christmas time for NFT. Who's going to have some presents under their tree? Find out with Chris Ketchy on the roadmap.